Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Became King of Tartarus? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Walking through the cold corridors, he could only think about everything that had happened in such a short time. After all he had done, all the sacrifices, all the effort for nothing, he had been cast aside like a criminal for something he had not done. He had nothing left but a visible sadness. A guard shoved him roughly into his cell and sealed the entrance with the energy mesh used in Tartarus prison. The guard ordered him to rot there and then left, leaving him exhausted. Izuku thought it was so unfair as he leaned against the wall and stared at the ceiling. Fortunately, his cell was not at the very bottom and it contained a bed and a small bathroom, so it was not the worst situation possible. He missed his mother, he thought, and let himself get lost in memory. A strange package had arrived at UA, appearing on the principal's desk. It contained controversial information that, if true, could solve their villain espionage problems and ruin the traitor. If false, it could destroy the life of a good student. Sniper wondered doubtfully whether it really was him, referring to the evidence that had appeared from nowhere. All Might defended his successor with conviction, insisting that Midoriya was a true hero who would never join the villains. Ectoplasm noted that there was a lot of evidence against him and looked through the incriminating photos tied to the villain league with concern. Aizawa commented gravely that the situation was very strange. Cementos took the photos in hand and asked what Aizawa meant, unable to believe what he saw. Aizawa explained that there would be no reason to expose Midoriya in that way. If Midoriya had already fulfilled his role, he could simply be removed from UA. If not, it made no sense to reveal him now. The whole thing felt off. Powerloader pointed out that Midoriya had not been in places of importance to UA, so he could not have gathered information vital to the villains. All Might reiterated that the young Midoriya would never betray them and remained steadfast in his confidence. Midnight observed that if Midoriya-kun was innocent and someone wanted to frame him, that meant they considered him a very big threat and asked what they would do to protect him. She looked to the principal for an answer. Nizu responded brightly that the solution was simple: they would not do anything. Aizawa reacted angrily and demanded to know why they would punish Midoriya when he could not possibly be capable of such a thing. All Might agreed that it would be unfair. Nizu put a hand on a button and a screen descended from the ceiling, showing footage of a prisoner. Sniper asked if it was a recording. Nizu told them to listen. Two voices from the recording spoke in whispers and then more openly about escape plans. One voice asked if they were sure no one else was listening. The other dismissed the guards as incompetent. The first voice asked if it was true that they planned to escape, and the other replied that it was completely serious and that the plan was already being put into motion. They discussed someone they referred to as the one who had made All Might give up, and one voice teased that it would be foolish not to know who that person was. They suggested recruiting people for the escape, asking if the listener would join. The second voice answered that nothing would make them happier than to get out of the prison. The recording ended. Sniper reacted strongly to the plan for a breakout in Tartarus prison, and the room grew tense. All Might muttered the name All for One with irritation. Midnight asked nervously whether the two men who had been heard had been detained. Nizu explained that for now they were under continuous surveillance. The warden wanted more information, so the conspirators were being allowed to continue their plotting to uncover everyone involved. He admitted that the process was making things complicated. Ectoplasm asked how Midoriya fit into the situation, since it did not make much sense. Nizu explained that someone wanted to place an undercover agent inside Tartarus to gather information. At the moment, they had no idea who could be that agent, and it was doubtful anyone could succeed. Many of the teachers began to understand where things were heading. Aizawa declared that he would not allow his student to be sent to that place, shouting at the principal even though no one had proposed anything concrete. Nizu argued that given the circumstances, it was the best option. If they let events run their course, the young Midoriya would be entered into Tartarus as a traitor to the heroes, a reputation that would make him a target and likely draw villain attention and possibly an invitation to the escape. It could be their best chance to get an advantage. He admitted he was also reluctant but insisted the plan offered opportunity. All Might worried about the long-lasting stain of sending the young Midoriya to such a place. He feared the mark would never be erased and that people would remember him only as a prisoner regardless of the reason. Nizu promised that they would take every precaution. The name of the young Midoriya would never be revealed. No one would speak of him. The operation would remain strictly confidential. Midnight raised the concern that if Midoriya-kun did not want to take part, they could not force him to be labeled a traitor. Nizu said he would speak to the young man and left the situation hanging as the group absorbed the gravity of their choice. A hard knock woke him from his thoughts. When he looked up, a stern guard stood on the other side of the cell. The guard opened part of the energy mesh and slid a tray containing mashed food and an apple through the opening, calling him scum as he left. Izuku stared at the tray, quiet and withdrawn. He took the plastic spoon without thinking and noticed a small piece of paper. He unwrapped it cautiously, not sure what it was, and a hesitant smile formed as he thought of his teacher. The note told him not to give up. That small message let the freckled boy sleep a little more peacefully on his first night in prison. Detective Naomasa announced that Midoriya Izuku had been arrested on charges of conspiracy, espionage, and selling sensitive information. The detective produced special cuffs designed to restrain the boy's unusual strength. Izuku murmured that he understood and then everything went dark. When he opened his eyes, a white ceiling and a harsh light greeted him. He rose with a heavy heart and looked at the little he now possessed, a tiny bathroom hidden behind a low wall and a window covered with a mesh that showed a clear, beautiful sky. At least he had something positive. His mattress was rigid and it made sleep difficult. Izuku wondered aloud whether he could do whatever he wanted in his cell. The prisoner next door answered with a warning that he was free as long as he did nothing suspicious, which startled him. The cellmate commented that Izuku was quite young to be in such a place. Izuku sat near the wall and admitted that nothing had turned out the way he had expected. The other prisoner replied that he was not the first to feel that way. Izuku insisted that he should not be there and protested that he had been set up, but the reply from the cellmate was that everyone said the same thing. Feeling defeated, Izuku decided to keep quiet and stood to stretch. When his cellmate asked whether he was planning something, Izuku said he was just trying to kill time and began exercising, as that was one of the few things he could do. Back at UA, the atmosphere felt strange and heavy. The students of Class 1A continually sensed that something was wrong. Ida asked where Midoriya was after the supervising teacher entered the classroom. Aizawa grimly thought that he had expected them to notice. Ochako suggested that Midoriya might be ill and tried to reassure Ida, adjusting her composure while hoping they would accept her explanation. Tsuyu expressed concern and wondered if Midoriya was all right. Aizawa, facing his students, knew he could not leave them without an answer. He explained that Midoriya was helping with a case that had recently reached Nizu and would not be coming back for a while. The students grew more intrigued. Katsuki demanded to know what kind of case it was, and Aizawa replied that it was confidential. Katsuki argued that if Midoriya was involved, it could not be so serious. Kirishima told Bakugo that his comment had been cruel. Siro teased Bakugo about being jealous, which only intensified the blonde's anger. Aizawa raised his voice in exasperation and used his quirk to silence the class, telling them that Midoriya had been the only option for the mission and that if Bakugo did not like it, there was nothing to be done. Aizawa silently asked Midoriya for forgiveness in his thoughts. Although Aizawa disliked the idea of placing the young boy at such risk, it was necessary to assign someone to handle the situation and prevent a national disaster. He would not force the boy if he refused. Nizu would consider alternative plans. Before making any final decision, they met with Midoriya to gauge his opinion. Aizawa and All Might had wanted Midoriya's mother to be present, but the Heroes Commission denied that request, insisting that the matter was too urgent. With visible nerves, Izuku entered the principal's office. Nizu greeted him apologetically for calling on a Saturday and said there was something they needed to discuss. Izuku asked if he was in trouble, recalling no reason to be reprimanded. Aizawa assured him that this was not a punishment but that they required his help with something important. Izuku asked what was happening, his fear evident. All Might told Izuku first that no matter what they discussed, the heroes believed in him. Nizu explained that a few days earlier a revealing package had arrived at his office containing material that connected Izuku to the League of Villains. Izuku froze and lost his color at the suggestion. Nizu clarified that after processing the material, they were certain Izuku was not the traitor leaking sensitive information to villains. Given that Twice was affiliated with them, it was easy to understand the context of the photos in which Izuku appeared with Himiko Toga and the video that showed him with her. Those pieces of evidence had created a dangerous misunderstanding. All Might apologized for the scare and set a cup of tea in front of Izuku, helping the young man feel steadier. Aizawa then told Izuku that they still needed his help. Izuku, more alert now, asked what they required of him. Nizu explained that because of the way the League of Villains had framed him, Izuku was uniquely suited to participate in a plan devised by the Heroes Commission. The plan aimed to prevent what would otherwise be the largest mass escape of villains in Japan's history. Izuku asked if they were referring to a breakout. His mentor nodded solemnly. All Might warned that All for One was beginning his escape plans and would try to take all the villains with him. For now there were few signs, but the day was approaching and some of the villains in Tartarus were already beginning to prepare, All Might said with heavy seriousness. Aizawa explained that they wanted to put someone into Tartarus who was not known. No professional hero could enter because any villain might recognize them, so their options were limited. He paused, not wanting to say more because he knew his student would deduce the rest, and asked if the student understood where this was heading. Izuku reacted nervously, realizing they wanted him to enter Tartarus to gather information. Nizu confirmed that was correct. Nizu set his cup down and examined the table as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. He acknowledged that it was not an easy decision. Izuku would be treated as any other villain, the guards would look at him with suspicion, and the villains even more so. It was not something a young man should have to endure. Nizu glanced at the mentor with concern. Izuku asked what All Might thought. The gaunt blonde man lowered his gaze and admitted it was very dangerous. They did not know how the villains would react to Izuku or whether they would try to involve him in an escape because he would be new to the prison. All Might confessed his fear that something might happen to the young man. Izuku looked at his teacher, who seemed uncomfortable with the plan. Izuku turned to Aizawa for his opinion. Aizawa pointed out that Izuku was not known in the hero world. If any villain learned about his background, they would not simply look at him oddly. From a strategic perspective, Aizawa said, it was optimal. He studied Izuku's face and continued more softly, beyond reason. If Izuku wanted to go through with it, he would not be stopped, and if he refused, no one would blame him. Aizawa tried to calm him, though he already knew what the young man would decide. Nizu asked once more what Izuku intended to do, leaving the room tense. Izuku lowered his gaze and thought about his answer. Later, Bakugo's irritation reached its limit over Izuku being chosen for a top-secret mission. He could not focus on anything else and kept turning the situation over angrily, convinced it was unfair that Izuku received missions before they even reached second year. Bakugo believed he was the best of Class A and resented that the UA did not make the most of its strongest student. Kirishima attempted to calm him, telling Bakugo not to take it so hard. Kaminari suggested it might be nothing, maybe simply surveillance, but Bakugo glared at them and insisted it was clearly something big and important. He stood abruptly, determined to find out more, and left his friends tense and worried. Kaminari and Kirishima exchanged uncertain looks about whether they should try to stop him. After a few hours in his cell, Izuku felt exhausted from who knew how many push-ups. The light through his small window showed that much time had passed. There had been more light earlier. He was hungry and deeply tired. A cellmate asked if he was still alive with a playful tone. Izuku, leaning against the wall, replied that this was nothing compared to what his teacher had put him through. The cellmate asked cautiously what kind of teacher that had been. Izuku recalled, with a mixture of fondness and pain, that his teacher had been strict and often scolded him for his reckless behavior. When the cellmate asked what Izuku had done before arriving here, Izuku answered bitterly that he had been a UA student training to be a hero and that someone had framed him for betrayal at the school. He had been blamed and expelled without a chance to defend himself. He hugged his knees and stared at the floor. The cellmate remarked with dry humor that Izuku had been used as a scapegoat. Izuku confirmed that they had not let him defend himself and had simply ejected him. The cellmate muttered that it was a sad outcome. A guard's voice boomed over loudspeakers ordering all prisoners to stand against the wall. The cellmate explained that once a day they were allowed out into the yard for exercise and the usual routines. Izuku thought he had heard that prisoners in Tartarus were never allowed out under any circumstance, and a soft laugh came from the other side of the wall. The cellmate calmly described Tartarus as divided into 3 parts: the surface level, which functioned like a normal prison for villains and criminals of no higher than rank B, sublevel 1, reachable by elevator, which housed dangerous villains of categories A and S who were not easily contained, and deeper still, sublevel 3, the part that made the prison notorious, where the most dangerous villains in the country category SS were kept under strict confinement with close guards and severe measures to prevent any unauthorized movement. The cellmate spoke matter-of-factly about how tightly controlled those prisoners were. Izuku could only respond with a quiet wow before a laser mesh deactivated and a guard entered. The guard ordered the new prisoner to face the wall with hands over his head, and Izuku obeyed while the guard conducted the routine search. The guard then signaled toward the door and ordered the prisoner outside. Izuku stepped out and finally saw his mysterious neighbor. A woman emerged from the other cell, her hair two-toned violet and pink and her expression serious, giving off an intimidating vibe. The woman smiled at him, and Izuku recognized her as Lady Nagant. A guard ordered him to move, then clipped strange HFFs on and forced him to follow the woman, who remained completely calm. It was not unusual for student Bakugo Katsuki to be in the principal's office. The blonde was so troublesome that he constantly ended up there for reckless behavior during training. This time, however, he sat before the principal by his own will, burning with the same anger as always, and the principal did not know why. Principal Nizu asked politely what the young Bakugo wanted, a kindness the blonde did not share. Katsuki demanded to know where Izuku Midoriya was. Nizu explained that Midoriya was on an extremely secret mission and that he could not disclose his location or activities. Katsuki slammed his fist on the desk and objected loudly, insisting he would do the job better than Midoriya. Nizu reminded him that mission assignments were more complicated than simply choosing a student. He said neither the teachers nor the students wanted to be involved, but events had unfolded so that Midoriya ended up on the task. Nizu added that if he had to select a student, he would not choose first years, and certainly not someone as volatile as Bakugo, whose inability to follow orders and tendency to launch into attack at the slightest provocation made him unsuitable. The principal's calm tone only increased Bakugo's irritation. Bakugo insisted he was not volatile and argued that rules he considered stupid were the reason he refused to obey. Nizu countered that Bakugo still had much to learn, and that others in his class had already shortened that path through their actions. He suggested Bakugo leave, noting the office was busy that day. Angry and unable to press his case, Bakugo left determined to prove he was perfect for the mission and resolved to swap places with the green-haired student. The yard of the Tartar prison was overwhelming to Izuku. 4 high walls rose around the space, guarded patrols lined the walls, and laser mesh and countless cameras kept constant watch. There was no way out. Apart from the surveillance, the yard held only benches for those who wanted anything other than bare enclosure. A guard pushed him gently inward, and Izuku stepped into the yard, momentarily dazed by the brightness. He walked slowly, taking in the other inmates. He had always thought this prison would never allow its prisoners moments of calm, but the place gave that impression. Kana, the woman with two-toned hair, commented that the prison did tend to collect high-profile villains, which startled Izuku when he realized she had spoken. When Izuku recognized her as Lady Nagant, she offered a half-smile, irritated at having startled him. She told him to relax and assured him that no one here would harm him. Anyone who initiated a fight, physical or verbal, would be severely punished. The rules were strict. Those who caused trouble might be placed in a 2x2 cell where movement was restricted and a light would be shined on them for hours. It did not sound comfortable, but it was effective. Izuku apologized, understanding why Kana might have experienced such treatment. She brushed it off, admitting it had happened only once because of something silly. She also mentioned that she had put many people behind bars and watched the inmates react to her presence with varying expressions. Izuku, thoughtful, noted that her capture record almost rivaled that of Endeavor. Kana reacted with surprise at his knowledge, remarking that she thought the commission would have erased all record of her deeds. Izuku explained that while there had been attempts to scrub her history, many refused to forget the villains she had apprehended and the services she had rendered. A number of her supporters had insisted her past accomplishments be preserved despite her crimes. Kana asked skeptically if anyone still wanted her outside. Izuku admitted there were only a few, and that rumors persisted about the true reasons she had been involved in the death of a commission member. Some believed the official account was incomplete and that things had been different from what was presented. The mention of such speculation visibly irritated Kana. She muttered angrily and tightened her fists. Izuku noted the gesture and chose not to press further. When he suggested she might be seen like Robin Hood, someone who stole from the rich to give to the poor and was thus loved by some and hated by others, Kana looked taken aback and asked if he truly believed people viewed her that way. Izuku spoke with a contagious cheer, saying that people prefer to see good rather than evil. Even if someone had done something horrible by taking a life, that would be small next to their achievements. Kana sat near the boy and smiled softly, saying she understood. Izuku thought that she did not seem like the demon the rumors claimed and allowed himself a small smile. With the green-haired student in prison, Principal Nizu needed to act quickly and make the most of the situation. Although his student had sacrificed himself to be sent to Tartarus, the principal intended to use the moment strategically. Preventing a prison break would be little compared to the real prize he had in mind, capturing the entire League of Villains. He planned to stir the hornet's nest and lure all the wasps into places where they would be easy to apprehend, giving them a taste of what they wanted but not how they wanted it, and collecting them one by one, including the true traitor who had angered him by sending Midoriya to prison. On the second day after the arrest, Nizu summoned a press conference designed to inflate the villains' egos enough to make reckless moves. If they believed they had the advantage, they would be more likely to act rashly and be picked off in a predictable pattern. When people taste power, they grow addicted and overestimate themselves. Aizawa voiced concern that the villains might not react as expected and feared they could reveal evidence that would ruin Midoriya. Nizu reassured him that he was confident. He would not give them exactly what they wanted, the announcement would be cryptic, Midoriya's name would not be mentioned, and it would not benefit the villains to bring the name up. Aizawa murmured that he would trust the principal's judgment and left. Nizu preferred he not be present to avoid linking the traitor's news to Midoriya in any mission reports. By the afternoon, many reporters had gathered in the conference room. Nizu thanked them for coming on short notice and said he regretted interrupting their routines but that he had an important matter to announce. A curious reporter muttered to her colleague, wondering aloud what the announcement would be. Nizu announced firmly that they had discovered an informant within their institution. Multiple clues had pointed to a specific person, and in recent weeks they had identified the individual. Their work had been tireless to reach this point, and this represented a step closer to capturing the villains connected to the informant. Flashbulbs popped and questions rose immediately. Reporters pushed for details about the traitor, whether the person was a student or staff, and how the investigators had reached their conclusion. Nizu raised a paw to calm the crowd and explained that the matter remained under rigorous investigation and much could not be revealed. The person in question was under arrest and being processed, and he asked for privacy for the individual and their family. Privately, Nizu hoped urgently that Midoriya would act swiftly. Shigaraki felt satisfied that his small plan to remove the annoying green-haired kid had worked. He had not expected it to succeed given how much credit he gave the heroes, but it had. He found it almost amusing that the heroes had locked up a kid so easily after receiving what appeared to be sudden evidence. Although they did not specify the details in the interview, it was not hard to infer what had happened. With that obstacle gone, Shigaraki felt free to continue with his plans, including visiting Dr. Ujiko Daruma for quirk enhancements. In the villain hideout, Dabi watched curiously as his blonde companion decorated the masked man and asked what they were doing. Twice enthusiastically declared that he was a Christmas tree. Dabi remarked that it was not actually Christmas and told him to be quiet. Himiko scolded Dabi for being a party pooper and scolded him again when he interrupted. Dabi admitted that there was little they could do while Shigaraki was occupied in his tank, and he sat near his companions. Himiko, fixing a star atop her friend, asked casually whether he had been tasked with recruiting more allies. Twice asked what had happened with the contact they had been pursuing. Himiko complained that everything felt boring. Shigaraki was in his chamber, Spinner kept his troops occupied, and nobody was free. Dabi said he was waiting to see what the contact would do and that they could not trust that operative completely, though he was secretly excited about the possibility of turning the number 3 hero to their side. Himiko sulked and asked angrily why they had sent Deku to prison, saying they could have captured him themselves and kept him close. Twice alarmed everyone by knocking over the decorations and scrambling to pick them up. He stayed still before moving again, trying to keep the tree decorated. Dabi doubted the boy would tolerate him for long and said the boy would break at the first sign, while the blonde continued to pout. Himiko blushed and quickly changed the subject. Twice stepped back, feeling unsettled by his friend's excitement. Alone in his cell, he felt he could finally rest after the day in the yard. His head pounded from the unbearable heat. It was obvious the guards had been punishing them rather than letting them stay in the sun so long. Kana leaned against the wall and asked with playful curiosity whether he had enjoyed his first day in the big yard. Izuku replied that it had been very hot but manageable, smiling from his own cell against the wall that faced hers. Kana teased that being at UA must have been a kind of hell too, since it was the country's top academy. Izuku remembered the difficulty of every training, especially with Eraserhead as his teacher, and how he had ended up many times in the infirmary because of the drills and particularly because of Kaken. Kana, intrigued, asked who Kaken was and if he was Izuku's boyfriend. Izuku reacted with disgust and begged her not to joke about that. Kana pressed on, noting that the way he named Kaken sounded like affection. Izuku admitted that Kaken had once been a friend but that a lot had happened since then. He could only call him a rival now. Kana mocked the idea of a rival and admitted she had never understood that feeling. Izuku observed that many heroines had surpassed Kana's records and clarified that he did not mean to sound dismissive. She was still at the top of her abilities. Kana, offended, snapped back that he sounded like a frightened rabbit. Izuku admitted that classmates from middle school had called him that and gave a strained smile. Kana suddenly asked if he had problems at school. Izuku hesitated and Kana explained that she had been taught to read people's secrets. She could tell when someone was pretending and when their voice betrayed them. She said Izuku had the tone of someone who had been bullied and that his attempts to hide his emotions betrayed that past. Izuku listened, surprised and impressed. Kana demurred that she simply enjoyed solving mysteries and asked how much they had bothered him, offering to find out if he wanted. Izuku challenged her confidence, and she accepted, rising to the challenge. They exchanged names and, from their respective cells, both felt the familiar thrill of a new challenge and a growing camaraderie. A new day began with the usual routine, a guard ordering everyone to wake and a nauseating breakfast that had been served for the past 3 days. Some prisoners complained. Izuku preferred to eat lightly and took what he could despite the odd taste. Kana commented that he seemed to be the only one enjoying the meal. He explained that it was not great but not unbearable and remembered breakfasts with classmates who would have complained even with every comfort. Kana teased him about Kaken again. Izuku explained that Kaken could make his own food and refused to accept even his mother's help, a memory that made him smile despite everything. Kana probed whether Kaken's pride kept him from asking for help or forming close relationships. Izuku began to ask how she could tell, and Kana prepared to explain further. A neutral pause followed as they collected their thoughts and prepared to continue the conversation. He could not form his words properly because of the impression the woman made. Kana told him he would not believe how many narcissistic, proud people she had had to catch, people who thought themselves too important for what they truly were. Investigating them, many had behaved like his companion. Remembering that brought a broad smile to her face. It was before everything went wrong for her. Izuku complimented Kana, calling her incredible, and the woman smiled inside her cell. Kana brushed off the praise, insisting any sensible hero could have figured it out, trying to be modest though it was clear to Izuku how impressive she was. A guard arrived at the block with a seriousness that made everyone aware of what would happen. He ordered the detainees to stay put and said he did not want anyone doing anything strange, then walked to Izuku's cell. The guard informed Izuku that he had a visitor. Izuku nodded, tense, and obeyed when the guard instructed him to stand and place his hands against the wall. From her cell, Kana told Izuku to relax and that nothing would happen if he did not make any sudden moves. Izuku acknowledged her and grew more tense when the guard put his hands behind his back, secured them with HNDCFFS, and fitted a strange collar around his neck. He wondered what the collar was for, feeling the pressure at his throat. The guard explained coldly that it was a safety measure in case he did something foolish. They knew his strength. Izuku accepted this and allowed the guard to take him to the visiting room. Bureaucracy had always seemed hopelessly awful to Aizawa, necessary but absurdly slow, a barrier that had delayed contact with his imprisoned student. He had tried to see Izuku a day after the admission but had been denied until now. The visiting room differed from the lower-level rooms. There was no glass separating visitor and detainee, and the surveillance felt slightly less intrusive than in the most dangerous sections. The guard ordered Izuku to enter, and the young man stepped in, appearing somewhat indifferent to the guard's actions. Izuku muttered a tense, irritated thank you as he faced his teacher. Aizawa looked at Izuku with concern and demanded to know what had been done to him. Izuku greeted Aizawa, appearing brighter and calmer than Aizawa had expected. He reported that the restraints were for security and that, aside from the tight collar, the experience had not been as bad as it seemed. He smiled and tried to sound strong, though the attempt did not fully convince his teacher. Aizawa rose and took Izuku by the shoulders, checking if he was truly all right. Izuku gave a calm smile and assured him that, for the moment, he was fine. He mentioned that the food was not great but was better than when Kirishima cooked, attempting to ease Aizawa's worry. Aizawa asked if Izuku knew how things worked up here. Izuku nodded confidently, prompting Aizawa to press for details. Aizawa was surprised because he had never told his students about Tartarus and wanted to know how Izuku had learned. Izuku explained that Lady Nagant had told him about it. The revelation hit Aizawa like a bucket of cold water. Izuku noted that his cell was next to Lady Nagant's, so they had talked, and he spoke of her with genuine admiration despite the obvious nature of the woman. Aizawa warned him, coldly, not to get too close to her. Izuku sighed in irritation and pointed out that proximity was unavoidable with adjacent cells. He added that she knew the place well and might have information about the escape. Aizawa's voice grew fearful as he insisted that getting close to her was too risky. Izuku acknowledged the danger of the situation and of being a hero, and he declared that he would not back down. He thanked Aizawa for wanting to protect him and acknowledged concerns about Lady Nagant's reputation, but he argued that it was necessary if he wanted to help. Aizawa countered that it was unnecessary and that there must be another way to stop the escape. Izuku replied that if another way had existed he would not be in custody. He looked down, embarrassed, and said that in this case the calculating side of Eraserhead was needed rather than the Grandmaster Aizawa Shoda to get him out as quickly as possible. Aizawa reluctantly agreed, which made Izuku smile. He explained that the director had announced the arrest of the traitor and his placement in Tartarus, hoping that announcement would affect both villains and the true traitor. Aizawa assigned Izuku the task of learning about a group that met near the courtyard walls, an insular, highly alert group, and warned him to be careful. Izuku responded that he thought he knew who they were but that two groups had been spending a lot of time near that wall based on what he had seen the day before. He wished he could spy on them and began mentally forming plans at once. Aizawa snapped him back to reality with a warning not to put himself in a bad situation, which made Izuku smile tensely. Izuku acknowledged the warning and promised to keep himself safe, which made Aizawa, behind his tired mask, feel a measure of pride. Back in his cell, Izuku looked drained and worn, as if the visit had aged him. Kana understood why. From what he had revealed, it was clear they had brought him to Tartarus and questioned him without regard for his guilt, likely pressuring him for names and contacts. The interrogation had probably yielded little, and the effort had exhausted him. Kana asked Izuku cautiously if he was all right, not wanting to upset him further. Izuku insisted he was completely fine, trying to sound strong, but Kana could tell he was not well. She asked with frustration if they had threatened him, and Izuku admitted that they had, in a way. Izuku murmured tensely, following his teacher's orders to pretend that the heroes had acted brutally so as not to raise suspicion, and explained that the harm had not been physical. Kana replied with anger in her voice that it was never physical in her view. It was better to break the mind than the body, because it was easier and more effective. She then asked calmly what they had told him, whether they had promised freedom or money, trying to keep the conversation steady. Izuku admitted that they had not really offered anything material. What they had said was that his mother would be disappointed, that he was the worst, useless. He fell silent for a moment and sighed, doing his best to remain firm, which Kana found admirable. Kana asked whether he was close to his mother, and heard a short laugh on the other end as a sign they were on the right track to help him. Izuku said he and his mother had been very close. She had practically raised him alone and was always the person he thought of when making decisions. Kana asked about his father, and the freckled young man laughed again, now with a hint of discomfort. Izuku explained that his father had moved far away to give him a better life and that they used to speak almost daily on video calls. Lately, though, he had been too busy to talk. Kana expressed surprise that his father was abroad and admitted she had assumed abandonment. Izuku answered lightly that it was almost like abandonment, then returned the question and asked about Kana's parents. The two-toned woman tensed, thinking about how to reply. Kana confessed that she did not remember them well. The only clear memory she had was of the commission that had taken her, trained her, and presented her as a hero. She looked at her hand, still haunted by the memory of the innocent lives tied to her past. Izuku felt the tension in the air and expressed sympathy. Kana brushed it off and said she did not dwell on it. The only things she kept of her parents were silhouettes and nothing more. She doubted they had been good parents if all she retained were shadows. Izuku offered a different possibility, suggesting they might have been overwhelmed with their own problems and unable to provide attention, which would also be their fault. Kana replied bitterly that perhaps they only cared about themselves and had preferred to leave her behind. Izuku gently countered that she should not think so harshly of herself. He allowed his heroic side to guide the conversation and insisted that she was not a mistake. Kana scoffed incredulously and said that part of him probably thought she was dangerous for being associated with the notorious Lady Nagant. She told Midoriya there was no need to lie. She knew how things worked. Izuku said she could believe whatever she wanted about him, but he knew she was not a mistake. There were things they did not understand, hidden matters that shaped lives. From the moment he had met her, she had treated him well, and after his interrogation, her priority had been to lift his spirits. That was not the behavior of someone who was worthless. He acknowledged he might not know her whole story and that others might stand against her, but he believed the truth. She was a good person who either made bad choices or had been forced into them, not someone evil. He smiled at her from his cell, hoping his words had reached her. Kana admitted that he knew how to speak well and understood why he had been studying to become a hero. Talking with him had brought a faint smile and a warm feeling to her chest. Izuku noted that Kana could be cruel sometimes, not realizing how much his comment had affected her. The principal issued a clear order: keep all hero students under discreet surveillance. Every subtle movement had to be reported because he was convinced the true traitor was among the students and would reveal themselves easily. He proposed 2 behavioral patterns to look for: someone who became conspicuously elated and arrogant after delivering a major student to prison, or someone who appeared excessively tense about participating in such a handover. Guilt or arrogance were the key indicators. For most teachers this would be easy to observe, but with Aizawa it was different. One student often appeared arrogant without cause, and 3 others were always nervous, so his assessment had to be precise to catch the real traitor. Aizawa asked everyone to sit with a heaviness that unsettled his students. Mina asked if he was all right, clearly worried. Aizawa replied in his characteristically monotone manner. "So you said he seemed sad?" Kaminari nervously asked whether this was about the traitor and noted how another teacher had also seemed affected. Kyoka wondered who it could be, tense. Toru shared a rumor she had heard about someone from marketing, and the classroom began to murmur with theories. Aizawa frowned and muttered that the situation had gotten out of control. As he scanned his students, he noticed an unusual tension in Aoyama. The more the traitor topic came up, the more Aoyama seemed on edge. Aizawa observed an inexplicable sweat, slightly erratic hand movements, and intense swallowing, and he stiffened, feeling certain he had his lead. Later, Ectoplasm questioned Aizawa with disbelief, asking whether he was completely sure the traitor was one of his students. Aizawa affirmed his conviction, explaining that the student's reaction to the traitor rumors had been revealing. Snipe suggested it could be something else, proposing an alternative explanation. The dark-haired man looked at him with irritation and noted that it was no secret how upset he was about Midoriya, that anger might be coloring his judgment. Midnight, with her usual grace, insisted that Aizawa would not be so easily swayed by emotion and urged them to trust him, insisting he remained sensible even in the worst moments. Cementos attempted to calm the discussion, pointing out that Snipe might be right and they could not be certain. Present Mike turned the question to the director. All eyes shifted to Nizu, who sat with his paws together and a serious expression. Nizu remarked that Aoyama's behavior was curious and expressed confidence in Aizawa's ability to uncover clues, though the teachers exchanged doubtful looks. He proposed placing Aoyama under continuous surveillance while they investigated his motives, since they could not afford an error involving a possible traitor. Vlad King asked if Nizu believed Aoyama had further intentions. Nizu explained that, based on Aizawa's account, it was possible Aoyama was being manipulated by villains and that Aoyama himself seemed burdened by guilt. If that were the case, their priority was to discover what leverage the villains held over the student. Midnight suggested the villains might have captured Aoyama's parents or involved an old-school companion. Ectoplasm added that another relative, an uncle or grandfather, perhaps could be implicated. Nizu concluded they needed to divide their efforts, investigate Aoyama's parents, businesses, finances, and social circle, maintain close surveillance of Aoyama, and pursue every lead into his past to determine when and how he could have become involved with villains. His second time in the prison yard felt much tenser. Whether it was what his teacher had said or the weight of the new information, the atmosphere made him uneasy, and the change was particularly noticeable to the woman who had become his only friend in this place. Kana approached him and asked if he felt all right. Once they reached a bench and felt safer, they could speak more calmly. Izuku admitted he did not feel well and found himself scanning the yard. He asked Kana if it seemed strange to her that so many prisoners were gathered near the wall. Kana confessed she had not noticed and did not have all the answers, but she agreed it was odd. As they watched, the prisoners' calm, focused expressions suggested they were planning something. Kana made a light joke to ease the tension, then quickly brought her attention back to the prisoners. She observed that the gathering did not look like a casual meeting. The men appeared unusually composed and focused. Izuku asked what she thought they were planning. Kana suggested it looked less like idle chatter and more like preparation for something serious. Izuku pointed out that this was supposed to be the most secure prison in the country and that no one had escaped. Kana responded that criminals could be surprisingly cunning. While many were reckless and easy to capture, a few were very hard to recapture once they managed to slip away. Izuku murmured that he wished he did not have the HS, and his mind began racing through contingency plans. Kana could almost see the torrent of thoughts in his face. Kana asked him, in a more serious tone, whether he would want to take revenge on whoever had put him in this situation if he ever had the chance to escape. Izuku forced himself to play the part of the resentful boy the world had abandoned, unable to reveal the truth of the setup. He said he did not think he would want revenge. Kana raised an eyebrow, incredulous, being forced to stay in the country's most secure prison, threatened through his mother, and ignored by those who should have protected him. How could he not feel the desire for vengeance? Izuku spoke with his voice on the verge of breaking, explaining that no matter how much he had suffered, he did not want to give them the satisfaction of being right. He said with seriousness that he could hate them with all his being and wish them ill, but taking vengeful action would only validate them. He asked whether it was truly worth giving them anything after all they had done to him. He admitted that maybe he was foolish or too soft, but he could not bring himself to hurt someone even if they had hurt him. He remembered clearly everything he had endured and who he had fought. He apologized to Kana Tsutsumi for disappointing her and reiterated that he did not want revenge. His words left Kana speechless. The green-haired boy's words kept echoing in her mind. She could not stop comparing his situation with her own. She felt irritated by his reaction. She thought he should be furious and bent on making those who betrayed him suffer. Instead, the kid behaved with such calm rationality that it angered her and made her feel jealous at the same time. Kana had suffered a great deal as the Commission's weapon. She felt deeply betrayed by the heroes and harbored a strong desire to eliminate anyone with blood on their hands. For some reason, the boy beside her did not seem to want that. Izuku asked Kana if she was all right, noticing that her reactions had changed after their small argument in the yard. Kana replied tersely, and Kana's tension made Izuku nervous. He observed that she seemed dimmed and worried that she might react poorly. He asked again. Kana said she was just thinking and hoped he would not ask more questions. Izuku inferred that she was upset, and Kana murmured that nothing escaped him, annoyed at his perceptiveness. Izuku explained that he generally tried to understand people so he would not make them uncomfortable. When people were angry or bothered, their behavior tended to change. Kana teased that people must really have frightened him. Izuku asked how she could be so sure, unwilling to concede to the woman's jab. Kana laughed without humor and said it was obvious. He studied people's moods to protect himself. Izuku sighed, conceding her point in a way. He then shifted the focus back to Kana, asking more directly if she was upset. Kana admitted she was a little, sighed to steady herself, and apologized for scaring Midoriya. She confessed she could not believe someone could be betrayed and not want revenge. The idea sounded almost like a fantasy. She leaned against the wall, weary, and said she envied him for not being so resentful. Izuku clarified that it was not what she thought. He insisted that it seemed foolish to him to give anything to those who had harmed him. They did not deserve even his hatred. Kana argued that they had ruined his life, prevented him from becoming a hero, driven him away from loved ones, and thrown him into this prison. Did he not feel any anger at all? Izuku answered that he did not deny being angry about being imprisoned and that he would likely be there for the rest of his life, but he did not want to spend each day consumed by that pain. He compared it to holding a knife by the blade, knowing it would hurt each time he gripped it. He could not see the point in feeding disproportionate hatred. Kana scoffed that he was too soft to be in this prison. Izuku looked puzzled by her remark, and Kana suggested, more seriously, that some prisoners were probably plotting an escape. Izuku asked nervously how she could be so sure. He was making progress with his mission. Kana explained that there had been rumors even before he arrived, and though she had not paid them much mind because she knew how fortified the prison was, recent events made her think an attempt might happen. She admitted uncertainty about whether she should support an escape. Izuku asked, sincerely curious, whether she would like to be free. Kana said she did not know. On one hand, she would love to leave, eat real food, and wear something other than the monotone uniform. On the other hand, she believed she deserved to be there. She acknowledged she had done many things she was not proud of and had to pay for them. She looked at her hands with disgust, troubled by the innocent people affected by her actions. Izuku repeated that he could not believe she thought she deserved to stay forever. He said that by trying to make his time there more bearable, she had already made progress toward redemption. He spoke with hope, and Kana found it hard to take him seriously, attributing it to the prison food and the routine training. She suggested he go to sleep and that he would speak with more coherence in the morning. Izuku promised he would keep believing that every day of his life and calmly called Kana his hero in that place before getting up, stretching, and lying down on his bed to rest. Kana murmured for him to rest, feeling conflicted. The boy was strange. The deep darkness felt terrifying, an empty void where nothing existed and everything seemed to disappear. A siphon seemed to invite him forward even though he knew he should not go. At its center, Izuku floated, oddly calm despite the total darkness around him. He could not see anything nearby. The only thing he could make out was his hand, since from the forearm down there was nothing but void. Izuku wondered what was happening and tried to speak, but no sound came. He grew frightened as the emptiness pressed in on him. An unsettling voice echoed through the darkness and told him that it only wanted to help. When the green-haired boy turned, two figures stood before him. The first was extremely tall and featureless in the dimness. The other lay weakly on the ground, barely able to hold himself up. The man on the ground blamed the taller one, accusing him of destroying families and people for his own pleasure. The taller man replied with a mocking tone that he was merely doing what was necessary to fulfill his dream and that there was nothing wrong with that. The injured man scoffed and asked what kind of dream the taller one could possibly have. The tall man answered that he wanted everything, and he suggested to his brother that they could have it all together. The weaker man objected angrily that conquering everything would not be fair to anyone. The taller brother leaned in with a cruel amusement and squeezed the other's head with force, calling his brother a useless gift and doubting he could do anything. He then released him, and the weaker man collapsed to the floor, shaken and exhausted. Izuku, terrified, tried to make sense of the scene. The vision vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. He searched the darkness again but found nothing. Then the man who had been on the ground in the vision appeared before him, now standing and looking more tired than Izuku had ever seen anyone. The tired man indicated that it was the other's turn, addressed the ninth, and extended his hand. Izuku realized what was happening and reached for the offered hand, but everything went dark once more. At the prison, the air felt heavy and the atmosphere dense. The worst criminals were kept there, confined and treated like demons, and the place itself felt like a kind of hell. The most dangerous of them all lay under constant watch, the man known as All for One. He seemed to possess everything and was kept under strict surveillance. Observing him could be oddly boring. He did not move or speak, appearing nearly lifeless except for the steady monitoring of his vital signs. All for One suddenly smiled with an almost joyful expression, as if he had just received the best possible news. He murmured that it had arrived and that he could not have expected that of all places it would end up here. His vital signs rose noticeably, triggering an immediate response from the prison staff. Guards sealed off his cell and spoke through the intercom, ordering him to be quiet, but the villain ignored them, absorbed in a sensation he had not felt for years. All for One whispered that it had been a long time since he had found his brother and that fate had brought him here, to this kind of hell. A guard reiterated the order for silence, now more serious and prepared to flood the room with a sedative. All for One apologized calmly and explained that he had not felt so alive in a long time. He settled back into his chair, waiting for events to unfold. Effort had always been something he mastered. He had worked tirelessly to get where he was. He was not the genius others claimed, but he had pushed himself harder than anyone else to reach his goals. It frustrated him when people failed to recognize that effort. Katsuki Bakugo trained until his palms burned with his explosive power, forcing himself harder and harder because his rival now had the best chance to move ahead. Furious, he knew he had to double or triple his efforts so their positions might switch and he could take the mission that had gone to the green-haired boy. Katsuki muttered that Deku would not beat him. Eijiro Kirishima, exhausted from withstanding so many blasts, asked if Katsuki was not exaggerating. Katsuki snapped at him to be quiet and berated him roughly, then struck the punching bag again so hard the red-haired student nearly fell from fatigue. Kirishima suggested that if the choice had been made to select Midoriya, there must be a specific reason, something Katsuki could not do. That irritated Katsuki even more. He unleashed another blast that Kirishima could barely endure. Katsuki declared angrily that he could do everything Midoriya could do and better. He insisted that no one in the world believed Midoriya could do something Katsuki could not. Kirishima, near collapse, responded that it was arrogant to think that way and that each person could do things others could not, noting that Katsuki could not be as resilient as he was. Before he could say more, Kirishima finally passed out after 4 hours of enduring the grueling session. Katsuki clicked his tongue in frustration and continued his training in silence. With irritation, Katsuki Bakugo went to find the UA nurse to get help for his red-haired friend, and the thought of Deku nagged at him. He walked to the infirmary simmering, replaying what his friend had said. The idea that Deku's quirk might matter for that secret mission had not occurred to him. The mission's name itself implied secrecy and a need for cunning and ingenuity more than quirk use. If quirk use was required, Bakugo felt angry not because he thought Deku's quirk superior to his, but because of Deku himself. Bakugo knew better than anyone how strong the green-haired boy had become in only a few months and how hard the kid had pushed to keep up with those who had power before him. His head swam with questions, and he hardly noticed when he reached the infirmary. He muttered that he needed to rest and reached for the door, but voices inside stopped him. Recovery Girl's tone was sharp and angry as she demanded how anyone could send Midoriya to Tartarus. Aizawa, exhausted, explained that it had been an order from very high up. The director and others feared things getting out of control. Recovery Girl protested that Midoriya was not prepared for that, asking if his parents had even been informed. Aizawa said Midoriya's mother had agreed reluctantly after being convinced, and that when they called his father he had been threatening enough that they promised the boy would be kept safe at all times. Recovery Girl declared it a terrible mistake to send a young man to that prison. Aizawa agreed and added that for the moment there were orders to follow and he would have to check in periodically for updates. Recovery Girl admitted that if Midoriya had accepted of his own free will, there was little she could do. She could not fabricate a medical reason because it would be dismissed quickly. Aizawa thanked her, then opened the door to find Bakugo standing there, clearly stunned. Bakugo was incredulous at the revelation that Deku was in Tartarus. Aizawa explained that he had feared discussing the matter there and asked Bakugo to come in. Recovery Girl greeted Bakugo and asked what he needed, but before he could answer, Bakugo said that Kirishima was in the gym and had fainted. Recovery Girl tensed and hurried out to help the red-haired student. Aizawa apologized that Bakugo had overheard and reminded him that everything had to remain absolutely secret and that few people could be trusted. Bakugo could only ask why. Aizawa told him that incriminating information about Midoriya had recently reached the director. The director had recognized the fabrication but saw an opportunity. The false charges would place Midoriya where a massive breakout was expected to occur. Midoriya was there to gather information and identify those trying to escape. Bakugo lowered his gaze in shock and disbelief as Aizawa asked if he still believed he would have been the better choice for such an assignment. Bakugo could not answer. The first week in Tartarus passed without major incident. Apart from a recurring dream that haunted the next few nights, most days were spent watching the prisoners near the wall, trying to learn about them by listening in when they spoke. It was difficult. At the slightest hint of attention, they quieted, so Midoriya had to find discreet ways to observe. Kana noticed Midoriya asleep on a bench in the courtyard and, concerned, asked if he was all right. Midoriya admitted he had been having nightmares, repeatedly dreaming of that encounter between All for One and the First Bearer. Kana told him that, based on how he'd been during the week, she had not expected him to be so troubled, and she tried to reassure him. Midoriya asked if she had had similar dreams. She hesitated and said her situation was a bit more complicated. After a moment, she suggested they decide how to handle watching the prisoners near the wall, glancing toward the group to give him a hint of what she meant. Before Midoriya could answer, someone pushed him from behind. A bicolored woman caught him, preventing a fall. A nearby prisoner smirked and made a teasing remark about jealousy, trying to provoke a reaction. Kana responded with a calm but firm retort, clearly warning him off. The prisoner tried to persuade her to leave Midoriya behind and come with him, speaking arrogantly, but she refused. The prisoner then advanced in a threatening way, and Kana pushed him away, standing between him and Midoriya to protect the younger student. The confrontation was brief and tense. Other inmates watched but did not intervene. Order was restored, and Kana stayed close to Midoriya as they resumed their vigil by the wall. With a single blink from the woman, a prisoner slammed into the yard wall. Alarms blared and the yard fell into an uneasy silence. The freckled man stood before her, unusually serious and focused on the green-haired boy. The freckled man called for Midoriya. Izuku muttered that she had already refused, and the words barely left his lips before the guards entered the yard and forced him to the ground. A guard ordered that the other be taken to the infirmary and pointed at the woman, adding that she would receive punishment as well. Kana sighed and murmured that she had expected as much. The guard barked another order to send everyone back to their cells and to lock up the brat tightly. He glanced at the broken remnants of the restraints with a mixture of fear and disbelief, noting that they were supposed to hold him even with his quirk. Questions about the boy's strength crossed his mind. Without further delay, the boy was transported to an isolation cell, and the public display made it clear that the infamous Lady Nagant was untouchable, which drew the wary interest of some inmates. The isolation cell matched the bicolor woman's description. A single cubicle barely big enough to move in, at floor level, with a light fixed over him. It promised to be a long, dull night for Izuku. He told himself he probably would not be thinking about his actions in there. Small cells were not new to him, and he tried to settle against the wall, sliding down slowly until he found a position as comfortable as possible without fully sitting, and sighed, expecting soreness to come in a few hours. He closed his eyes and waited for sleep. Above the freckled man, the guards watched quietly. He was not one of the prison's most dangerous villains and had not committed atrocities on the scale of others, so there was little appetite to hassle the green-haired inmate during his confinement. One guard commented that leaving him alone was a bit boring. Usually prisoners in that situation were more rebellious. Another guard observed that this one was different, that there was something about him that made him feel uneasy when he thought about it. His partner asked what he meant. The first guard pointed out that it was rare to see someone from the upper levels break restraints like Clay. That level of force, he said, had only come from the most dangerous inmates. He reminded his partner of the time they had to sedate Muscular like an animal because he was so out of control. The partner tried to rationalize that maybe the restraints hadn't been fastened properly, but his voice betrayed his nervousness. They watched the boy sleeping in his miniature cell and debated other possibilities. The first guard asked whether they had been given a reason for how the boy had broken free. From his pocket he pulled a strange device and read out the incident log, a dispute in the yard. Prisoner 1273 had shoved someone with the intent to start a fight and had targeted prisoner 1089. The boy had intervened after the original instigator made remarks about the woman. They both studied the sleeping figure and then exchanged looks. One of them concluded that it had been a dispute about protecting a woman and sighed. He admitted that he could understand intervening to protect Lady Nagant, who had a commanding presence among them, but he did not think it warranted such a severe consequence. His partner scoffed softly at the idea of expecting rational behavior from an adolescent in such circumstances. The first guard agreed reluctantly and moved on to another detail that kept nagging him: how badly the other prisoner had ended up. The partner scrolled through the notes again and, with a grim face, reported that the other man had required multiple reconstructive surgeries and had suffered severe facial trauma. The injuries had been serious enough to cause lasting damage to his senses and to his appearance. The guard who read the report felt a cautious respect for the boy and suggested they keep their distance from him. He added that the same caution should apply to Lady Nagant. In the deep dark, the other prisoner felt nothing from senses like sight, taste, smell, or hearing. He only felt, and those feelings were intense. He was nowhere and everywhere at once, as if trapped in an endless dreamscape without his usual anchors. Yet the emptiness did not terrify him. Instead, he was intoxicated by a joy that felt overwhelming and inexplicable. Even so, somewhere deep inside he knew what was happening. It was not a sensory hallucination. He recognized the source. His master was the cause, the one who gave him these sensations, both the good and the bad. He did not fully understand why his master was so ecstatic given their situation, but the feeling hinted at something his master had desired for decades, something the prisoner believed had been taken from him. He found the emotion childish and irritating. The thought of yearning like a child grated against his own desires for destruction. He murmured half to himself that this was not truly what he wanted, but his voice wavered and merged unsettlingly with his master's, twisting his certainty. A raw memory flashed. He recalled killing someone from behind, an act that left only a single hand behind as a reminder. He questioned whether that figure had been his father or perhaps his sister. The truth blurred in his mind. His mind wavered again, this time seeing a man on the floor of a basement brother. The walls of the mountain mansion they had acquired felt mostly empty. Although all the fools of the Paranormal Liberation Army admired them almost like deities, they were boring to be around. On top of that, none of them were pretty enough for Himiko's taste, so she spent most of her time waiting for something interesting to happen. She could not go see her friends either. They were all busy. Compress was providing entertainment with his foolish magic, Spinner was talking about his ideology regarding Stain, Dobby never visited, and Twice was occupied training his own followers. From what she had heard, there would be no action until Shigaraki returned from his spa in a few months, a wait she found impossible to tolerate. Himiko complained that she was bored in her large room, exhausted by everything her city had to offer. She muttered that Daika had become a shell and murmured against her leader. She considered leaving. She knew she should train her own troops, but she found the responsibility dull and not her style. If no one would notice her absence, she reasoned, then she could slip away for a few hours to have some fun. With a bit of blood from someone in the city and a question about the destinations and schedules of certain trucks, her escape was easy. She took the form of a supervisor and rode a truck to the nearest city to see what she could find, planning to return to Daika with the same vehicle hours later, a clean crime, in her view. Himiko walked through the streets, slipping past people thanks to her quirk, intending to browse shops and buy sweets. A headline caught her eye, "Beast Genist Missing." Where others saw a devastating blow to a beloved hero, Himiko saw confirmation that Dabi had succeeded in swaying one of the most famous heroes. She muttered that it was twisted and continued walking. Nearby, a man remarked that it was a real shame, first UA and now Beast Genist. A woman beside him asked who the person at UA had been and how someone like that could enter. The man laughed hollowly and suggested that if the traitor had been discovered it meant they had been hiding, and one could pretend to be someone else. The woman sighed in defeat. The man expressed relief that the traitor had been captured and hoped they would rot in prison, and his partner agreed with a small smile before they continued on their way. Himiko repeated quietly that he had been sent to prison. She felt a twinge of regret. She had liked that boy and missed the chance to play with him. The thought of seeing him with injuries from a prison scuffle stirred a reckless curiosity in her. She told herself to move on before her transformation wore off and tried not to think about it further. She briefly considered visiting him but decided against it because she could not infiltrate a prison. The idea of seeing him with a defeated look lingered, and she walked on. Darkness settled around him again. This time he was not confused or frightened, he felt calm. He waited for more answers from his quirk, but when nothing happened he assumed nothing more would come. A tired man nearby explained that 9 people had possessed One for All, and 8 had been defeated by All for One. Izuku thought that All Might had been the one to defeat All for One and wondered if he had heard correctly. The man continued, saying that All for One could not be imprisoned in the same way as others because he had the will and means to escape. He praised Toshinori's efforts but told the freckled boy that he had something Toshinori did not. He called the boy the 9th and their hope. Then everything turned to light. Izuku jolted awake, anxious and unsure of where he was. He noticed his surroundings and thought of how strict Eraserhead's training could be. He recalled the many cramped places he had endured during training. As he shifted to get comfortable, he noticed red, energetic lines on his hand and felt surprised and confused, wondering if he had activated them while sleeping. Silence hung over the others and felt oddly unsettling. Bakugo was unusually calm. Normally he would be irritated and quick to explode at any nonsense. That calmness was more unnerving than any of his blasts. No one really knew what had caused such an extreme change. Kirishima asked with concern if Bakugo felt all right, careful not to upset the unusually composed blonde. Katsuki muttered for them to shut up, his mind occupied with questions about the place that had produced such a change and what it might mean for those who had been held there. Kaminari whispered to Kirishima, wondering if it had anything to do with Midoriya. Kirishima hissed for him not to say it so loudly, not wanting to provoke the explosiveness in Bakugo. Katsuki snapped at them to be quiet. Katsuki sat back in his seat and spoke with seriousness as he waited for classes to begin. He thought irritably that there was also a traitor. His teacher's explanations had clarified a lot, but they left him wondering who to confront for speaking with villains. Denki Kaminari, curious, asked if Katsuki was upset about the traitor. When news of a villain at UA broke, Denki had been far from happy and wanted to deal with the threat as soon as possible. Katsuki snapped in anger that if Denki kept asking, he would be the one to frustrate him, which scared the blonde boy into running behind Eijiro Kirishima. Kirishima smiled tensely and suggested they calm down and talk about something else to keep the peace. Katsuki muttered that he just wanted to forget everything he had discovered. Following a student's background was not difficult and was often necessary to know who was entering the academy. Aside from specific cases, Principal Nizu rarely needed to know every detail of a student's past. He reviewed grades, motivations for joining UA, and entrance exam results, and most files were unremarkable. Yuga Aoyama appeared to be a fairly standard student with average grades and performance. His eccentric personality was the most unusual trait, but that alone was not cause for alarm. His family also seemed ordinary, comfortable, well-off, and outwardly stable. At first glance there was nothing to raise suspicion, and it would have been easy to assume they had the wrong person about a traitor. One detail, however, made Nizu revisit Yuga's records. Yuga's quirk did not match his parents' quirks. While it was possible for a child to have a quirk different from both parents, in this case none of the family's quirks bore any relation to Yuga's, leaving two plausible explanations. The first possibility was infidelity on the mother's part, but the family's financial records showed no unusual expenditures, no hotel stays or suspicious transactions, and their public presence revealed nothing out of the ordinary. Everything pointed to Yuga being his father's legitimate son, so the only remaining explanation that troubled Nizu involved All for One. Given the League of Villains' close ties to All for One, it was possible that something had happened to the Aoyama family, or at least part of it. Shodaizawa asked if Nizu believed they might have turned to All for One to obtain a quirk for their son. Nizu said he could not be certain, but he had a couple of theories that made sense to a degree. The first was that the family had attempted to change Yuga's quirk because it had not developed as they expected, though that theory left many questions unanswered. The second was that Yuga might have been born with a quirk dangerous to himself. A quirk that threatened its user's life was rare but not impossible. Desperation, parents might seek help from questionable sources, which could have led them to All for One. Aizawa noted that the villains were well connected and wondered if someone close to the family had guided them to All for One. Nizu agreed that whoever it was could have directed the Aoyamas toward the villain network. They still needed to discover exactly what had happened. When Aizawa asked how to handle the situation, Nizu said they would keep the parents under surveillance for the time being and that it was important for Aizawa to keep an eye on Yuga himself. Aizawa admitted he could not maintain constant watch without RSNG suspicion, and Nizu suggested that one of the students might end up getting involved. Aizawa said that, although it had not been planned, one student had already delved into the matter and would likely deduce who the traitor was. He believed Katsuki Bakugo could handle the task. Nizu found it curious that Aizawa would recommend Bakugo after Bakugo had acted poorly by attempting to switch places with Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa explained that not long ago he had tried to obtain a medical note from Recovery Girl to remove Midoriya from Tartarus, and Bakugo had overheard that discussion. As a result, Bakugo had unintentionally learned that Midoriya was detained in Tartarus. Aizawa apologized for the unintended revelation. Nizu questioned whether Bakugo could manage the assignment without compromising what they knew, and Aizawa, though not entirely convinced, said he trusted Bakugo and would take responsibility for the consequences. Nizu accepted that and instructed Aizawa to inform Bakugo. Later, Izuku Midoriya ate his breakfast quietly and wondered when they would return. Kana teased him, observing that he did not truly expect visitors. Midoriya only wondered when they would interrogate him again. Kana commented tensely that the plan was to keep him anxious and doubting, that would make him susceptible to whatever they wanted. She knew the tactic well. She had used it too many times in the past to uncover some very murky things. Izuku wondered if they would care that he had done nothing wrong. From the other side of the wall, Kana let out a dry, humorless laugh but then declared that she would not give up and would not yield to them, her will steady and unbroken. Kana wished him luck with a teasing tone, trying to needle him a little. Izuku sounded offended, asking if she did not trust him. Kana answered that many had said the same before falling for those tricks, and admitted with some sadness that many had fallen before her hand, murmuring to herself with self-directed anger. Izuku asked if Tsutsumi had also caught people who were not villains. Kana leaned back against the wall, contemplating whether to tell him the truth after all. He seemed as forgotten by society as she was. She confessed calmly that she had captured quite a few, and that it was not something she was proud of. Those had been orders from above, and at the time she had not cared. She suspected the heroes were doing the same to him now, and she tried to keep her voice steady. When Izuku pressed about those orders, Kana glanced at a surveillance camera and sighed. She told Midoriya that they could not discuss it. She did not think it was safe for him. The warning piqued his interest, but when he rose from his bed and pressed his hand to the wall, he realized they were being watched. Kana reminded him that they were prisoners and that he should not forget it. Izuku apologized to Tsutsumi and lay back down, shaken by her words. Kana teased him about his reaction, suggesting he had not been far along in the hero path. He was a first year, she guessed. Izuku asked how she knew, frightened by her perceptiveness. Kana explained that she had watched some younger trainees perform, and his age gave him away. Izuku sighed in surprise at her accuracy. He complained that her knowing ruined the fun, and she laughed, mocking him gently. Kana teased that he was very easy to read and called him a tough kid, with a mocking tone. Izuku did not understand the joke. Kana asked if he thought she had not noticed the wounds on his arms. He looked at his hand and then back to her. She reminded him that, although the restraints had hidden the injuries, when he fought back and struck that man, more had been exposed. Izuku felt mortified and wanted the floor to swallow him. He apologized, saying he had not meant to hurt anyone. Kana smiled from her side, amused and grateful that he had defended her, but also pointing out that he should not have intervened. If the man had kept talking, the guards would have appeared and taken him away. That was how things worked. Izuku simply said he had not thought it through and apologized again. Kana's smile showed she liked him. She found the kid endearing. Kana asked, with genuine curiosity, if he beat up perverts. Izuku, face flushing, denied that he went around doing that. He explained that there were always fools who thought a nice face let them get away with things, and while he did not usually step in because his friends could handle themselves, he had wanted to put some of those people in their place. She teased him about being a gallant knight with maidens to protect, and he turned bright red, stammering that they were just colleagues and friends. He complained about her teasing, but Kana told him to relax and joked that it was fine for him to like more than one woman, even making a playful remark about Japan's declining population. Izuku protested, embarrassed, insisting he would not be capable of that. Kana calmed him, calling him too chivalrous for such things. Kana asked whether he had fully committed himself to becoming a hero. Izuku admitted that it was everything he cared about and everything he wanted. Kana noted the difficulty of that goal given where he was now. Izuku replied with confidence that he would get out of there, certain he could escape. Kana replied that it was impossible. The commission had probably put him on the blacklist. His name had been stained both civilian and heroic. They had locked him up, and even if he could prove his innocence, no agency would hire him with charges of villainy attached. Everyone would look at him as if he were guilty. Beyond these walls, she warned, awaited only chaos. She spoke with the seriousness of someone who knew how rotten the system could be and how quick people were to judge without knowing. Izuku, recalling past humiliation, murmured that being shunned by everyone would not be the first time it had happened to him. Kana reminded him that being bullied in middle school had made him more resilient to insults and mistreatment, but now the stakes were higher. It would not be just the stupid classmates or that one antagonist. It would be on a larger scale. She asked if he could endure that. Midoriya set his jaw and looked up at the ceiling, determined. Even if he were hated or rejected, he vowed that he would not stop protecting those who needed it. Izuku declared with conviction that that was what a hero did. Even if it got him into trouble, even if no agency would accept him, he did not care and would act on his own. Kana replied teasingly that he would probably end up in prison again for playing hero without a license, trying to make him feel guilty. Izuku responded confidently that he did not believe they could catch him, only his friend Ida might, and he doubted Ida would want to capture him. His certainty sounded odd to Kana. Kana asked whether he thought everyone would not turn against him. Izuku did not answer right away, which only encouraged the bicolored woman. Izuku said that even if he were alone and everyone betrayed him, he would still remain a hero. He spoke with solemn conviction. Kana murmured resentfully that he worked so hard for people who did not deserve it. Izuku admitted that perhaps it was foolish, but remembering everything he had lived through over the past year and the people he had saved filled him with hope and courage. He insisted that everyone deserved to be saved, even those most lost. His certainty quieted Kana. She seemed to have recognized a true hero. In the void, he expected to see the first wielder again as before, but the atmosphere felt different, heavier and more intense. Though the space remained empty, He could sense many presences, some calm, others restless, even threatening, blended together around what felt like a center. A harsh voice warned that it was not the moment. A softer voice said they were too close and that if the boy came out it would be a problem. Another voice noted that his presence altered One for All. The first wielder explained that One for All recognized its counterpart. Izuku wondered who they were. The voices fell silent as if they had heard him. An excited voice observed that he was the ninth wielder and mocked his appearance. A tired voice commented that he was only scratching the surface and that it was still not the moment. The first voice said they could not give him more time being so close and reminded the others that Toshinori trusted him and that they should trust him too. Izuku clenched his fist, determined. He thought that if those were the voices of the previous wielders, he would not fail them. A deep voice said that it liked the look in his eyes and that it definitely favored the freckled boy. A violet light began to glow, confusing him. The freckled boy awoke abruptly in his cell, startled and tense. He looked at the ceiling and realized he had only been dreaming. He wondered what it had been, then noticed his fingers with his quirk active and said that they hurt. It was not an ordinary pain, something had changed in his quirk. He decided he had to contact All Might and felt frightened. Aizawa sneezed as he watched his students give everything on a circuit designed to wear them out while they saved a stuffed animal at the top of a building. He felt oddly satisfied by the exercise, though his mind kept drifting to the student in prison and the other one he had to watch. He forced himself to focus and resolved to return the troublesome boy to where he belonged. Bachako, exhausted from the effort, asked Aizawa for a rest. Aizawa granted 5 minutes. Most students collapsed at once. Aizawa then told Bakugo that he needed to speak with him. Bakugo protested that he had done nothing wrong, but when they stepped aside, Aizawa calmly asked for his help. He reminded Bakugo that he had wanted to go on the mission and that he needed Bakugo to do something important and do it well, because if he acted poorly everything could fall apart. Bakugo asked who he had to deal with, speaking seriously. Aizawa replied that no one needed to be killed, Bakugo needed to watch someone. Aizawa explained that Bakugo was the only one who knew the truth behind Midoriya's mission and was well positioned to help. Bakugo grumbled about who he had to keep an eye on. Aizawa said he wanted Bakugo to keep Aoyama under observation because Aoyama was a person of interest. Bakugo stated that Aoyama was the snitch, and Aizawa said they did not yet know for sure, but Aoyama was the likeliest. He instructed Bakugo to follow him and document anything strange, nothing more. Bakugo agreed, seizing the opportunity to be useful even if it was not in the way he preferred. Aizawa warned him to avoid setting anything off too quickly and to be discreet, because Aoyama might be more than he seemed. Bakugo nodded and returned to class. Aizawa hoped he had made the right decision and that Bakugo could handle it. In the prison yard, gazes felt tense. Many inmates watched the boy warily, unable to believe that someone so small could send one of the largest men in the block to the hospital for an unknown length of time. It was a clear sign of how powerful he was. Izuku felt uncomfortable. Kana murmured as she sat close to a wall. She told Izuku to get used to it, that this would continue for months. She observed that it was not common for a prisoner to break retention restraints and take down another inmate. Izuku, the freckled young man, flushed at the memory of his actions. Kana said he should feel proud, people would think twice before picking on him, and by extension she would be spared their nonsense, which made her stay much more pleasant. She smiled at him, and Izuku returned the smile with a shy blush. Izuku replied that he was glad to help Tsutsumi. Kana laughed softly at him. She told him to relax and that she had no intention of using or bothering him the way others had in high school or perhaps at UA. Izuku grew tense and a little defenseless under her gaze. Kana warned him not to be so easy to read. Izuku admitted that it was difficult to act like anyone else around her. He felt comfortable and it did not feel like talking to a dangerous killer who might harm him at any moment. Kana teased him about who he meant, and Izuku admitted he meant her as if she were a teacher or a senpai he could trust. Kana, amused and slightly taken aback by his innocence, told him he was too kind for this prison. Izuku reacted with a puzzled sound, and Kana sighed, unsure how to continue the conversation that unsettled her more than she wanted to admit. The prison dinner was not extravagant, but it was decent enough not to make them vomit. Izuku had heard horror stories about prison and hospital food, but in comparison it was tolerable and sufficient to survive. Kana doubted his stomach and joked nervously about whether he was even human. Izuku replied that her comment was cruel and asked if she truly disliked the food. Kana admitted she found it bad and was surprised he could tolerate it. Izuku said he preferred eating this to spending the night hungry. Kana tasted her portion and, reluctantly impressed, conceded that he had a strong stomach. As Izuku ate, he noticed something unusual on his fingernail, a small dark smudge. He frowned and tried to pick at it, finding instead that a thin, dark filament stretched from his finger. He examined it with concern and tried to pull it free, but the darkness extended like a tether. Kana asked what was wrong, alarmed, and Izuku quickly retracted the dark strand into his hand, insisting he was fine though he sounded nervous. Kana did not believe him. She wondered aloud whether someone had slipped something into his food, but Izuku said it felt different and he could not explain it. Kana considered calling a guard and, seeing that Izuku did not want to worry her, decided to trigger the alarm by pressing the nearby mesh. The cells locked down as they prepared to move Izuku to the infirmary. The prison infirmary left much to be desired compared with other places where he had been treated. The staff had moved quickly to bring him in, but then left him restrained to a gurney while the attendant relaxed in a chair, waiting. From his position he could see other stretchers, some occupied by prisoners who looked unwell and others who seemed all right. Izuku muttered that it was amazing they had at least done something for his finger. A voice laughed nearby and warned him not to expect much from the inattentive staff. They barely did anything to heal people. Izuku quietly protested that he did not need that much, but the man continued, teasing him for pretending to be brave because that only made him invisible to help. The man asked if Izuku had been the one who took down the other inmate. Embarrassed, Izuku admitted it had not been his intention. The man said the other inmate had it coming, that he liked starting fights and acted superior. He warned Izuku to be careful because the man might try to bother him again when he returned. The man then offered a different kind of help. He suggested that he and his friends could protect Izuku and that, by sticking together, they had managed to avoid trouble. He implied they could do more if Izuku joined them, but he did not want to discuss details in a place that might be monitored. He asked Izuku to meet at the yard wall later, saying that his strength could be useful. Izuku considered the offer and said he would think about it. A man spoke in a serious tone, and his words pleased the prisoner. He promised that they would not disappoint the boy, wearing a twisted smile and convinced that he had Midoriya under his control. He thought that having the freckled boy would make things easier and that he could use him to climb once they were free. The plans forming around Midoriya grew with every passing second. Midoriya's head would not stop spinning from what that prisoner had said. He did not notice when they took the other man back to his cell or when he himself was released. All he could do was replay the stranger's words over and over, unsure whether it had been a serious offer, a joke, or a trap. He had so much on his mind that he did not realize his body had collapsed onto the uncomfortable bed. Kana Tsutsumi asked calmly whether Midoriya was all right, though her nerves were apparent. Midoriya responded to the woman's voice, noting that the staff had only treated his injured finger and allowed him to rest. He examined his bandaged finger and felt a little pain. He then asked Kana if she was all right. Kana Tsutsumi tried to sound normal and said she was fine, though Midoriya noticed she seemed different. Kana admitted, flushed with embarrassment, that she had been frightened when he had withdrawn earlier and had overreacted. She had never known how to handle moments like that. Midoriya reassured her, telling her that he understood and that her concern meant a lot. Kana relaxed against the wall and felt calmer. Midoriya told Kana that there had been another person in the infirmary, one of the inmates from the walls. Kana closed her eyes and considered possibilities as Midoriya explained that the man had asked him to join them. The announcement created an awkward silence and a tense atmosphere. Kana suggested that the offer could be an opportunity to get to the bottom of the mystery and guessed that Midoriya was looking for her opinion. Midoriya asked shyly for advice. Kana recommended that he go, reasoning that the chance the man was truly part of an escape was about even and that they had limited options. She closed her eyes to steady herself. Midoriya doubted whether he could infiltrate them. Kana, steady and calm, expressed confidence in his abilities and urged him not to underestimate himself. She reminded him that this was not a school where people could easily pick on him, and that after what he had done to defend someone else, many of the inmates at least respected him. Midoriya thanked Kana. She returned the gratitude with a bright, contagious smile. 1 month had passed since the green-haired boy had accepted his difficult assignment and been confined in Tartarus. It was time to review his progress, although Eraserhead did not expect much. It was difficult to reach criminals who were suspicious and cautious, yet it remained his duty to maintain contact with Midoriya. Aizawa asked All Might if he was sure he wanted to accompany him. All Might said that he was worried about Midoriya and needed to see how the young man was faring in that prison, which was not an appropriate place for someone so young. Aizawa agreed with irritation and the two set off for Tartarus. All Might thanked Aizawa and followed behind. The journey was quiet and heavy with tension. Neither man spoke much, each lost in thoughts about Midoriya and the situation. Aizawa feared that Midoriya might become involved with people who were too dangerous. All Might feared the worst and worried about what the boy might have endured in the country's most secure prison. Before entering, Aizawa instructed All Might to keep his composure. He warned that when Midoriya stood before them he would be heavily restrained, and urged All Might to remain in control. All Might acknowledged the warning, uncertain whether he could manage it. Midoriya's internal clock had woken him 2 hours earlier, and he had spent the time exercising hard in his cell. He still felt unsure about taking the offer he had been given, and the routine helped clear his mind. 2 guards entered and ordered the exhausted, sweating boy against the wall. One guard announced that Midoriya had a visit and kept a hand near a stun baton in case the boy became aggressive. Midoriya pressed his ear against the wall and heard Kana breathing softly as if she were napping. Her light snore reminded him of a small cat. He felt weight on his arms as the guards secured him. Because of his previous fight, the guards explained that they had increased security and misjudged his strength. The men fastened restraints on his arms, a collar, and shackles on his ankles. Midoriya noted dryly that they did not spare on security and conceded that he deserved the measures for having sent another inmate to the hospital. He sighed and allowed the guards to escort him to the meeting room. The meeting room was far more ordinary than the deep cells of the prison, a detail that struck All Might as unusual since he usually met the most dangerous inmates in the lowest levels. He had expected a setting more like the depths. Izuku scanned the walls for a camera but none were visible. Aizawa explained impatiently that this room was the safest place they had found to speak privately with Midoriya. A guard ordered him inside and pushed the green-haired young man into the room. Izuku complained to himself about their aggressiveness, sighed, and shifted despite not being able to move his arms. All Might looked at him with surprise and asked if he was really Midoriya. Izuku accepted the question in stunned silence. He had wanted to see his mentor. Aizawa reacted with alarm at Izuku's appearance and muttered that it was worse than the previous time, then moved to try to unfasten him. Izuku begged Aizawa not to do that because it would alert the guards, and the teacher stopped and let him be. All Might asked why such heavy security was necessary, noting that Izuku should not be so tightly restrained up here. The young man diverted his gaze in embarrassment. Aizawa demanded to know what he had done now. Izuku braced himself for a scolding and admitted, trying to minimize it, that he had struck a prisoner and broken his jaw. Aizawa reacted with irritation and disbelief, while Izuku attempted to explain the situation as a strange story. He said a man had tried to take liberties with someone named Tsutsumi, also known as Lady Nagant, and he had acted to defend her. All Might asked if he had defended Lady Nagant. Izuku nodded calmly and added that he had broken the HNDCFFS and almost made a hole in the yard wall. Aizawa sighed and tried to keep the scene calm since they had limited time. Izuku confessed that he had not known the man's head would be so fragile, and then said the benefit of the incident was that the escapees now knew of him and wanted him to join them. The atmosphere in the room grew serious. Aizawa asked if Izuku was sure. Izuku nodded as best he could despite the collar. He explained that a few days earlier he had been taken to the infirmary and one of the escapees had been there, offering help and implying he could get Izuku to join their group. The teachers exchanged surprised looks. All Might inquired why Izuku had been in the infirmary. Izuku said he would prefer to speak with All Might in private, which hinted at a secret. Aizawa insisted that Izuku could tell him as well, but All Might intervened, asking to take the matter. Aizawa hesitated and then stepped out of the room to give them a moment alone. All Might asked what had happened. Izuku admitted he had been having dreams connected to the original wielder of One for All and to All for One. All Might grew tense at the mention. He told Izuku that both his own teacher and he had experienced dreams about One for All and its mortal enemy, and that Izuku having similar dreams was something difficult to explain. Izuku asked if All Might had dreamed of the former bearers. All Might's face shifted. He confessed that the particular visions Izuku described were not ones he himself had experienced. He asked Izuku to describe the dream in detail. Izuku said the dream featured a lot of strange conversation, and then something black had emerged from his finger. Lady Nagant had reacted with fear and summoned the guards. Izuku had woken up in the infirmary with his finger bandaged and had spoken to one of those men there. All Might listened, concerned, and said the matter was curious and required investigation. He promised to look into it and encouraged Izuku to speak with Aizawa once more, warning that delaying further could make things worse. He left, and Izuku was left alone to worry that it might be something bad. Later, Kana Tsutsumi stood at Izuku's side and asked if he was ready, aware of how nervous he could become when approaching the escapees. Izuku admitted he was a little frightened, feeling a tingling in his fingers. Kana advised him to stay calm, to conceal his true intentions, and to remain alert. Izuku acknowledged her instructions. Kana added she wanted him to be careful, and Izuku whispered that he would be. Kana tried to reassure him by saying that if anything happened he could always defend himself, which made Izuku flush with embarrassment. He protested playfully to Ms. Tsutsumi, who had managed to calm him a bit. The yard was tense. No one seemed to understand where the pressure came from, and most prisoners were either oblivious or uninterested in the rumors circulating about recent events. They rarely interfered in one another's business, which provided a certain uneasy balance. One prisoner asked his companion if they were sure the boy would come. Another replied that they were certain. The newcomer was just a kid with nothing to lose in the sewer and would be easy to manipulate. A third asked whether Lady Nagant would intervene to protect him. The leader scoffed and insisted that she had never meddled in their affairs before. That was true until the boy appeared. He warned that if the kid actually arrived they should avoid touching him for now. The others exchanged serious looks and nodded in agreement. Guard whispered that the boy was coming. Heads turned as Izuku approached, his HNDCFFS clamped tightly. One of the prisoners smirked and remarked that he had been right about convincing the boy to come. One of the inmates smiled proudly at his own feat. Izuku greeted them with obvious nervousness about his position. The leader stepped forward, ignoring the others, and expressed that he was glad to see the boy again and noted that he had come to help. Izuku said he had thought a lot about what had been told to him and that he was happy to help, speaking kindly and showing how calm he was. One of the prisoners observed the boy in astonishment, commenting on the pure aura he seemed to give off. Another inmate muttered that the boy seemed too innocent, rubbing his eyes as if overwhelmed by the brightness the green-haired youth seemed to emit. The leader asked the boy if anyone had told him what they did, distrustful of Izuku's intentions. Izuku answered honestly that no one had explained anything beyond that he might be helpful. The leader glanced at the man who had brought Izuku and saw that he was smiling proudly at his leader. Izuku then asked with all the innocence he could muster why they needed him. The leader replied seriously that, for now, they appreciated that Izuku had removed a large obstacle for them. Izuku insisted it had been nothing and smiled politely, which made the leader uncomfortable at his apparent innocence. The leader muttered that something was off and scanned the yard as if he felt watched, though no one else seemed to be looking at them. Izuku asked the leader if there was a problem, a little afraid. The leader downplayed it and welcomed the boy. Izuku felt that the situation had been close and wondered what Tsutsumi-san had been thinking, tense as he felt a woman watching him from the other side of the yard with a serious expression. Kana, from the shadows, resolved that she would watch over the boy. She could not let him go like that. He was too good and too valuable to leave alone among those criminals. Though she did not usually get involved in prison matters, This child's light in such a dark place had drawn her in. She told herself she would protect him and to be careful, the sentiment spoken quietly as she ignored the warmth of affection she was beginning to feel toward the green-haired youth. Surveillance was one of the most boring parts of being a hero for Katsuki Bakugo. Waiting and doing nothing was not his style. He wanted to confront the traitor, to settle the matter directly. He had thought of more than 10 ways to take the traitor down, but instead he had been assigned to simply watch, which he found tedious. Since Aizawa had given him the mission, Bakugo kept Aoyama in his field of view in a discreet but attentive way. The supposed brightness and eccentricity Aoyama displayed felt like a mask hiding something. The act covered tension and a false cheerfulness that kept prying eyes away. It was effective for fooling everyone except Bakugo. Kirishima complained that he was starving as the group left classes, and Siro agreed that he could eat everything in the cafeteria. Kaminari asked Bakugo if he felt all right, noticing his irritability. Bakugo gave a clipped response and followed Aoyama when the blonde student moved away, pulling out his phone and recording discreetly. He told himself that this time he had him. Aoyama, who could often appear confident and calm, was acting erratically that day. He moved quickly through crowded hallways and climbed stairs in search of a hidden place to be alone. Eventually he found a small gap near the back patio stairs where other students passed the time, a perfect secluded spot for something he had no right to be doing. Alone, Aoyama looked at his phone with fear, whispering to himself that he had already given everything and that, because of him, Midoriya was in prison. He repeated apologies and cried silently, unaware that he was being recorded. Bakugo felt a surge of vindication and boredom erased at once. His tedium had reached a new level after seeing the new companion Dabi had brought. He had thought it would be interesting to have the number 3 hero with them, but the blonde kept roaming and playing with twice, leaving Bakugo no chance to entertain himself. He could not resist contacting the mole inside Yua, even though he knew Shigaraki would disapprove of using that connection. He told himself that if they were caught, he would claim he had wanted to observe how they handled one of their biggest problems. Himiko Toga, full of nervous excitement, thought that she would see Deku very soon and brimmed with hopeful anticipation. She did not realize a red feather lay hidden near the door of her room. Near the exit, Hawks studied what he had heard from the assassin. He found her methods inconsistent and her behavior alarming, but not entirely surprising from someone so unpredictable. It was worrying that she planned to go after the freckled boy in prison, so Hawks decided he needed to take steps to protect the young man's safety. He knew he had to be careful and discreet to avoid drawing more attention from the villain's ranks. Someone asked if Hawks was leaving, creating a brief pause in the tense motion of plans and counterplans. One of the mansion's guards spoke with serious tone about the situation. Hawks smiled calmly and explained that if he vanished for a long time it would look strange, and that to maintain appearances he needed to leave. The guard, still unsure about the third party present, murmured a hesitant wish for a good trip. Hawks thanked him and took to the sky, thoughts swirling about how he would possibly get into Tartarus. Receiving messages from his supposed distant relatives was always tedious, but this time getting what they wanted had become unexpectedly complicated. Tasks that had once been simple now seemed beyond his capabilities. Aoyama already felt awful about the part he had played in sending Midoriya to prison, and the fact that he had to send a villain to see Midoriya at his worst made everything worse. Walking anxiously through the halls of Yua, Aoyama told himself that he could not ask anyone for help. Fear of failing the villains and of harm coming to his family tightened around him. He told himself that Principal Nise's office might hold the information he needed. It was a risky, perhaps foolish idea, but it was the only way he could think of to find out where Midoriya might be in Tartarus without drawing suspicion. Aoyama slipped into the principal's office. Quietly, praying the director was not there. He spoke the director's name softly, closed the door behind him, and moved to the computer, searching desperately for anything useful. He apologized aloud, voice close to tears. From Nizu's perspective, the whole situation looked different. The director had anticipated that a desperate villain might try to access UA records, so he left the office and apparent data exposed as bait. From the outside it seemed careless, but Nizu had prepared a hidden device and surveillance. He watched Aoyama through a concealed camera, waiting for the right moment. Nizu did not intend to make an arrest yet. His plan was to render Aoyama unconscious, search his belongings for any clues linking him to the villains, and then release him with a tracker so they could follow where he led them. Nizu was determined to prevent his student from remaining in Tartarus any longer than necessary. When Nizu judged the moment had come, he activated a discreet mechanism that filled the office with a faint, harmless gas designed to make Aoyama drowsy. Aoyama, growing increasingly tired, muttered that he could not find any mention of Midoriya and insisted that he needed to find him, then fell asleep at the desk. Nizu emerged from hiding, relieved that his plan had worked. He climbed onto the desk, took Aoyama's phone, and began to read recent messages. Most exchanges were ordinary, but messages with an uncle drew his attention. The conversation was recent and odd in tone, focusing oddly on trivial details like broccoli and on a strange mention of wanting to see a vampire imprisoned. Though the thread made little sense on its face, Nizu believed it might be significant because it had prompted Aoyama to invade the office. Deciding not to risk missing a lead, Nizu slipped a small tracking chip into the phone and returned it to exactly where he had found it. He then contacted Aizawa to report what had happened, thinking they would need to keep closer watch on the young blonde if they hoped to trace the other members of the villain league. Coding and ciphers were an art that could frustrate many. Some codes, like Morse or binary, were easy to interpret because they were common. Others were so convoluted they could be nearly impossible to decipher. Finding hidden messages in a teenager's phone was especially difficult because young people used slang and layered communications that hid intent. Fortunately, Nizu had an advantage. Years of work with decoding programs had produced software that could relate different codes and patterns, both common and unique, in hopes of making sense of obscure messages. He began to run Aoyama's messages through that system. A voice on the line then asked whether what Nizu was doing was illegal. Nizu commented with a bit of humor to his boss as he typed quickly on an oversized keyboard. Nizu said it would be a different matter if the phone they were spying on were not part of a criminal investigation. Young Aoyama was a suspect and their duty was to uncover the truth. He darted from one side to the other, pressing buttons rapidly. Present Mike asked how it was going, and the mouse jumped onto a nearby chair after finishing the last adjustments. Nizu explained calmly that, for the moment, he could say the phone had no strange connections with any of Aoyama's classmates. What had left him curious was the conversation with the uncle, which he was investigating. Present Mike said he had thought it was too trivial to work on and chuckled. Nizu replied that nothing was too trivial for an investigation. It was complicated, but he was making progress. Present Mike asked if he had found anything incriminating. The director nodded while tapping the oversized keyboard. Nizu said it was odd at first. He went over his findings, explaining that the exchange initially looked like a normal family chat, asking about progress at UA, but things became strange when they mentioned a cousin and broccoli. The conversation moved little and then ended mysteriously without any farewell. Present Mike wondered whether they might be hiding a secret and returned to his chair, waiting to see what else would come up. Nizu said the behavior was not typical and their manner of speaking was very unusual. He insisted something was being concealed there, no matter how ordinary it appeared, and kept his gaze fixed on the screen. Present Mike muttered broccoli, puzzled by that line in the chat. Nizu asked if it did not seem too specific. He looked at the director for the explanation he expected. When people discuss food, especially vegetables, they usually mention a dish or preparation. Here they only mentioned broccoli, not any particular way of preparing it, which made it likely that something else was being referred to. Present Mike asked if anything at UA could be related to broccoli, recalling that Lunch Rush had not used broccoli that week. Nizu doubted it referred to food. It could be a person or a specific place, perhaps a meeting point. He remained focused on the computer, weighing possibilities. Present Mike asked if any place was associated with broccoli. The director paused, thinking of towns and fields. Nizu said that, as far as he remembered, there were only broccoli fields and it was out of season, which narrowed the possibilities to a person. But who were they referring to? It could be someone who resembled broccoli in appearance or whose demeanor was vegetable-like. If so, many people might fit that description. Present Mike joked about Midoriya to lighten the mood. Nizu paused briefly to process the teacher's remark. Present Mike said he was only joking when he saw Nizu's seriousness. Nizu conceded that the idea made some sense. With Midoriya out of the picture, others might act differently. Perhaps that was the point of the chat, their discussion about what to do now that Midoriya was behind bars. That seemed likely from the way they had been speaking. They still needed to figure out where to meet to discuss things more comfortably. He planned to verify that, but they had already made significant progress. He asked the director to inform everyone and call the commission, smiling as he said they could make a move if they acted wisely. They were getting closer to catching the League of Villains. Being with the supposed escapees gave Izuku plenty of opportunities to slow them down and understand them in parts. 2 days after joining the group of fools, he had already uncovered some curious details, though nothing yet about their plans to leave Tartarus. They watched their steps carefully, which reflected the seriousness of the situation and how dangerous it could be if not treated with proper caution. They were eager to escape and, although they did not say it in front of Izuku, it was clear how ready they were to leave and do who knew what. He still had to earn their trust to learn how they intended to act. Kana leaned against the wall and advised him to take things more calmly. He looked tense all the time and she knew how dangerous that could be. Izuku said it was difficult now that he was so close to them. Kana warned that if he stayed nervous all the time he would raise suspicion, which would lead to awkward questions that could reveal his intentions. She doubted he wanted that. She teased that he should calm himself as much as possible and stop treating it like a job or burden. Instead, he should think of himself as a prisoner intent on escaping. He needed to be a ruthless inmate, not a cute bunny. Izuku reacted, surprised by the bunny comparison. Kana said he looked like a cute, fluffy bunny who tempted others to show him affection and teased him. Izuku protested seriously that he was not a rabbit. Kana described him as having messy but fluffy hair, tending to hide at the slightest provocation, small, with a soft voice, and easy to tease as she had shown. She admitted, with a hint of pride, that he was indeed a sweet bunny. Izuku muttered that he was not like that, irritated by the comparison. Kana tried to soften the remark by saying many people liked rabbits. They were popular and, in some cultures, considered good luck. It was not bad to be a cute bunny. Izuku asked if she liked rabbits, noticing how red she had become. Kana thought for a moment and then admitted that rabbits were pleasant and calm, their large ears endearing. She paused, realizing what her thoughts implied, and blushed at the suggestion. Izuku called her Tsutsumi-san, curious about her sudden flush, and asked if something was wrong. Kana replied quietly that rabbits were nice, her face still flushed, which made Izuku smile. He thanked her. The morning was cold. As usual, the green-haired boy was exercising in his cell. It relaxed him and helped him think. Today felt different. He felt lighter and more energetic than on other days. Even the thought of going to see the other inmates did not make him nervous. On the contrary, he felt upbeat and capable of anything. Kana noted that he woke up very early, murmuring this just after he came back from what had felt like an endless night. Izuku greeted Kana with unusually bright cheer, and she yawned, mentioning that he trained a lot in the morning. Izuku apologized if he had bothered her, and Kana let out a soft laugh. She found it remarkable that he kept himself strong in a cell where most people gave up and stared blankly, abandoning hope. She added that he muttered while he trained and complained a lot. Izuku blushed with embarrassment and stammered that he did not do that. Kana insisted she could hear him, though she could not catch all the words because he spoke so fast. He turned an even deeper shade of red at the revelation and tried to defend himself but could not think of a comeback. Kana spoke with a touch of playful arrogance that she was too perfect for him to complain about. Izuku shot back that she snored like a kitten, which chilled the mood briefly. Kana looked confused when called a cat. Izuku explained seriously that she purred in her sleep and he could hear it perfectly from his side. Kana denied it, embarrassed, and Izuku, honest and gentle, admitted that it sounded adorable. Kana suggested his exercise and fatigue were making him hear things and that he should relax. Izuku insisted he heard it at midnight. Kana dismissed it as sleepy silliness, still ashamed to admit the truth. Izuku assured her that sounding like a kitten was not bad at all and that it was endearing. He teased that if he was a little rabbit, she was an adorable kitten. Kana told him he should stop being so kind and sweet, teasing that at this rate someone would cook the little rabbit, which made Izuku smile. Izuku said he knew that would not happen because his big friend the kitten had his back. Kana lowered her gaze and murmured that he trusted her a lot. Izuku thanked her sincerely, calling her a good person who helped him, and Kana closed her eyes, trying to ignore the warmth in her chest that she had almost forgotten. Seeing the inmates he had to assist, Izuku did not feel much fear or nervousness. Although there was still some tension in the air, everything felt better than a few days before. He felt a little more confident than usual and was unsure where that confidence had come from. Izuku told Kana he was leaving and she wished him luck, sounding distracted. When Izuku asked if she was all right, she said she was fine and tried to keep her composure. He noticed she was quieter than usual and offered to call a guard, but she brushed it off with a teasing nickname that froze him for a moment. She told him she was just thinking about something and urged him to go meet his new companions. Izuku insisted they were not his friends, then left for the usual meeting spot while Kana watched from a distant bench, keeping an eye on him during the mission. The meetings with the inmates were ordinary, complaints about food and other prisoners. Rarely did anyone ask Izuku's opinion, and he usually agreed politely. Their trust in the new boy was thin. They could not be sure whether he was truly on their side or hiding something like everyone else there. Each inmate had secrets and limits to that trust, and Izuku's limit was low. For now, it did not seem likely to change. One of the inmates greeted the freckled boy in a friendly way and remarked that the rotation had started with his block. Izuku said he had been lucky. Another asked if he did not get bored listening to the older men all afternoon, and Izuku replied calmly that there was not much else to do. One inmate sat beside Izuku and said he liked the boy, and as minutes passed more inmates joined them, keeping their heads down whenever guards were nearby. They avoided explaining everything to Izuku, but their intentions were obvious. One of the men asked their leader when a certain event would happen. The leader replied that it was not yet time and sounded irritated with his subordinates. Izuku asked what event they meant, and another inmate hurried to say it was something among themselves, casting a tense look at the leader. Izuku inquired whether it was a game or an exchange, showing interest, and the inmates hinted that the leader had something impressive planned and had thought it through. Izuku asked if he could participate, clearly excited. A pause followed as the leader considered the question. He looked at his boss as the man approached the freckled boy. The boss said that, for the moment, he was considering it and that if the boy participated, he seemed quite sensible. The freckled boy looked at him with excitement, eager to take part. Izuku told his boss that he would be waiting, his voice full of joy from accomplishing his goal. The boss responded that it would surely be surprising and that, if Izuku helped, he might be told what it was about. Izuku agreed that he would help in any way he could, confirming his loyalty like a faithful dog hoping to prove himself. The boss smiled, confident that he could control the child of immense strength. Although discovering which student was the villain's contact was progress, they still had to prove it, and things were moving slowly. Director Nizu struggled to uncover the young Aoyama's secrets while more cryptic messages kept arriving for the student, as bewildering as the first ones they had to decipher. Aizawa entered the room nervous and somewhat excited and asked Nizu if he had any news about Mick's plan. Nizu asked Aizawa for patience, saying this required time and that the messages were unusually strange. He began to study the screen and noticed a pattern. Aizawa asked if Nizu had found anything. The ferret-like teacher smirked with pride at his work. Nizu explained that, for the moment, it was difficult to know exactly what the messages meant, but he could be sure they were related to what they were looking for. He typed rapidly through the files and revealed that the messages spoke about the young Midoriya and that the senders wanted to meet the young Aoyama. Aizawa reacted with surprise at the mention of Midoriya and questioned why they would bring him up now that he was in prison. Nizu suggested several possibilities. Perhaps, with Midoriya out of their way, they intended to target another student. If so, they would use a different vegetable or fruit as code. He sighed, frustrated at how much remained unknown. Aizawa wondered aloud why Midoriya had been chosen when, among all the students even within Class A, there were better candidates to accuse of villainy. Nizu proposed that Midoriya was a good choice precisely because he was extremely reclusive, lacking confidence, shy and odd to ordinary people. Those traits could make him an easy target. Nizu continued to examine the messages under Aizawa's watchful gaze. Aizawa studied his students' chat closely. He pointed out that the messages mentioned broccoli and leaving it in a container, which suggested something inside Tartarus. He also noted that the messages talked about going to the supermarket for broccoli, which could mean they planned to go in person. Nizu questioned why they would go to Tartarus but agreed the idea could relate to an escape. The possibility that the attackers would go to All for One cell to do something grew clearer. Aizawa considered an alternative. Perhaps the messages simply meant they wanted fresh broccoli. Both men realized the implication and concluded that the villains planned to go after Midoriya. Nizu reflected that the villains believed they had successfully confined Midoriya and might now plan to bring him to their side. If Midoriya were taken to Tartarus, they could seize the chance to persuade him to join them. Aizawa added that, if Midoriya had been broken by being accused as a villain and traitor, isolated and with everyone against him, it would be easy to convince him to join and willingly start an escape. All the pieces seemed to fit. Nizu spoke in a serious tone and ordered Aizawa to go immediately to Tartarus prison and speak with Midoriya. He instructed Aizawa to tell Midoriya that an undetermined villain would visit and to try to extract as much information as possible. Aizawa protested, asking whether they shouldn't remove Midoriya from the prison because the situation was far more dangerous than expected. Nizu warned against acting rashly, saying they still had the advantage because they knew the villains intended to target Midoriya. Removing him now would alert everyone. If a villain arrived at Midoriya's cell and found him missing, they would know something was wrong. If Midoriya were withdrawn now, having infiltrated the organizers of the escape, they would lose all possible information. Everything had to be calculated down to the millimeter if they hoped to overcome this setback. Aizawa, irritated but convinced, left the room. Spending hours in prison was another form of passive torture for the inmates. In a regular prison, prisoners might speak with cellmates, play, or read, but in Tartarus, designed to hold many extremely dangerous villains, things were different. Each prisoner was isolated in his own cell. The only way to pass the time was to speak to another inmate, which required raising one's voice unless one had exceptionally good hearing. Everyone talked loudly, and some invented games to pass the hours. To fill the time, Kana decided to play riddles with his green-haired neighbor to put him on edge. It was fun until the kid began to present puzzles Kana couldn't solve, and their game stalled momentarily. Kana complained that it had become boring, staring at the wall with fatigue. Izuku said he had been unwilling to answer, sounding a bit irritated. Kana remarked that he hadn't known Izuku knew so many riddles. Izuku explained that he had spent a lot of time at school and the library had been a good place to hide from Kaken, enjoying solving the puzzles found in the books. For a moment there was peace amid the darkness. Kana then asked why Izuku still used a nickname if it had bothered him so much. Kana asked the freckled young man, unable to understand, and observed that from the way he described things it was clear the other had not been a good friend. Izuku admitted to Kana, the bicolor-haired woman, that he had always admired him. He explained that he had once been brave and focused, and that as a child he did incredible things until he began to bother others, and Izuku murmured the last part with visible irritation. Kana, visibly annoyed because she disliked bullies, asked if he had simply become a tormentor. Izuku replied that at first he had been a good person, but after receiving his quirk he began to change. He remembered how the blonde had gone from playing with hero cards to making children who were different cry. Izuku said he had always tried to stop him but had not succeeded. Kana wondered if things always ended worse and asked how long it had continued. Izuku thought carefully, forced a tense smile, and recalled that a few months ago the blonde had been kidnapped by villains and that he had helped to rescue him. Kana expressed disbelief that Izuku still considered him a rival. She told him bluntly that for someone so intelligent it was foolish to hold on to that idea. Izuku insisted that the blonde had changed, not completely but enough that he was making an effort. Kana sighed. Kana told him he was avoiding admitting the truth. Midoriya had changed and was no longer the boy Izuku had admired. She asked whether he could truly admire someone who had caused so much harm to others simply because they were different. Izuku answered quietly and with a trace of seriousness that he did not. Kana argued that such people did not deserve Izuku's admiration and that Midoriya did not deserve the honor of being his rival. She urged him to think about himself, insisting that he deserved better and promising to help him see his worth if others could not. Izuku, touched, offered a small, genuine smile and thanked Tsutsumi-sen. Time to meet the villains was drawing near, and everyone was preparing. Aoyama was trying to gather information about Midoriya, Nizu and the heroes were attempting to locate the meeting place, and Himiko was the most excited about the whole affair. She was eager to see the young man she had found restrained and showing signs of past battles. She knew she could not enter his cell, but she would be satisfied to observe him from outside. Dabi stormed into the room where Himiko usually spent her time and called for her, irritated. Himiko shifted in her nest of pillows, reluctant to leave her comfortable spot. Dabi complained loudly about where she had been hiding. Himiko half asleep joked that she was not available, but Dabi pulled away the pillows and roused her fully. Himiko, annoyed, asked what he wanted. Dabi asked coldly what she thought she was doing speaking with their contact in UA, and Himiko pretended ignorance, which only irritated him further. Dabi accused her of being seen on camera taking the phone and demanded to know what she was planning. Himiko brushed it off calmly and said she only wanted some information. Dabi, incredulous that she would seek information directly from someone at UA, pressed her for the truth. Himiko asked him not to scold her and then admitted that she wanted to go see Deku. Dabi exploded, calling the idea reckless and warning that if she tried to go to Tartarus they would be discovered, the heroes would find their way there, and everything would spiral out of control. Himiko protested that Dabi was being overly restrictive and argued that she needed some relief from the monotony of being confined. She complained that he had his partner and twice was occupied with his own problems, so why was she the only one who could not do anything? Without waiting for a better answer, she left the room, determined. She promised herself that she would go to see Deku and that no one would stop her. With the meeting approaching, Aoyama was in trouble. He had not been able to obtain precise information about Midoriya's location. The whole affair surrounding the traitor was being handled with extreme secrecy and tight security, and anyone seen prying where they should not be would be captured and questioned. Desperate and frightened about what might happen to him and his family if he failed, Aoyama was increasingly vulnerable to manipulation, a weakness that Nizu was prepared to exploit to get to the heart of the matter. Kaminari reacted with astonishment upon learning that Aoyama was involved in the traitor case. Katsuki hissed at him to lower his voice, angrily reminding everyone that this was supposed to be secret. Kirishima pointed out that Katsuki was yelling as well, trying to calm the rising tension among them. Katsuki muttered tensely about the situation. He said that, in any case, he had been dragged into all this and soon they would move Midoriya to another part of Tartarus, and he believed no one was listening. Mina asked nervously whether that would be dangerous and whether an attack could happen during the transfer. Katsuki told her to calm down and teased her with a raccoon-eyed nickname, insisting everything was under control and that he would be there to get Midoriya out. He sounded proud. Sero remarked with a teasing tone that he was surprised they wanted Katsuki there given how volatile he was. Katsuki shouted angrily at Sero, calling him names and insisting he was the best choice for the job, unaware that someone else was eavesdropping. Discussing such secret topics in the dormitory hall had not been wise, especially because the true traitor was among them, listening for any useful information. Katsuki's careless talk suited the traitor's goals. Knowing the green-haired boy's whereabouts would be valuable to the villains. Aoyama muttered excitedly that they were going to move Midoriya, then retreated to his room relieved to finally have information he could use. He smiled as he typed on his phone, convinced he had made a major discovery. Katsuki thought to himself that he had seen the traitor and promised the traitor would pay, smiling to himself at what he expected to happen. Later, Kaminari anxiously asked if Katsuki was all right, concerned by his friend's strange smile. Mina whispered that it felt like a bad omen. Sero whispered that it might be a curse, his voice quiet and frightened like the others. Katsuki exploded in anger, demanding they stop talking nonsense and sending off small detonations of fury. The others sighed in relief when he seemed himself again. Katsuki chased his friends through the building, shouting and venting his frustration. The darkness of the place was not new to Izuku. He was beginning to get used to it, though he did not understand why he was there this time. Lately everything had seemed oddly normal, which unnerved him. Izuku heard a voice behind him that made him jump. He turned to find a bald man dressed in a rugged, biker-like style. Izuku tried to place him and wondered who the man was. The man tensed at the sight of the green-haired boy. The bald man snapped that Izuku knew how to get under his skin despite being quiet. He said there was no time and went straight to the point. Izuku was close to a dangerous man and there was a real possibility that man would come for him. There were few options, so they would give Izuku something that might help. Izuku wondered if they meant a weapon. The man smiled and said it was almost that. He explained they intended to use an ace up the sleeve of quirks, the ability to use previous quirks linked to a person. Izuku's eyes widened in astonishment. Izuku questioned whether it was possible to use someone else's quirks. The bald man admitted he didn't fully understand it either but said Izuku was the most connected to One for All, or so the first man had said. He offered Izuku temporary use of his quirk. It was not particularly remarkable and the man had not used it well, but he hoped it would be useful. He opened his hand and released dark, whip-like tendrils that seemed to move with a will of their own. Izuku recognized something similar to what had happened with his finger, and the memory began to make sense. He reached to touch the tendrils, and the floor seemed to fall away beneath him. Izuku woke with a start in the middle of the night, shaken and tense. He sat up slowly and tried to steady his breathing, wondering what had happened. Kana, from her cell, noticed he was awake and asked if he had been sleeping. Izuku greeted Kana politely, trying to sound calm despite his agitation. Kana suspected he had had a nightmare. It was clear to her. Izuku described it as a confusing dream more than anything else, his tone calmer now. Kana said she was glad it was only a nightmare, but admitted she did not sleep much. She explained that many people had called her a monster for the way she had acted in the past, for not showing remorse in front of death, and they assumed she was immune to it. She confessed she was not immune and that it affected her deeply. Izuku asked if she saw the people she had killed, genuinely worried for her. Kana answered that their faces haunted her daily, their pained expressions repeated in her mind whenever she tried to sleep. She sighed and said it was not easy and she did not expect him to fully understand, but she wanted him to know. Izuku thanked her for the trust and, drawing on his own experiences, offered to help. He mentioned that although he had not taken a life, he knew what it was to lose sleep over trauma. Izuku said he had once rescued a child from a terrible fate but would not go into details. The child had suffered greatly, and he had done what he could to save them. Kana reacted with surprise and a guarded expression, listening as Izuku kept the rest of the story private. Izuku let Kana digest the information before continuing. He explained that the girl could not sleep because every time she closed her eyes she saw the hands that had harmed her again and again, the hands that had forced injections and cruel treatments. He reminded Kana that she knew how deep those scars ran and that recovery was not simple. Kana asked how he could be so sure. Izuku smiled gently from his side and reassured her that he had not let that other girl break. He emphasized that, no matter how shattered or wounded she had seemed, he had kept supporting her. He said that the girl was now an incredible child who enjoyed each day as if the terrible past did not exist, and he expressed his conviction that he could help Kana too. Kana, exhausted, pointed out that there was a long way between that child and herself and that it was not the same. Izuku responded that, while they might be different, both had suffered, and he would not let that suffering continue. He promised Kana that he would not abandon her and that he would move heaven and earth to help her, because she was someone worth saving. He placed a hand on the wall that separated them from his friend's cell and allowed his quirk to flow. Kana doubted he could succeed. Before she could say more, something tore through the wall, a movement of shadow. Izuku told her not to worry about that now and only asked her to hold on to what he offered. He assured her that she would never feel alone while he was there, speaking with a proud smile. Kana thought he was crazy and warned that if anyone discovered this, they would be in trouble. The whip uncoiled slightly and brushed into her hand. She found it warmer than she expected. Izuku reflected that spending days in the hole would be nothing if it meant helping her, though he realized from there he could not extend the whip as well as he wanted and wondered if he had miscalculated. He quickly second-guessed himself. Kana teased him, calling him a little crazy rabbit, and allowed a small, almost genuine smile and laugh. Izuku said that he only wanted her to feel not abandoned because he was there for her. Kana, pressing the whip and feeling a bit calmer, asked whether he truly believed he could handle her mind. Izuku replied that she would help him too. Kana said she had nothing to lose and lay back on her bed, clinging to the whip and noting how strange it felt as it moved between her fingers. Izuku told her to rest, and Kana, feeling her eyelids heavy, told him to rest as well. For the first time in a long time, she felt she could sleep in peace. Communication between prisoners was difficult for the guards to completely stop. It was known that inmates could pass messages within a block and even down to lower tiers. The prison had tried everything to prevent information from traveling downward, moving suspicious prisoners, isolating them in lower levels so they could not speak, installing extra cameras, and conducting intense interrogations. Still, traces of communication with the lower levels persisted. Passing information to the most dangerous villains required great cunning. Reaching All for One was 4 times harder. Many guards, cameras, secured doors, and multiple locks stood between an intruder and the monster himself. Yet somehow All for One knew about events outside his chamber. He did not speak aloud, but it felt as if his gaze were everywhere, waiting or scheming. All for One reclined on his hard chair and established a mental contact with a subordinate in the upper floors. The subordinate reported that the idea was spreading quickly among the prisoners and that they had what they needed to escape, strength and quirks enough to trouble the guards. All for One responded that this was excellent and ordered that the boy should be kept close, noting that someone as abandoned as him would be very useful. The subordinate agreed but warned that the woman would be problematic. He disliked dealing with the bicolored prisoner. For One dismissed the worry and said he had plans for her. Someone as broken as Lady Nagant fit his scheme, allowing him to manipulate her without resistance. He clarified that she should be handled with caution, not because she would join readily, but because she had come to know of his existence with almost no clues. She was not someone easy to talk to. Everything was moving into place, and All for One only needed to wait a few more months until Shimura Tenko would be ready to receive him completely. Kana had many questions after what had happened the previous night. From what she understood, her friend possessed a quirk of super strength enough to break steel restraints designed to nullify impact, the special kind used for mid-level power users. She could not understand where the black whip had come from. It was strong enough to tear through concrete and metal as if they were paper. The boy had more secrets than she had expected, and that unsettled her. She felt irritated at him for keeping secrets, though she thought that was a silly complaint since everyone had secrets. At the same time, she felt a quiet excitement. She loved a good challenge, and this boy was the most interesting one she had encountered in years. He still held many mysteries she wanted to solve. Izuku muttered that it had been a long day after returning from the yard and enduring the other villains. Kana encouraged him, saying he handled himself well and that they did not seem to doubt him, though she warned him to stay alert because they might be suspicious in truth. Izuku thanked her for the support, sounding tired in a way she could clearly notice. Kana asked if he felt well, though she already had an idea and was testing the ground for what she planned. Izuku replied that he had only endured a lot of nonsense and needed rest, rubbing one eye as he drifted towards sleep and asking her not to call the guards. Kana said that the slip had been harmless and, embarrassed, quickly changed the subject, asking about the strange thing from last night. Izuku answered that he did not know. He had dreamed of someone strange and awoken to find the black whip. Kana finally lay back, feeling a little calmer. She murmured a quiet good night to Midoriya as she settled to sleep. She wondered at his sudden change overnight and traced the thought to reports she had followed in her days, rumors of a quirk that appeared in dreams, people waking with strange abilities after seeing a terrifying figure. The commission articles she remembered described a being that could enter minds and impose foreign quirks. The possibility that someone inside UA could be involved made her tense as she glanced toward the freckled boy's cell. Kana felt a growing dread for Midoriya and admitted to herself with sorrow that she was beginning to understand his situation. In the same darkness, Izuku felt oddly calm. Perhaps it was familiarity with that place. He felt peace even though his body in the void was only a shadowy mass with a single, incomplete hand. A soft, comforting female voice spoke nearby. Izuku turned and saw a black-haired woman smiling with a mixture of amusement and excitement. He thought she might be a bearer. The woman's expression shifted to a more mocking delight as she circled him, observing the vague shape of his form. Izuku wondered if she was one of his mentor's old students, and suddenly recognized the idea that she might have been close to Toshinori. The woman noted that Toshinori did not speak of her much, and sighed with disappointment at that perceived distance between teacher and pupil. She criticized Toshinori for being absent for his students, for not connecting with them, and implied he had not helped Izuku enough with One for All. Her tone grew firmer when she suggested someone named Sorahiko was still available to help, teasing Izuku when she noticed his reaction. Izuku remembered the ways Gran Torino had helped him with control and admitted that his former mentors had taught him techniques that allowed him to use One for All more effectively. The woman seemed pleased by that and then, with a hint of sadness, reminded him to stay resolute. She placed a spectral hand on his shoulder and encouraged him to hold fast, saying that on bad days all that remained was one's will. She compared him to someone precious and, with a final gentle push, sent him back into the darkness. Kana kept assembling the pieces. The idea of a second quirk, the strange dream, and the suspicion of a traitor at UA fit together into a plausible explanation from her point of view. She did not want to confront the green-haired boy with wild theories yet. He would likely dismiss her as paranoid. She needed more information before speaking to him. Later that morning, Kana approached Midoriya with calm intent and asked if he had woken. She did not want to unsettle him with her speculations. Midoriya, still half asleep, startled at the time and rose with more energy than he had had the night before. He asked what time it was and seemed surprised by how alert he felt. Kana reassured him that nothing was wrong and that she was fine, which seemed to help him settle. Midoriya commented that sometimes she could be intimidating in her predictability, and Kana explained that it was natural for the prison's resident hero to ask questions. He complimented her analytical nature with genuine admiration, and Kana reminded him that she had been observing him for nearly a month and a half. That admission embarrassed him, and Kana teased him playfully about where his head had been. The exchange grew warmer as Kana admitted she was surprised by him in good ways, and Midoriya felt a small swell of pride at keeping her interested. Kana then shifted to the reason she had brought him up. She needed to ask something difficult and did not know how he would take it. She brought up what he had done while she slept and said she had noticed something unusual about his power, mentioning his extreme strength in that moment. Izuku tensed, nervous, and unsure how to respond. Kana said she had entertained the improbable idea that he might have two quirks, then dismissed it as unlikely on the current understanding, though she acknowledged there were many theories and nothing confirmed. Izuku indicated that he had heard about such possibilities. A brief, neutral silence bridged the uncertainty as they both considered what that might mean. Izuku tried to change the subject, but Kana would not let him. Kana recalled that the second most widespread theory held that a body could inherit both quirks from its parents, and that there were signs quirks were becoming stronger and might one day become uncontrollable. She found it curious that a boy in prison could suffer from that and, stealing the freckled young man who did not know where the conversation was headed, she added that when she had been a hero she had once been assigned to track an infernal being that everyone only knew by rumors. Izuku found the case intriguing and tried to remain calm, though his habitual excitement showed. Kana continued more quietly, explaining that incredible things were said about that being, mostly related to the ability to have two quirks. She spoke calmly, certain the boy was too genuine to have made any deal with that monster. Kana asked Midoriya how his quirk had awakened. The question took him off guard. Izuku admitted that he had a late awakening. He explained that many people awaken their quirks after months or a year, but his had taken 10 years. He described how one day he had been the primary target of ridicule, and the next he had unleashed a powerful punch that caused terrible collateral damage. He sighed, uncomfortable at lying by omission. Kana reacted with disbelief and shock at the idea that his awakening had been so delayed. Izuku went on to say that his mother had been just as shocked when it happened. He explained that his quirk allowed him to store and duplicate energy. For 10 years he had been storing and amplifying energy until it became dangerous for his body. When he first began using his quirk, his body could not handle it and he kept injuring himself while he adapted to controlling that power. Kana fell quiet and appeared stunned. Izuku asked her if she was all right. After composing herself, Kana confessed that the revelation changed her perspective. Izuku asked what she had believed. Kana admitted that she had suspected someone had given him a second quirk while he slept, that his original quirk must have been weak and the creature had taken advantage of that. That would explain the black bindings and how he had ended up where he was. She added that the creature might be capable of controlling minds at a distance, and then stopped herself, unable to continue. Izuku summarized that she had thought he was both a puppet and a traitor at the same time. There was no immediate response from Kana, and Izuku said simply, incredulously, that he understood. Kana apologized with a faint flush of embarrassment. Izuku reassured her, saying her idea had been reasonable given the limited information she had. He had never explained how his quirk had awakened, and she had filled in the gaps as best she could. He tried to calm her. Kana admitted she should have asked more about his quirk, but he always seemed uncomfortable discussing it, and now she understood why. She suggested that growing up believing he was quirkless must have caused trauma. Izuku nervously denied being that traumatized. Kana persisted that he was affected whether he acknowledged it or not, and she felt genuine remorse. Izuku insisted he was fine and that it was in the past, though his sad smile betrayed him. Kana told him to repeat it to himself until he believed it, murmuring that some things did not simply fade away. Izuku murmured her name sadly. He wanted to help her, but he still had to figure out how. The day had arrived, at least the important one for Toga and her plan to see the freckled young man locked away. Despite Dabi's protests and attempts to slow her down, she had arranged a meeting with Yue's mole. She could not trust many within the metahuman army or her fellow league members. It had to be alone and in a secluded place with many exits to make escape easy. At first she had considered a warehouse, but the ones Devnat had available did not convince her, and she did not want to draw any connection to Shigaraki's schemes. She settled on her old house instead. Long ago something terrible had happened to her family and the house had fallen into decay. She knew it like the back of her hand, and in the worst case she could slip away from there. The meeting time was easy to choose. A weekend evening, almost night, to make movement and escape easier if things went wrong. Everything was calculated. The plan as written in chat said only Toga would attend, so there should be no doubts from the mole. It seemed like a plan without cracks. Aoyama arrived feeling uneasy and nervous in front of the dilapidated house. He found it strange. Normally All for One called and instructed him after lengthy messages, and with the supervillain imprisoned he had expected the successor to contact him, which had not happened. Fear filled his mind with worst-case scenarios about punishment for some unknown failure, and the only way to find out was to go to the meeting. Aoyama stood before the house, murmuring that the place felt odd as he pressed on the door and it fell open with a dull sound. He told himself it was a bad idea, but with trembling legs he entered and went down into the basement where they were to meet. He called out in terror. Toga at last spoke from the darkness, startling him. She asked how long he thought she had waited and scolded him for being slow for a spy. Aoyama stammered an apology and took a step back, visibly frightened. Toga made sure her words were measured, aware that everything about this meeting was unauthorized and that the mole from Yue might reveal himself at any moment. She asked if he had what they had requested. Aoyama, uneasy, admitted he had something but not everything. He explained that Midoriya's location was a secret and that reaching him would be impossible without giving away his position. He spoke of a planned move for Midoriya in a week but could not say where. He added that the hero team assigned to the operation included Bakugo, and he trembled nearly to tears from fear. Toga paced slowly, stalking the terrified boy with controlled menace. She admitted inwardly that although the information was disappointing, it still had value and would help the League carry out a stronger strike. Toga allowed a taunting smile and told him he had not done as poorly as she had feared. Aoyama responded with a trembling, grateful murmur. Nizu had worked hard to detect the villain's meeting. Every ambiguous word had been a challenge, but the effort paid off. The director learned of the rendezvous between Aoyama and the villains and moved preemptively. One of the best espionage heroes was dispatched and waited patiently for the villains to Phew. Edge Shot had expected to see Shigaraki or Dabi, the more composed members of the league, but only Toga arrived, disguised. A quiet man from the hero side entered the house as if nothing happened, and Toga appeared with a more serious demeanor than her usual public face. She spent a long time moving through the place with fierce energy, tearing through the ruined rooms in visible anger, too much for someone normally so erratic. It was clear she carried deep resentment for that location. Aoyama finally showed up, utterly terrified, which made it obvious he was not acting as a spy of his own volition but was being used by the villains. That confirmed the director's suspicions. Now they needed to uncover the rest. At dusk, with both the villain and the student gone, the heroes approached the house. Aizawa praised the good work. Edge Shot emerged through a broken window as a single, paper-thin ribbon that then returned to its normal form. He noted how odd the meeting had been. Aizawa commented on the skill he often admired in Edge Shot's ability to become a single thread. Edge Shot asked whether Aizawa really wanted to hear what had happened, pointing out that it was after all his student. Aizawa affirmed that it was his duty to protect and, if necessary, DSPLN. Edge Shot confirmed the director had been right. Aoyama had looked terrified. It had not been a meeting among willing collaborators. Aizawa asked calmly whether the student was being coerced. Edge Shot agreed that it certainly appeared that way, and that facing someone like Himiko Toga could have been the cause of his fear. It was not hard to guess the boy's condition. He kept sweating and his movements were erratic. Aizawa now knew where to direct his silent anger. Edge Shot suddenly interrupted the tense silence. Aizawa considered carefully before speaking, not wanting to say anything foolish. Edge Shot said it was only his impression, but the meeting looked strange for an encounter with a spy, and he glanced back at the house behind them. Aizawa noted that such meetings were usually held in ruined places and saw nothing unusual in that. Edge Shot explained that spies tended to meet far from curious eyes and in places that allowed easy exits. Sometimes they even met in open fields. He emphasized that his concern was not the location but Toga's behavior. When she arrived, she had seemed far too uncomfortable, and the way she had acted before the meeting was unlike anything he had seen from her and could not be explained by her odd nature alone. Aizawa asked if Edge Shot thought there was something inside the house she hated intensely, and Edge Shot agreed seriously. He suggested that the answers were probably inside, but then reminded Aizawa that it would be best to focus on his student in prison and asked if he had been allowed to visit yet. Aizawa replied that he had not received permission. The commission wanted to probe the situation first. Because the prison was so close to Lady Nagant, they feared she might influence the student with her ideas. Aizawa grew irritated and murmured that as soon as he was allowed he would go. He wanted to get the boy out as soon as possible. The meeting had not been as discreet as Toga had believed. Not only had the heroes been present without her noticing, but the villains had also taken note of her disappearance for many hours before she reappeared as if nothing had happened. Dabi clearly knew what had occurred and did not hold back his reprimand. Dabi reminded Toga that he had told her not to make a reckless move. Toga reacted defiantly, insisting she would do as she pleased, which only increased Dabi's irritation. Dabi asked if she understood what she had done, and a small blue flame flared at his cheek as he spoke. Toga, proud and somewhat confused, replied that she did understand. Thanks to a mistake she had made, she now knew that Izuku would be transferred to another location in a week. Dabi was astonished and asked whether they would have discovered that if he had been obeyed. Toga countered with mock concern, suggesting they must investigate whether the transfer was genuine or a ruse. Dabi doubted the idea that the heroes would simply move the boy without reason. They had been careful with every detail. He thought it more likely that something else was at play. Toga repeated that the important thing was that they now knew Izuku would be moved and they had to find out why. She lamented that if only they had someone who could enter Tartarus easily. Dabi muttered that she could be insufferable, and Toga smiled in a disturbingly excited way. She said they had to go, and Dabi rolled his eyes in irritation. He decided to make the arrangements and proposed that she enter the prison disguised as a guard, which would give her more freedom to act. Toga beamed at the plan and hugged Dabi before disappearing down the corridors. Dabi remained uneasy. The situation felt suspicious. He refused to let Toga go into Tartarus alone, because her capture would be a costly loss. The entire operation, however, was being guided by the director and the Hero Commission. They allowed the villain to enter the prison illicitly with the expectation that it could lead to the capture of the entire League of Villains. There were doubts about letting a villain in that way, but the director believed it might result in a major breakthrough, so they trusted the infiltrator and their imprisoned contact to carry out the plan. Izuku reacted to the news with fear at the idea that Toga would come. Niza confirmed that this was the plan and explained that they had contingencies to capture her and to follow her if she escaped. Aizawa warned that, even with precautions, she might still harm Izuku. She had a remarkable ability to get into places she wanted. Nizu reassured Izuku that they would do everything possible to protect him and that he was safe in their capable hands. Izuku admitted that all of it did not sound entirely convincing. Nizu also advised Izuku to be careful with his friendship with Lady Nagant when the truth came out, and Aizawa added that Lady Nagant knew how things worked in Tartarus and that if anyone left under unusual circumstances she would soon connect the dots. Izuku fell silent, pondering those words. For the first time in almost 2 months, the cell felt quiet. The peacefulness was pleasant at first, but he had grown accustomed to the constant murmurs and the efforts of his neighbor. The fluffy boy had shown a strength of mind and will that seemed unusual for someone brought to prison. Despite not being a true villain, Kana lay on his bed, feeling off and unable to determine what he missed. He murmured that it felt different. He had nothing, yet something was missing. A voice came from the neighboring cell, indicating the fluffy rabbit had returned. Kana observed that they had been quick this time. Usually by this point they would have spent hours harassing and pressuring his cellmate to talk. Kana felt amazed and unexpectedly cheerful, a contrast to how she had been just moments before. Izuku murmured that he thought so too, sounding distant and a little dazed. Kana asked with visible concern if he felt all right, more worried than she intended. Izuku admitted he was a little confused, which made Kana bite her lip and imagine the worst. Then Izuku asked, strangely and unexpectedly for the freckled boy, if Tsutsumi hated liars. Kana responded that it was an odd question and looked puzzled. Izuku said he had been considering something but tried not to reveal it yet. Kana said that was new and still seemed unsure what he meant. Izuku asked her to answer, tense and careful not to make an enemy of the bicolored-haired woman. Kana took a breath and recalled that a lie had once led her to do terrible things and had landed her where she was now. She admitted she did not like lying, though she would not use the word hate. She felt more anger toward the person who told a lie than toward the lie itself. She hoped that answer would help the freckled boy. Izuku then asked, more fearful, what would happen if he were the one to lie to her. Kana said she would not be surprised if he had lied about something. She answered quickly, catching him off guard. Izuku brightened with a little excitement and less tension. Kana explained that he was a nervous, embarrassed adolescent who might lie to avoid shame, and that his shy, rabbit-like behavior made her think he had learned to use lies to keep others from worrying. Her observation left him silent for a moment. Izuku admitted she knew him better than he had expected, and the woman in his cell smiled with a strange pride that made him feel good. Kana said he had been interesting to analyze and enjoyed the company, then teased him, asking if he had discovered anything about her. She sounded playful but a little anxious about his response. Izuku praised Tsutsumi as an incredibly strong person, not just because of her quirk or physical strength but mentally. He noted how she could get irritated when things went wrong and how protective she could be, at least toward him. He affirmed that she was a great person, acknowledging her mistakes but admiring how she faced her sentence with her head held high despite her regrets. His compliments left Kana speechless. Kana admitted that he still did not know everything about her and lowered her head, afraid of what he might do if he learned her sins. Izuku acknowledged that both of them were hiding things and that this might not be the right moment to reveal them, but he expressed that if they were honest with each other they could become much closer. He said this with seriousness. Kana smiled serenely and noted that he had placed a lot of trust in her. Izuku replied that she deserved that trust, making the bicolored woman smile. Their excitement about the upcoming mission was nearly overwhelming. Everyone in Daika City already knew that Toga was going to prison, and many thought it was reckless to risk so much. Orders from the leaders were absolute, though, and the team could not doubt those tasked with achieving the objective. Toga complained in her room to Dabi that she wanted to go now, clearly irritated. Dabi said they needed to be sure everything would go smoothly and that no one could capture her. Entering Tartarus illegally was difficult, and they had to do it properly. Toga pouted in frustration. She suggested they subdue a guard so she could impersonate him and slip in easily. Dabi sighed and warned that even a small mistake would raise suspicion and ruin the operation. They had to be efficient. At that moment, a man in a suit with very long hair entered. Skeptic explained that a clean entry was necessary and that they had selected the ideal guard to use as cover. He handed Toga a small chip and said it would grant access if she used it at the entry point, but she would have only a short window. Toga asked how much time she had, thrilled. Skeptic replied that she would have 15 minutes to enter and exit without raising suspicion, and then luck would have to carry the rest. Dabi reminded Toga to investigate the transfer details. It was the most important part. Toga nodded without making much of it. Tartarus Island was heavily guarded and carefully constructed. Since its creation, many had tried to escape or planned elaborate breakouts only to fail. Being surrounded by sea made escaping by boat impractical, and a single bridge connected the island to the mainland, creating a single point of entry and exit. High-ranking officials took pride in its impregnable design, and few dared to push security limits any further, yet the effort to improve safety never stopped. Hiring for guard positions and other duties on the island was rigorous. The staff were highly trained and prepared for any scenario. It seemed impossible to fail until this day. A guard approached an access point and was stopped by a robotic voice demanding credentials. He tapped a strange chip on the reader, watched the access indicator shift from red to green, and the door opened, allowing him to begin his daily rounds. He stepped through the threshold as routine continued. Kana entered Tartarus as if nothing had happened, with a clear objective. That day the prison had little movement among the inmates. They were grouping prisoners to move them in blocks, and the new arrivals had to go through Block L to be taken to the yard. It would have been an easy job. Block L was usually quiet, but Kana had not come for that reason. She walked down the corridors calmly, casually checking the cameras as she approached her target. According to what she had gathered, he should not be far away. She was almost there. Izuku complained that it was unfair, and his words echoed off the walls toward her. Kana told him not to be a sore loser and to learn how to lose gracefully, her teasing drawing the attention of the curious freckled boy. To pass the time, Kana and Izuku had been playing silly games, word chains and riddles. They were so good at them that the score remained tied, and Kana appeared to be taking the lead in this new round. Kana remarked that Izuku could mount a good strategy but needed to handle surprises better, speaking with a proud air that slightly irritated the freckled boy. Izuku complained childishly about her using words from other languages. Kana shrugged, saying it was a resource she needed. She had captured villains from many countries, so she had learned languages to communicate. Izuku was surprised that she spoke so many languages. He had never seen it mentioned anywhere. Kana gave a shy half-smile and explained that not all the villains she had captured were Japanese. Izuku murmured that it was incredible, and Kana echoed the sentiment softly. A guard then appeared in the corridor. His presence felt off to Izuku. The guard spoke in a slow, unsettling manner, remarking cryptically that many outside believed they had come to hell, not realizing they had reached paradise. His words made Izuku uneasy. The guard's tone shifted between excitement and menace, and he grew visibly agitated. Izuku rose to look at the irritated man. The guard began to rant about someone being cruel, and the scene became tense when a blonde woman arrived at the cells. She looked furious as she confronted the bicolor inmate. Izuku recognized her and reacted with alarm. Kana did not immediately understand who the woman was. The blonde lashed out verbally and accused Kana of breaking homes, pointing and sharpening the tension between them. The blonde approached Kana's cell with a clear intent to attack. She activated a control beside the cell and forced the right-hand restraints on Kana's arm to engage, making Kana defensive. Izuku called out in concern and tried to move, but his own restraints tightened unexpectedly, causing him pain and preventing him from reaching them. The blonde told him to stay still and then stepped into Kana's cell, the situation suddenly very threatening. Kana challenged the intruder, asking if she really thought she could take her on. The blonde answered that she was not in the mood to joke and produced a knife, the mood turning serious. Kana braced herself. She would not have an easy fight. The silent tension in the cell broke as the two women prepared to strike, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Kana had one arm restrained and therefore a clear disadvantage, while the blonde moved with a frantic intensity that made the confrontation difficult. Kana spoke calmly, suggesting they should stop and that guards would arrive soon. The blonde said she had arranged this meeting to be very private and advanced with the knife. Kana rolled aside to avoid the attack and slipped beneath one of the blonde's lunges. The blonde continued to rant about being worried about Izuku and imagining horrible scenes, clearly distressed by her feelings. Kana tried to explain that things were not as the blonde imagined. The blonde, disturbed and fixated on the idea of Izuku, attacked again. Kana managed to avoid several strikes and warned that the woman was losing perspective. The blonde insisted that she was not crazy, only in love, and lunged once more. Izuku intervened, stepping between them despite his restraints and the pain they caused, keeping Kana from being harmed. He asked Tsutsumi if she was all right, doing his best to defuse the situation. Kana asked, very worried for the woman. Izuku Midoriya reminded her to think about priorities and noted that the woman was the one holding a knife. He smiled and relaxed a little, and the woman did not appear badly hurt. Himiko Toga warned Kana not to flirt with others in front of her and shifted her attention to Midoriya, who braced himself and used his restraints defensively. Midoriya tried to step aside, but Himiko continued to attack indiscriminately, damaging his restraints and tearing some of his clothing. Himiko shouted that he should be locked up, wearing a straitjacket and beaten, and she advanced, cornering Midoriya against the wall while he tried to think of a way out without destroying his HNDCFFS. Midoriya thought that his black whip quirk would not cause much damage but admitted he had not tested it thoroughly, and he continued to hold his ground. Himiko taunted him when she saw a small cut begin to form on his skin. Kana reacted quickly and kicked Himiko, creating some space and checking on Midoriya, who was breathing heavily. Midoriya muttered that for the moment he was okay and cursed quietly about the restraints, frustrated that they limited his control. Kana admitted she was surprised by his language and joked nervously about bad influences, then tried to calm Midoriya. Himiko ordered them not to ignore her and lunged again, this time focusing on Kana. Midoriya pushed Kana out of the way, activated his quirk, and with sudden speed delivered a strong kick that sent Himiko crashing into the wall. Kana stood astonished at Midoriya's strength, asking why he had so much power. Midoriya explained that he could not fully control his quirk with the restraints. Kana, unable to transform her arm as she normally would, touched his arm with concern and examined his hand for injuries. Himiko reacted with a pained expression and strange delight at the prospect of seeing Midoriya suffer, which made Kana uneasy about the depth of Himiko's obsession. Himiko declared it was not the time for fantasies and insisted it was time to make things real. She then attacked again and threatened Kana. Midoriya intervened, opening his palm and unleashing a large black whip that shoved Himiko back into the wall and broke part of the cell. He then retracted the whip with difficulty, wincing from the strain on his hand. Kana examined his hand more carefully, noting cuts but nothing life-threatening. Midoriya reflected quietly that he had been hurt many times controlling his strength but that his hands had saved many people and could still help more. Himiko said she would have liked to see him suffer longer but that she could not stay. She hinted that Shigaraki would approve, then fled as an alarm began to sound. Both Kana and Midoriya were left confused by the sudden escape. Kana muttered that nothing made sense about the last quarter hour. Midoriya grew serious and warned that things were likely to get worse. When Kana asked what he meant, Midoriya reminded her of a previous warning about lies and asked her to let him explain if, during the coming interrogation, she felt hatred toward him. He pleaded for the chance to speak. Kana studied him, her eyes trembling with fear but without any sign of malice, and promised to let him explain whatever he wanted to say. Armed guards then surrounded them and escorted them away. The incident at Tartarus had caused a scandal. Someone had managed to enter, attack, and leave without being stopped in time. Official reports blamed a small power outage in the prison's energy sector that had temporarily allowed prisoners to move between higher security levels. The escape was said to have been quickly contained by well-trained prison forces. Publicly, Tartarus remained the safest prison in the country. Midoriya and Kana were officially isolated while their cells were repaired, a convenient pretext for heroes to meet with them and plan a response to Himiko Toga's attack. In the interrogation room, Kana sat tense. There were no cameras or guards present, and her arm restraint had been removed for comfort. She found it strange to be isolated like this. Kana analyzed the situation and murmured that whoever had been responsible should be in another cell or in the hole, not resting comfortably in an interrogation room. In the silence of that room, her thoughts kept returning to the green-haired boy and his strange request. The two things together filled her with questions. She could spin theories and wait to see which one fit, but she knew her emotions would push her toward a conclusion that might not be true. Kana wondered aloud to herself what he had meant, biting a fingernail. At that moment the door opened and Eraserhead entered with his cellmate, changed out of prison clothes and looking almost as free as she felt. Kana noted his abrupt transformation with surprise and asked Eraserhead whether that was his hero costume, teasing him about the ears. Izuku protested childishly, insisting those were not ears, his face flushing red. Kana continued her teasing, pointing out the mouth protector and the striking details on his legs, and suggesting that everything about him said close combat fighter even if she still did not understand the so-called ears. Izuku sighed, clearly embarrassed. Aizawa dismissed the point as irrelevant and told the woman to relax, stepping in to shield his student. Kana said she was only trying to calm the tense rabbit-like boy, watching Aizawa glance at his student who indeed seemed nervous and embarrassed. Aizawa remained suspicious but said nothing. Kana then asked what was going on and why Izuku was wearing his costume. She wondered whether the real traitor had already been caught. That would have made sense, that the true traitor had been found and the boy could return to his normal life. Izuku explained that things were not that simple and reminded her of what he had told her when Toga Himiko had attacked. Kana nodded, patient and ready to hear more. Izuku continued with some hesitation. He asked Kana to try not to jump to conclusions and then revealed that 2 months earlier a strange package had arrived at UA containing audio and video evidence that implicated him in trading information with villains. Kana acknowledged that she already knew that much, having been told. Izuku then added what he had not been allowed to tell before. Principal Nizu had not believed the setup. He had used the villain's evidence as an opportunity to infiltrate someone into the prison. Aizawa watched for Kana's reaction. Kana reacted seriously, asking why anyone would need an infiltrator in that place. Then realization hit her and she demanded to know if Izuku had entered Tartarus to gather information about a possible escape. Izuku confirmed it with his eyes downcast. Kana protested that she had not been part of any such plan and that it was awful to think she might have been connected to a prison break. Izuku quickly corrected her and insisted she had been misunderstood. He stressed that she had nothing to do with the scheme and that she had only been an unexpectedly useful coincidence. Kana listened as his embarrassment slightly eased the tension. Aizawa added that, as Midoriya had said, she had been a very useful coincidence for the plan. He made it clear that the meeting had not been his idea and that Midoriya had wanted to stay in order to explain everything to her. Kana, surprised, asked if he was really leaving, a question laced with unexpected sadness. Izuku explained that the agreement had been that he would remain safe at all times. Toga's appearance had been an unforeseen complication. Despite that, he did not want things to end badly between them. He thanked her for the help she had given and the lessons she had taught him. Kana closed her eyes to keep her emotions steady and said it had not been insignificant to have him as a companion. She thanked him for his honesty, noting that few had been honest with her in her life. The small smile she offered made Izuku smile in return, and he did not want that light to fade. Gathering courage, Izuku told Aizawa and Kana that he believed she did not deserve to be where she was. Kana responded firmly that she had no intention of leaving if that was what he assumed. Izuku acknowledged her remorse over the blood she had spilled and the belief that she was beyond forgiveness, but he insisted he had seen what she was capable of and that he believed in a chance for her. He said he would not let the most capable woman he had seen be lost to darkness and that he was willing to go to great lengths to help her. He then took her hand without hesitation and asked her to come with him. Kana, surprised by his conviction, muttered that he was one of those people who never gave up. Aizawa grumbled his disagreement with that kind of optimism. Izuku, radiant, declared that she was worth the effort. Aizawa then outlined the terms. Kana would be at UA under continuous supervision, wearing an arm restraint, and would be limited in her movements. She would follow her assigned guard and serve as support where needed. Kana accepted the conditions uneasily. Curious, Kana asked who would be her guardian. Aizawa answered that the person holding her hand at that moment was her guardian. Kana looked down in surprise at Izuku, who nodded. Aizawa explained that Deku would be watching her every move and that there would be few things she could do without the close attention of the hero assigned to her. Izuku expressed that it would be a pleasure to work with her and smiled warmly. Kana, amused and slightly exasperated by his gentle earnestness, remarked that being that kind should be a crime. She then said she would be in Deku's care. The smiles of both were the most striking aspect of that meeting. Toga's reckless idea, though unnecessarily dangerous, had not been intended to cost her life. At worst, she would be involved in an escape against many heroes and ultimately in a confrontation from which Dabi trusted she would emerge without lasting harm. Still, the blonde surprised him by arriving in the condition she did. She arrived badly injured and on the verge of fainting, with multiple wounds and deep scrapes. She could not say much before they had to take her to the infirmary for treatment. What she managed to murmur about Deku suggested that he was not what she had expected, and her absurd blush made the meaning unclear. Hawks asked incredulously whether Tuya was really not going to ask her anything, noting how relaxed the dark-haired man seemed about having a companion in a hospital bed. Tuya dismissed the concern, saying that Toga was unpredictable and that her injuries likely came from reckless behavior during her encounter with Midoriya. He had already prepared for the possible consequences. Hawks raised a doubtful eyebrow and wondered aloud whether someone incarcerated in Tartarus could have caused such damage even if only partially freed. Tuya offered no answer. Tuya finally said he would not give the boy too much credit, sighed, and headed toward the hospital. Hawks followed with a mocking smile, thinking the diversion would keep Tuya occupied while they uncovered what had really happened. The commission did not welcome the decision to permit Lady Nagant's release. The woman held too many secrets to risk letting her roam free. The fear that she might go after leaders again with her lethal intent made the idea unacceptable. Director Nizu, however, had a gift with words. After a few conversations, he secured her release under strict restrictions that were easy enough for such an intelligent person to comply with. Nizu found it curious how close the assassin was to his student and kept that fact in mind for his own quiet amusement. Aizawa asked how they would manage the situation and noted that Aoyama would signal once Midoriya reached the dormitories, his skepticism about the plan evident. Nizu insisted they begin moving. Hawk's reports suggested the villains would not delay in making their move, and this time the initiative had to come from the heroes. Aizawa reacted to the director's plan to detain Aoyama, and Nizu confirmed the need to control Aoyama, uncover the real motives behind his espionage, and halt any escape from Tartarus. When Aizawa asked whether Nizu would move the villains, the director affirmed it. They would be taken to the deepest part of Tartarus where escape would be impossible. Nizu stressed that they could no longer be passive observers and urged Aizawa to summon the commission to act immediately. Aizawa asked who would handle Aoyama. Nizu assured him it would be handled with the utmost discretion and that nothing untoward would happen. Aizawa, sounding softer than usual, commented that they were good kids and then left the office to carry out the plan. An emergency relocation was necessary to prevent another attack on the young hero and the assassin. It was a euphemism that covered the fact that two dangerous criminals were being moved and could cause havoc if given the chance. Fortunately, the retired All Might had been assigned to protect them in a place no one would expect. Kana asked in surprise whether Midoriya lived in an apartment complex. Izuku explained that they needed a discreet place to wait, and he did not know many places. He was also worried that his mother would be concerned and said he should check on her. The woman teased him about introducing his mother to a supposed girlfriend, clinging to his arm in an exaggerated manner. Izuku blushed furiously and protested that it was not like that, only that they needed a place to wait. All Might cleared his throat loudly to rescue his student and reminded both of them in a serious tone that they were criminals who needed to keep a low profile. The woman continued her affectionate act, and Izuku grew more red-faced. All Might urged them to move quickly before someone saw them. The woman dragged Izuku along as he struggled to compose himself, his face burning as the stairs rose before him. She maintained the act of a sweet, clingy partner with each step, and Izuku tried not to faint at how close she remained. He searched the hallway with pleading eyes, but the only person who could intervene kept a respectful distance and allowed him to suffer in silence. At the apartment door, Kana asked whether this was the place. Izuku, finally able to catch his breath, confirmed it. Kana complained that living in an apartment seemed beneath him, and Izuku explained he was not used to so much physical contact and that it made him uncomfortable. Kana teased that he had had time to get used to girls in his class, but Izuku insisted those relationships were different and that he did not share that same level of closeness. Kana relented and suggested he should work on it, warning that opponents might exploit such discomfort in a fight. Izuku nodded tensely. All Might watched the pair with a wry sigh, thinking they resembled a married couple as they moved inside. He murmured to himself, amazed and stunned to see his student in such a state. Izuku stood at the door and, after gathering himself, pressed the doorbell with a steadier hand, hoping his mother would not be too surprised at him bringing a woman home. Inko opened the door with a calm smile, not expecting anyone. Izuku greeted his mother tensely, and Inko froze in the doorway. Inko rushed forward and hugged her son, tears spilling as she asked if this was a dream, overcome with joy at having him back in her arms. Izuku smiled tenderly, nearly in tears. Kana, the girl with two-toned hair, teased him with a mocking smile, and the freckled teenager looked irritated at her playful provocation. Inko asked who the woman was, feeling a sudden worry. Izuku started to explain, but Kana stepped in with her usual teasing tone and introduced herself as Kana Tsutsumi and claimed to be Izuku's girlfriend, presenting the statement with an adorable smile that mortified Inko. Inko cried out in shock and fainted into her son's arms. Izuku caught her, alarmed and worried, while Kana fought to keep from laughing at the situation. Izuku reprimanded Kana seriously and told her it was not funny. When Inko woke up, everything was explained, and although she felt more at ease, she confessed to a small disappointment that her son still had not found a partner. Kana apologized for having startled Mrs. Midoriya and said she had only meant to tease the young man. Inko told Kana not to worry, admitting her reaction had been extreme, then took a calming sip of tea. Inko remarked that Izuku rarely spoke about love and that she had nearly given up on seeing him with a woman. Izuku protested with a flushed face, embarrassed by the teasing. Inko reassured him gently that, with all the passion he put into his dreams, she still hoped he would find someone. Kana added with a teasing smile that Izuku would become quite the heartbreaker when he grew older, which made him plead for mercy, completely defeated. Kana complimented Izuku as a great, kind-hearted hero and a good young man, and Inko, filled with motherly hope, said she looked forward to the day he might bring home grandchildren to dote on. Izuku blushed again and was grateful that All Might had already left after making sure his mother was all right, avoiding further embarrassment. Kana fell quiet and admitted she had once thought about having children and settling down. Inko asked gently if she had ever imagined having a family. Kana acknowledged that there had been a time when she dreamt of meeting someone special and finding peace, but her tone grew somber as she explained that reality had changed those plans. She revealed that, after medical tests, she had learned she could not physically bear children, and that dream had been crushed before it could be realized. Inko expressed sincere sympathy, and Kana offered a wry but resigned smile, saying she had learned to live with it even if it still stung. Izuku clenched his hands, feeling helpless. Kana told him not to feel bad, explaining that there was nothing either of them could do about it. It was simply how her body was. She moved closer to him in a friendly, consoling way and told him not to let genetics cause him sorrow. Izuku said he understood and wished for her to fulfill her dreams. After everything she had endured, she deserved a good life. Kana returned the smile, pleased, and teased that she would continue to tease him as part of their friendship. Izuku accepted the fate with as much dignity as he could muster. Aoyama, on the other side of campus, usually stayed in his room and rarely socialized beyond what was necessary. Because his habits were predictable, it was easy to know where he would be and when, so when most of Class 1A left for the weekend and the dormitories were nearly empty, it seemed like the opportune moment for others to act. Teacher Snipe remarked that he could not believe what had been hiding right under their noses, and Cementos observed that one never truly knew a student, especially another hero in training. Snipe lamented their lack of attention and, at the signal, Cementos touched the concrete wall near Aoyama's room. In an instant the wall seemed to shift, the cement gathering at the window and forming a single opening. Cementos called out over the intercom for Midnight to assist, and the commotion drew closer to Aoyama's window. Inside his room, Aoyama did not understand what was happening. He startled when the window was forced open by the unusual cement movement and took a couple of backward steps, baffled by the sudden intrusion. Aoyama was left to wonder aloud what was going on. He did not have time to run when his room filled with a pink mist that made him fall asleep. Midnight announced through her intercom that the mission was accomplished, pleased with what she had done. She reported that the target had been just one room away and that she had been able to watch him without problems. She laughed hollowly and noted that if the rooms had not been chosen at random it would have almost seemed premeditated. Then she watched the boy sleep with serious admiration. Snipe observed that their luck had run out as he climbed in to take the student. Midnight remarked that it was incredible the boy had been hiding in plain sight. She peered deeper into the room. Despite the darkness, the boy still had a faint glow. Midnight suggested they check whether he had any way to communicate with villains inside. Snipe said they would handle that later, and for now they needed to decide how to explain the situation to his classmates. Both adults exchanged tense looks. Midnight wondered aloud whether they really needed to get involved with Aizawa's class. Snipe agreed it would be difficult. Despite his seriousness, Aizawa had softened with those students and it would not be easy on him. Midnight crouched near the blonde student with a trace of pity and murmured a question about why he had done this, expecting no answer. For a moment the glow, the darkness, and the debris from Cementos's attack obscured their view. They decided to be content with capturing the boy and ensuring a student returned to UA. The Tartarus prison was unusually silent. The cell lights had not come on and the inmates were confused about what was happening. There were no alarms or shouts, only a pervasive sense of danger and fear spreading through the corridors. Although a similar feeling had been experienced before, this time it was heavier and more present. The prisoners paced uneasily in their cells, uncertain what to do or where the guards had gone. The leader of the breakout muttered that something was wrong, his hair standing on end as a sinking feeling told him things would get worse from that day on. A sudden scream echoed in the distance and a cloud of green gas filled the cell. The leader staggered back until he hit the wall, trapped, and screamed in terror before the gas rendered him unconscious. Voices reported from elsewhere that everyone had fallen. Those were the last sounds the leader heard before everything went dark. Nizu's plan had to be completed in 4 simple steps. First, the mole at UA had to be neutralized with a quick arrest. Next, maximum security protocols would secure all for one. Then, all those identified by Midoriya would be moved down to lower levels where they would be unable to escape. Finally, there would be a surprise attack earlier than planned, even though Hawks had not yet gathered all the intelligence on the League. Despite the risks, the principal hoped they had covered enough factors to avoid the worst outcome. Hawks asked whether the idea was to attack from 2 sides. Nizu confirmed, explaining with a holographic map that the targets held many meetings in interior mountain locations. They were certain Shigaraki Tamura was not in Daika City and that his involvement seemed tied to a medical intervention. With those clues they could triangulate his position. Hawks appeared confused as Nizu adjusted the hologram to display a map of Japan. Nizu explained that now that DevNat was implicated they could intercept the company's trucks across the country. DevNat was a technology firm not linked to medicine, so any route toward a hospital should be considered suspicious. The map filled with red dots moving in all directions. Hawks murmured a name as he noticed a truck heading somewhere different from the agency listed on the manifest. Nizu described the best hospital in the country, one with complex cases and top technology, and suggested they needed to confirm whether anyone from their operation was inside the general hospital or if they had entered by another route. Given the group's political reach, he was not surprised if someone was already in place. Hawks asked if they would risk patients by entering a hospital. Nizu smiled. They would not risk lives. Instead, they would send tracking heroes to search places like the morgue, meeting rooms, and chapels for secret entrances. Nizu did not expect Shigaraki to be left in plain sight. Hawks asked what they planned to do about Midoriya and his senior. Nizu decided they should let Midoriya return to UA for the moment. He deserved it and could serve as a key piece in their plans. Aizawa had never been good with words. He excelled at fighting, capturing villains, and strategy, but offering words of support or explaining difficult truths was not his strength. He understood, however, that his students deserved to know the truth, even if it would cause them pain. Aizawa checked whether everyone was present. The class president, Ida, reported that only Aoyama and Midoriya were missing and that, since Midoriya was on a mission, only Aoyama remained. Ida intended to call him, but Aizawa cut him off and told him to join the others. The professor's serious tone made Ida tremble, but he nodded and went to his friends. Among the students there was nervousness and confusion. Mina asked what was happening. Kaminari wondered aloud whether something had happened at the academy. Shiro optimistically guessed the classroom might be getting remodeled. Tokoyami asked if they were going to USJ, and the students exchanged glances with a mix of excitement and uncertainty. Shoto asked whether someone had died, and silence fell as everyone looked at him, incredulous. Aizawa replied that none of that had happened. He looked at Todoroki with a serious, somewhat alarmed expression and said they would discuss those speculations later in private. For now, he asked everyone to remain calm. Aizawa spoke with considerable seriousness, which made most of them tense. Katsuki wondered anxiously whether Aizawa would actually say it. They still did not know if the blonde student had acted alone, and naming him would put them in a difficult position. Aizawa explained that Midoriya had been absent for 2 months on a mission about which they could not be told. Evidence had been presented to the principal that pointed toward Midoriya as a traitor to UA, and the announcement sent a ripple of shock through the room. Ochako reacted with indignation, insisting that Midoriya would never do something like that. Ida defended Midoriya as a person of integrity, and Mina echoed that Midoriya would never become a villain. Their protests made Aizawa sigh. Aizawa calmed them by activating his quirk, the only thing that brought their emotions down enough to listen. He said they all knew Midoriya was not the traitor, but that his being marked served the principal's plans. When Shoto asked about the principal's plan, Aizawa explained that having Midoriya identified as compromised gave them the perfect opportunity to send an unknown hero into Tartarus to prevent an escape that was expected to happen. The students fell silent at the revelation. Tsuyu asked if Midoriya was in prison. Aizawa confirmed that many things had happened in Tartarus and Midoriya had been removed no more than 2 days earlier. Momo asked if Midoriya would return. Aizawa nodded tiredly, and the room filled with relief and impatience. Kirishima celebrated that Midoriya would come back, but Momo pointed out that to get him into Tartarus they would have had to frame him as a villain and remove him from UA. Aizawa confirmed that, on paper, a first-year student had been found guilty of leaking hero secrets to villains and of espionage. Shoto asked whether the accused was necessarily Midoriya. Aizawa agreed that it was not necessarily him. The students exchanged tense looks. One other student was missing. Toru was the first to speak up that Aoyama was not present. Kirishima murmured fearfully that it could not be Aoyama. Aizawa regrettably confirmed that Yuga Aoyama had indeed leaked information to villains. The announcement left the class paralyzed. The chill of the morning felt especially sharp, and questions swirled that Aizawa would not answer, either because he had been ordered not to or because he simply refused to say more. Most of them could not accept that a classmate had betrayed them, and those who could only ran through the moments when it might have happened. Aizawa acknowledged that it was hard to understand and that this truth was difficult to accept, though his students barely seemed to register his words. Shoto asked if there could be another spy, desperate to avoid further surprises. Aizawa replied that, according to the investigation, Aoyama was the only one and the evidence supported that conclusion. Mineta reacted with disbelief and fear, imagining conspiracies in line with movies. Momo laid out the logic calmly. The villain attacks on UA had begun this year at the USJ, which removed suspicion from older classes and left the first years, since only one hero class had been attacked, that narrowed the field further to their 2 first-year classes, and of those, only their class had attended the USJ. Her explanation left several classmates speechless. Aizawa summarized and, exasperated, told them their questions would be answered in time. For now, he said, they should at least be glad that Midoriya was returning. He left the room. Ochako worried aloud about what Midoriya had endured in prison. Tokoyami suggested it had likely been a terrible ordeal. Toru proposed organizing something to cheer him up after 2 months away. Sato offered to make desserts, and Mina immediately thought about decorations. Ochako felt a party might be too much for someone as private as Midoriya, but the others began making plans. Izuku had come back from Tartarus exhausted and shaken. Only a day before he was scheduled to return home, he already felt he needed medical attention, though he had not recently been in a life-or-death battle. His body and mind were strained from what he had endured. On his first morning home, Izuku was roused by his mother calling him to get up. He stumbled out of bed, still half asleep and disoriented. A quiet, ordinary morning at home followed, giving him a brief, neutral respite from the chaos he had left behind. Kana hurriedly spoke, leaving the atmosphere tense in the boy's room. Izuku murmured to his mother, feeling embarrassed, while Kana smiled with a teasing expression. Kana suggested that it would be better if they stepped out so as not to disturb his mother and stepped back to give them space. Izuku, flustered, told her to show more respect and gripped her shoulders to steady himself. Kana sounded surprised, not expecting that reaction. Izuku scolded her firmly, saying that he preferred the playful, clever Kana he knew rather than someone who acted provocatively. Kana asked which version of herself he preferred, and Izuku admitted that he liked the one who enjoyed joking at his side and who was intelligent. Kana smiled, pleased, and Izuku added that she should change her clothes while he went to calm his mother, then rose to have the uncomfortable conversation. Kana took a moment to take in where she was before going to the small apartment living room to help prevent Izuku from making any rash moves. She reflected on the strange turn her life had taken and, after a moment of private thought, searched the boy's wardrobe for something appropriate to wear. Kana entered the living room calmly, dressed the same as the day before, and greeted Mrs. Midoriya politely. Mrs. Midoriya returned the greeting with a noticeable blush. Kana told her that she had thought Izuku might sort things out himself. Izuku sighed and explained that it was difficult to reassure his mother after the earlier awkward situation between them. Kana reassured Mrs. Midoriya that she would behave respectfully and would not cause any trouble for her son. Mrs. Midoriya responded cautiously, still somewhat unconvinced. Kana emphasized that Izuku was honorable and that she would maintain proper boundaries, which made Izuku visibly embarrassed. Mrs. Midoriya remarked wryly that similar reassurances had been given before in other circumstances, adding to her son's discomfort. Planning an assault on a hospital was not something to undertake lightly. There were many factors to consider before approving the director's proposal. A truck arriving there could mean many things, and with so many patients in the hospital it would be irresponsible to risk innocent lives based on a single lead. They needed stronger proof to support the surprise operation, as well as a wider plan covering the city of Daika and its surroundings. Hawks observed that Dabi looked exhausted from handling the military-related problems, and Dabi snapped at him to be quiet. Hawks asked about the young shapeshifter and, in his usual teasing manner, sought information by casually letting a feather slip under the door. Dabi admitted that the shapeshifter had engaged someone very strong but refused to give more details to someone he did not trust. Hawks offered to find out who had been involved and to prevent any leaks, his friendliness thinly veiled and irritating to Dabi. Dabi insisted it was not a guard and that it was unlikely any useful information would come from that route. He hoped the Commission's distrust of criminals would be enough to keep things contained. Hawks acknowledged this with a small, unreadable smile and suggested that Dabi speed things up. Suspicions were beginning to center on certain people too close to the army. Dabi asked who Hawks meant, and Hawks warned that heroes from Daika seemed indifferent to the city's destruction and the large-scale thefts in Devnat, with talk of arrests. Dabi, frustrated, asked Hawks to stall them for at least a week because Shigaraki was not ready yet. Hawks teased about whether Dabi wanted to involve the leader, drawing a cold look in reply. Dabi insisted that Shigaraki did not need to be dragged into trivialities and ordered Hawks to continue his work, warning him not to meddle. Hawks left the room, pondering where Twice might be and letting his feather drift through the halls in search of useful intelligence. Watching over a prisoner turned out to be far more difficult than Izuku had anticipated. He had not expected to host someone with a violent past, and it felt surreal to have her in his home. She remained calm, watching television and leaning against him like someone finding a momentary comfort, her demeanor casual despite everything she had done. At first, when the change happened, he did jump and tense up, but after doing it 12 times throughout the day he began to calm down, and by night he had become as accustomed as possible, though he still felt uneasy from so much closeness. Kana asked tense whether they would go to UA. Izuku confirmed that they would, explaining nervously that part of the arrangement to keep her safe was that she remain in a secure place and, since the real traitor had been caught, he needed to return to studying. He added that Aizawa was already taking care of her academic needs because they could not risk anyone outside the class learning she was at UA. Rumors would spread and everything would be for nothing. He set his phone aside and unconsciously slid next to Kana as he described moving from a cold, dim cell to a well-furnished room with plenty of food and entertainment. Kana said it did not sound bad and that as long as she could keep her favored pillow she had no complaints, closing her eyes comfortably at the position and making Izuku hesitate. Izuku murmured red-faced about the arrangement. Kana reflected that in recent years she had carried only hatred for the commission and for herself, and that the 2 months he had been by her side were the first time she had felt comfortable not only with her surroundings but also with herself. She told Izuku that he brightened everything he touched and that she did not want to move away from that light. Izuku began to speak, but the moment that followed was removed and replaced with a brief pause in which they shared a quiet, heartfelt understanding before moving on. Hawks worked within the limits of his feathers. He had always found ways to extend his wings farther than they appeared to go. At maximum distance they usually drifted down like leaves until he could reconnect and regain control. He knew the mountain mansion was absurdly large and that distance and the microphones embedded in the feathers made things difficult, but when he focused he could still pick up what he needed to hear. Using a single feather was easier to manage than many. He could concentrate more and extend it farther and for longer, though hearing what was said near the feather was harder. Hawks thought to himself that just a bit more effort would do as he guided the feather through ventilation ducts while watching Twice struggle with a juice box. Hawks offered assistance with calm composure and kept the feather as far out as possible. Twice at first resisted, then accepted the help and drank the juice gratefully. Hawks remained steady and composed. A short burst of noise near the feather gave Hawks enough information to catch words about the mountain and speed, and he began to put the pieces of the puzzle together. With Izuku's prompt return to UA, many internal changes at the academy became necessary. They were not changes visible to students, but behind the scenes the staff moved quickly. Teachers trusted the student, but they did not share his faith in Kana. They knew how dangerous she could be and how easily she might escape. They wanted the strongest measures to keep her contained and away from curious eyes. Creating a separate dormitory far from others had been considered, but it was too easy for curious students to stumble upon such a place, whether by searching or by chance. They could not place her in the girls' area of Class A, fearing for the safety of the students there, nor would they place her in the boys' area. They considered keeping her with the teachers, which would have been reasonable if not for the principal's concern that she could still slip away from even experienced hands. The option nobody liked but that seemed viable was to leave her under the supervision of Midoriya Izuku and hope the boy could keep her under absolute control. Many teachers doubted the choice, though the principal trusted Izuku's ability. Mina wondered how Midoriya was while inflating balloons for the welcome celebration. Shoto told others he had asked the old man about Tartarus and that the reply had been that it was a hellish place. Kaminari expressed admiration for Midoriya's endurance, and Siro teased that having endured Bakugo, Midoriya was experienced at handling the worst. Shoji thought about what prison must have been like as he helped with decorations. Tsuyu commented that they would have plenty of time to ask questions later and that Midoriya would return soon. Mina said she was excited and that it would be the best welcome party to celebrate their green-haired companion's return. Izuku was surprised by how quickly Kana adapted to the new normal. She appeared more relaxed than during their walks in the yard and she smiled more, which lifted his spirits. Kana complimented Inko Midoriya on her cooking, saying she did not remember the last time she had tasted such good food. Inko observed that Kana had a voracious appetite. Kana added that she had spent years eating bland food with hardly any flavor and that this felt like a heavenly feast. Tsutsumi commented after finishing her second plate that now she understood why the little rabbit had been able to endure prison so well. With food like that waiting on the outside, she could endure anything too. Inko responded with a sad sigh and told Tsutsumi she was exaggerating, that too much prison food had left her sensitive to other food, and that now that he was out he had plenty of time to try everything. Kana complimented Midoriya's mother on her cooking, calling her incredible. Izuku murmured in disbelief that his mother already liked Kana. Kana teased that she had him won and that now she only needed his father and they would be a happy family, which made the freckled boy blush and the women laugh. Izuku tried to calm the teasing and warned Kana not to treat the situation as a joke, worried his mother might take it seriously. The conversation shifted awkwardly for a moment, then Kana smiled and suggested they take things slowly, admitting she did not have many relationships herself and recognizing this was new for him. Izuku, still stunned, agreed to go slowly. Inko's tone suddenly grew cold as she told Izuku they needed to talk. Izuku accepted the seriousness of the moment and prepared himself for an uncomfortable conversation. Although classes felt like hell and the day could be called bad, everyone focused on the best thing, finishing the preparations for their friend's big welcome-back party. Excitement was high and everyone was finalizing details for the green-haired student's nocturnal arrival. Aizawa entered the room surprised by so much activity and asked what was happening. Toru explained with enthusiasm that it was a welcome party because they knew Midoriya had suffered in prison and they wanted to give him a warm reception. Aizawa muttered that he did not think they should do this, worried that Midoriya would be exhausted from everything and might only want to sleep. He also worried about introducing certain people to the students. Tsuyu asked if Midoriya was coming straight there, and Aizawa replied that he was not, explaining that Midoriya had been clear about wanting to see his mother first. Ochako brightened, understanding he was at home, and Aizawa reluctantly agreed that he would arrive at night, allowing the students to continue their preparations. Under the night sky and the moonlight, a vehicle arrived at UA, an ideal time to travel without curious eyes, avoiding reporters and explanations. Kana took in the dormitory building with mild surprise, more impressed by what she had heard about Izuku than by its appearance. Izuku noted it was the dorms and urged her to hurry before Jiro or Shoji woke up from any noise. He took Kana's hand and led her toward the dormitories, cautioning them to be quiet. Izuku opened the door slowly, whispering that it was past midnight so only a few people would be awake. The entire class burst out with a loud surprise greeting as they revealed themselves. Ochako moved to welcome Midoriya back but stopped short when she saw him with a woman. The class reacted loudly in shock. Kana remarked dryly that the stealth approach was gone, seeming calm despite Izuku's stunned freeze. The collective shout drew more attention, and Izuku stepped forward to calm everyone, standing protectively in front of Kana as he searched for words. Mina tried to speak through her excitement. Shoto tilted his head in confusion. Katsuki shouted in disbelief, with Kirishima teasing him about not knowing who she was. Ida began to scold Izuku about breaking rules by bringing someone after midnight, but his reprimand fell on deaf ears in the excited crowd. Toru squealed at the sight of them holding hands. Kana observed with relief that, fortunately, no one here seemed to recognize her. Aizawa finally appeared, noting that they had gone ahead with the party after all. Izuku asked Aizawa why he had not been told about this. Katsuki complained to the teacher, surprising all the other students. Aizawa explained that the others had wanted to do something considerate for him, then sighed in a defeated way. He moved closer to Izuku and, speaking low because the dorms made quiet conversation difficult, told him that this was his punishment for bringing the guest. Izuku murmured that it was unfair as the teacher moved on to the other students. Kana teased that she found it quite fair, which made Izuku, the freckled student, reconsider many of his recent decisions. Aizawa introduced the guest. He informed everyone that the woman was Lady Nagant and that she would stay while they resolved certain matters, asking them not to bother her and explaining that she would be with Midoriya at all times. The announcement left most of the students tense and confused. Shoto asked if Lady Nagant had been an assassin, which made the atmosphere even tenser. Shiro voiced his fear about an assassin being present. Aizawa began to respond, but Izuku quickly stood in front of his friends with seriousness. Izuku stated that Kana had already served her confinement. Ida reminded everyone sternly that she was not supposed to leave, and accused Midoriya of breaking the rules. Izuku calmly explained that his actions were not illegal and that letting Kana leave had been the only condition he had set to come out of Tartarus. Tsuyu expressed concern about danger, hesitant because she knew Izuku was close to losing his temper. Izuku defended Kana, saying she was not dangerous and that she had already dealt with those who had threatened her. He insisted she was a good person and that she had helped him survive in Tartarus, teaching him many things, and that he believed she regretted many past mistakes. His calm words surprised Aizawa and the others, though he seemed close to losing his temper. Katsuki demanded whether they themselves might become targets and shouted at Izuku, then launched a forceful strike that knocked Izuku to the floor. Ida protested loudly at Katsuki's behavior. Kana watched and smiled faintly, saying the situation had become interesting. Aizawa asked why Kana seemed involved. Kana answered that Izuku acted on his own and she had not told him anything. Aizawa watched, waiting for the moment to step in if needed. Katsuki, struggling to speak, accused Izuku of hiding things. Izuku replied that Katsuki did not know what had happened in prison and urged him to think before speaking. Ochako appeared to calm the group, suggesting they relax and reminding them that Midoriya insisted she would not do anything harmful, and that Aizawa would be watching over everything. She noted that they were supposed to be celebrating Izuku's return. Izuku thanked her and apologized for his behavior, not fully understanding his own reaction. Ochako gently scolded the others for not being calmer. Izuku thanked everyone for welcoming him back. Kana observed that he seemed particularly restrained and Aizawa commented that he appeared more expressive than usual. Kana noted that prison tends to change people. Aizawa admitted he did not know what had occurred behind closed doors but warned Kana quietly, activating his quirk. He told her that if he learned she had harmed Izuku, there would be consequences. Kana responded seriously that she would not risk losing the last light she had in the world, explaining that he was the one thing truly keeping her connected. She closed her eyes and spoke with melancholy. Aizawa left, and the atmosphere eased. Kana thought to herself that it was ridiculous to believe she would hurt him, and watched the freckled boy laden with desserts. She stifled a laugh at the sight. Izuku protested that there was too much food, moved some aside, and breathed more easily. Tokoyami admitted they had worried about his eating habits in prison, and Izuku gave a tense, grateful smile to his friends. Kana joked that the little bunny had an iron stomach and ate the prison mash like it was divine ambrosia, which embarrassed Izuku. Kana teased Izuku playfully and took a cookie, provoking good-natured scolding. Tokoyami looked a little bewildered. Mina quickly picked up on the teasing and asked what was happening. Kana explained that when confined to a cell, people talked a lot to pass the time, and Izuku had spoken so much about his classmates that she felt she knew them. She ate a cookie, clearly enjoying it, and Izuku complained that they were his cookies as she took another. Mineta strode up with an angry expression and began to confront Izuku. Before he could continue, Izuku reacted and sent Mineta tumbling out through the window in a sudden, chaotic moment. The group reacted with a mixture of surprise and laughter. Kana laughed and told Izuku he should relax a bit. Izuku quickly apologized to Mineta. An earlier incident had briefly made the atmosphere tense. It was the first time Mineta had acted so aggressively. The party continued with relative normality aside from that emergency, and Class 1A slowly began to accept Kana, the two-toned-haired newcomer who did not seem willing to leave Izuku's side. Izuku looked unusually uncomfortable with how close she stayed, more comfortable than his classmates expected. Ochako felt tense and told Izuku that he had gone too far, noting how embarrassed he seemed. Kana murmured with a small smile that this was not the first time someone had acted that way, a comment that clearly unsettled Izuku. Mina brightened and said she wanted to set Mineta aside and ask many questions. Kana teased the others about how lively Mina was. Izuku explained that Ashido-san was a very cheerful person, which only increased the pink-haired girl's embarrassment. Mina asked, flushed, whether Izuku had really talked about all of them. Izuku said that he and Kana had been playing a game about learning one another's lives, and because his classmates were important to him, it had been inevitable that they would come up. He admitted this with a small blush that spread to those nearby. Tsuyu made a quiet, bashful sound. Kana said she did not know the others well but hoped to get along with them, speaking nervously. She was not yet used to being out of her cell and certainly not to Tartarus. Momo explained that they still needed to get used to having Kana there and that the situation was very strange. She did not wish to offend the newcomer. Kana understood and tried to calm the woman, who sighed unconsciously. Tsuyu asked where Kana would sleep, drawing everyone's attention with a thoughtful gesture. Kana grabbed Izuku's arm and indicated that her plan was obvious. Izuku reacted with a blush and surprise. Kana teased that, of course, she would sleep with him and added, joking, that the small boy made a perfect pillow, drawing mixed reactions from their classmates. Kaminari and Shiro protested in the background. Ida declared that it was improper and against academy rules that she share a room, insisting she should have her own. Izuku explained calmly that, because Kana still considered herself a prisoner, she could not be left alone and, as the only one who knew her, he had the permission to do what was necessary to keep her safe. Mina whispered to the brunette that Izuku seemed more expressive tonight, and Ochako admitted in murmurs that prison might change someone, but she had not expected this. Kaminari glared, upset that Kana would sleep in Izuku's room. Kana laughed softly and pressed closer to Izuku, which annoyed some of their classmates. Ida scolded his friend for looking so uncomfortable. The party did not go exactly as everyone had imagined, but they managed to enjoy themselves without further trouble. They stayed until nearly dawn, when everyone retired to their rooms to sleep a little before the busy day ahead. Later, as they entered Izuku's shared dormitory, Kana commented that she had expected more from a room full of teenagers. Izuku asked if she had expected rowdiness, opening his door. Kana confessed she had imagined contraband beer and loud music, much more chaos than what met the eye. Izuku noted that Jiro-san disliked loud sounds because they hurt her ears, then suddenly realized he had allowed Kana inside and tried to stop her, but she had already entered. Kana looked around his room, visibly impressed and a little surprised. She remarked that she understood Izuku's attachment to his posters and how they must have provided comfort. Izuku admitted, quietly, that they had made him feel safe. Kana sat carefully on the edge of his bed and spoke gently about his past, how he had been isolated while growing up and how, until coming to UA, he had not known what it meant to have friends. She said it was natural to seek something that made him feel secure and that she imagined he had found that in these small comforts. Izuku admitted that they did make him feel safe and smiled sadly at his posters. Kana asked whether he still felt that safety now, reminding him that he was strong and had saved many people. She referenced his infiltration of the country's most protected prison and how he had confronted dangerous criminals there, recounting his actions as impressive and brave. Izuku sighed, a little confused and modest about the praise. Kana added with warmth that he also had the strength to face and overcome formidable opponents, said in a light, admiring tone that made Izuku blush again. Kana laughed softly and told him she would never forget what he had done, how spectacular it had seemed to her. She took Izuku's hand and guided him to sit on the bed beside her. Izuku downplayed what had happened, looking at the floor. Kana told him he was the kindest and brightest person she had seen and that even someone so gentle could cast a strong, surprising shadow. She squeezed his hand and encouraged him, expressing her belief that he would come to recognize how special he was. Izuku thanked Kana for the support and looked into her eyes, momentarily lost in their brightness. Kana replied that he was welcome any time and, with tender care, leaned in closer in a comforting gesture. Izuku felt an unexpected warmth at the closeness and struggled to find words, stopping there as they shared a quiet, heartfelt moment. They spent the night together at the student dorm. In the morning both woke with complicated feelings. Organizing multiple heroes and agencies proved slow and tedious. coordinating without attracting the metahuman army, preventing any possible escape, and preparing an operation to enter a hospital while minimizing harm to innocents was far from simple. The commission put in triple the work to make sure everything went smoothly, and Director Nizu worked even harder to prepare for every possible complication. Aizawa expressed disbelief and asked if Nizu was sure he wanted to go through with the plan, calling it madness. Nizu replied calmly that it was the best option for a full emergency. Aizawa warned that if left alone, the target could escape, and Nizu reassured him that he already had contingencies planned for that scenario. Aizawa noted the urgency of assembling the team and implied that Nizu intended to use Lady Nagant as a final option if endeavor failed. Nizu cautioned against arrogance, reminding Aizawa of how they had once thought they had everything under control and had paid a high price for it. He urged Aizawa to have some trust. Aizawa admitted trust in Nizu but remained uneasy about relying on that particular woman, and Nizu acknowledged the concern while urging calm. Morning light barely filtered into the dorm room. Kana stirred and watched Izuku sleep with a soft, teasing thought about how peaceful he looked. Izuku mumbled that he liked Kana in his sleep, which made her smile quietly. For a few moments they felt the ordinary calm of people trying to hold onto a fragile peace, unaware of the dangers beyond their room. A concerned Ida knocked at the door and asked if Midoriya was all right, surprised that he had not come down for breakfast. Izuku opened one eye and called back that he would be down in a minute, a little disoriented by the morning. Kana greeted Ida warmly and Midoriya returned the greeting with a shy smile. Ida announced that they were waiting at the academy and left when told to wait a moment. Kana commented that she probably would not be allowed to go, and Izuku answered that if she did not go, he probably would not either. Kana liked the answer and settled back to rest a little longer, and Izuku held her gently, content to stay close for the time being. At UA, the atmosphere felt strange for Class 1A. Aoyama was in custody, and Midoriya's reintegration into classes added another layer of tension. The students expected answers now that he was nearby again. Ochako reacted with surprise that Midoriya would not be joining the class, and Aizawa explained that since he was the only person capable of controlling Lady Nagant, he could not be allowed to leave freely. He reassured them that Midoriya would have support from other teachers. The students showed mixed disappointment over the decision. Mineta complained about the situation with envy, resentful that Midoriya seemed to be getting special treatment and skipping classes without consequence. Tsuyu reacted quickly and restrained him, ending his protest. Kaminari observed that Mineta had a point and that it was a little enviable that Midoriya was missing classes. Kirishima tried to soften his friend's remark, attempting to explain the situation. Mina scolded the blonde, telling him not to excuse the behavior. Kirishima asked whether anyone would really want to be locked in a cell, uncertain if the other prisoners knew their intentions and worried about being opposed by everyone. The blonde fell quiet and went pale. Kaminari murmured that he could not imagine how Midoriya had endured that, sounding both horrified and impressed. Aizawa informed the students that they would be asked questions back at the dormitories, but for now he needed their attention. He spoke in a tense voice, clearly uncomfortable with what he had to say but following orders. Given everything they had endured that year, early internships had been authorized, and most of them had already found agencies. On paper they were active heroes, and soon a very important mission might come their way. Ida asked, fearfully, what kind of mission Aizawa meant. Aizawa explained that there would soon be a large-scale offensive against the villains. Most agencies would be sent to strategic points, and everyone would be placed in precise teams that would give them a chance to face a battlefield. He paused to let the students absorb the information, then added that they would be treated as functioning heroes and should not expect any special consideration for being students. Momo stood and requested to speak, asking whether it was reasonable to send students on such a crucial mission. Aizawa admitted that under normal circumstances it would not be acceptable, but they were facing significant difficulties and were short on heroes. He did not soften the truth. The upcoming area would likely be a war zone. To increase their chances of survival, the next 2 weeks would become an intense training PRD. The principal arranged for Izuku Midoriya to be brought up to date on his classes. 2 months away had set him back, and it was time to make up for what he had missed. Midnight, Ectoplasm, and All Might were assigned to deepen his instruction in the dormitories and to be ready to intervene if Lady Nagant caused trouble, although the principal trusted the freckled young hero to handle her. Ectoplasm entered the lounge and noted with some apprehension that the students were not there. Midnight suggested they might be in Izuku Midoriya's room, reminding her colleague that the students had received a rather heated welcome last night and might have lost track of time. All Might observed that Lady Nagant did not appear intent on escaping and seemed quite attached to Izuku Midoriya. Midnight asked with curiosity how close they were, since Aizawa had only given vague answers. All Might replied that they were close enough that she teased the young man without him stopping her. Midnight gave a knowing, slightly amused smile. Ectoplasm wondered if they were in a relationship, and Midnight bristled at the suggestion. Ectoplasm teased her, recalling Midnight's past accusations about students having relationships outside the school, prompting Midnight to admit the idea had crossed her mind. All Might urged them to focus on their task and asked whether Izuku was in the room. There was no response. All Might called again with more anxiety, but still nothing. Ectoplasm suggested Midnight prepare to enter and asked All Might to step aside. The older hero complied, tense. Midnight noticed the door was open and slowly pushed it wider to avoid startling anyone inside. When they looked in, the teachers found Izuku Midoriya and another student asleep together. The scene made them pause and they decided to give the students privacy. Midnight insisted that the others leave and that she would handle the situation alone. Reluctantly, Ectoplasm and All Might withdrew to a few meters away. Once alone, Midnight approached the bed and examined Izuku. He looked calm and there were no visible signs of injury. Midnight reflected briefly on the situation and, not wanting them to oversleep, gently touched the young man's cheek and called his name softly. Izuku stirred, shifting uneasily as he woke. Midnight gently woke Izuku, speaking softly to keep things calm. He stirred groggily, opening his eyes a little and asking what was happening. He recognized Midnight and addressed her by name. When he saw Kana, he tensed and blurted out that Midnight was not what she seemed. Midnight let the young man search for words but gave no answer at first. She then told him that the situation needed an explanation. A student had been found alone with a dangerous criminal. She told him to wake Kana and go downstairs. There was much to be done. With that, she left them alone. Later, the teachers gathered in the meeting room, full of questions and hoping the incident had been some kind of misunderstanding, a misperception caused by Midnight's quirk. They did not want to believe they had seen one of their usually composed students in such a compromising situation with a dangerous criminal. All Might asked if Midnight's costume might have been torn, causing a trick of perception. Midnight sighed with irritation and insisted that what they had seen had really happened and that Midoriya had apparently been very close to the woman. Ectoplasm responded gravely that the problem was that she was a criminal and older than the student. The student and Kana entered the room. Kana seemed calm, while Izuku was a knot of nerves and embarrassment. Ectoplasm asked how Kana could claim to be the victim. Kana smiled confidently and suggested she had been led into the situation by the student's apparent earnestness. Midnight continued to tease, asking Midoriya if he had anything to say in his defense. Embarrassed, Izuku admitted that Kana was incredibly beautiful and that his admiration had overwhelmed him. Midnight reacted with a burst of playful approval. Kana observed that Izuku was showing unexpected determination. He tried to recover his composure and promised that he would not hold back. Kana replied with a teasing remark about how he had nearly kept her in bed all day, which only made Izuku redder and the staff exchanged stunned looks. The room hung on the awkward mix of confession and teasing, the tension easing into uneasy laughter as the teachers processed the scene and the explanations offered. Retaining Aoyama Yuga should have been simple. Put him in prison, wait for interrogations and trial. The director knew it could not be that easy. All for One had contacts everywhere, and taking Aoyama to the wrong place might alert the villains that their spy had been captured, risking rescue attempts or worse. Because of that danger, extraordinary care was taken when moving the blonde student. Every guard and every person who would come into contact with the traitor was investigated thoroughly before being allowed near him. He was kept in a prison specially designed for him in an undisclosed location. On paper, Aoyama Yuga was in Tartarus like any other dangerous villain, a precaution meant to avoid attracting the attention of All for One's agents. Endeavor asked the detective whether Aoyama had said anything. Detective Naomasa, frustrated, answered that Aoyama was terrified of All for One and would not give them anything. Endeavor asked whether his parents might talk. Naomasa shook his head. He explained that All for One knew how to instill fear. He had Aoyama tightly controlled, and that influence probably extended to his parents. For now, they had to keep the parents detained and wait for any sign of retaliation. Endeavor closed his eyes to calm himself. Naomasa noted that this time the director had been unusually methodical trying to send Midoriya to Tartarus. The year's repeated attacks on the UA, the doubt cast on Midoriya after so many incidents had all led to a restrained, cold fury directed at the villains. Even the director could be driven to extremes, and that prospect made Endeavor uneasy. For the capture of Aoyama's parents, reaction time was critical. The authorities needed to know whether the villains already knew of their son's capture. Naomasa moved quickly, investigating the parents' workplaces and setting a trap outside their home in little more than a day. The officers on the stakeout noted the size and connections of the house. One officer hidden among the bushes observed that the family had amassed a small fortune and seemed to be increasing their holdings. A colleague in a surveillance vehicle reported that the household staff showed no signs of suspicion yet. The man in the bushes grew impatient and asked for a report from the team watching the parents at work. The vehicle observer said the staff were expected to arrive soon and that, as far as he could tell, they did not suspect anything. As the two adults approached their door, the hidden officer edged closer and counted under his breath. When his partner signaled that they were in position, the officer stepped forward from his hiding place. He announced their presence forcefully. The action began. He forcefully extended his arms, which became gelatinous and captured both of them instantly. The father began to protest in surprise at the officer. The fear they felt in the police truck was not from the abrupt confinement or from concern for their son. They knew exactly why they were in the hands of the police. They had long suspected this day could come and were trying to ignore it for the sake of their son and their own survival. Each minute in the truck increased their dread, because 1,000 thoughts about All for One and what he might know about this arrest crowded their minds. Their greatest fear was being targeted by villains sent by that demon. When the truck finally stopped, the two parents looked at each other nervously. The father asked the officer if he could know the reason for their arrest, trying to keep his voice calm despite the obvious fear. The officer told them not to pretend confusion and insisted that their son had already been caught, ordering them out of the vehicle immediately in a tone that tightened both adults further. The couple stepped out with faces frozen in terror, not because of the arrest itself, but because of what it truly represented. Their fear was for All for One and whatever he had sent to eliminate or capture them. They walked in tense silence, staring at the ground and lamenting every choice that had led them here and the cruel fate their actions had left for their son. Detective Naomasa brought them back to reality by addressing them as Mr. and Mrs. Aoyama. The woman, confused, asked where they were, looking around at the dense forest that surrounded them. She murmured in fear, wondering if they were somewhere else entirely. Detective Naomasa identified himself and explained that this was a temporary facility set up for their family. The couple exhaled in slight relief. Naomasa silently judged the depth of their fear as worse than he had expected. He then ordered the officers to take the couple inside, and with a final nod the officers led them into the facility. Naomasa did not expect to extract much information from the terrified adults, but he hoped to influence the younger blonde, who would likely reach desperation faster and might say something useful. His plan was simple: keep Aoyama Yuga in a secure room behind polarized glass where he could watch his parents walk in H&D CFFS. The detective believed Yuga would be compelled to speak, maybe revealing something about the villains they did not already know. The mother asked where Yuga was, her voice filled with sorrow. Naomasa told them that he would be sent to Tartarus along with them, claiming that revealing sensitive information to individuals with extreme records would earn the young man a cell in the middle zone among very dangerous villains. It was, of course, a lie, but he was confident the parents were too frightened to question it. The father begged for mercy, calling his son another victim, and Naomasa considered that plea while glancing toward the blonde student. He thought to himself that he would see what the young man had to say after witnessing his parents led away, and then he walked deeper into the facility, leaving the student alone with his thoughts. The arrival of the freckled boy was undeniable good news, but the mentality with which he returned was very different from how he had been before the prison stay. Many would say the change was normal after everything he had gone through, but Bakugo could not reconcile some details. The blow he had received that night still lingered in his memory. The freckled boy had shown more strength in their recent encounters than Bakugo expected, which felt strange given his time in prison and the lack of opportunity to train. That hit had seemed unusually powerful. Kaminari remarked that Aizawa had been intense during training, sitting on the street exhausted from dissipating so much electricity in the last hour. Kirishima noted that Aizawa had promised to prepare them well for an upcoming attack and watched Bakugo, who was leaning against a wall lost in thought. Kirishima asked Bakugo how he was handling it, but Bakugo remained uninterested and distant. Kaminari asked if Bakugo was okay. Bakugo replied tersely that everything was fine and composed himself to continue training despite the concern of his friends. Kirishima whispered to himself that Bakugo did not seem well, and Kaminari suggested leaving him in peace. Kirishima agreed reluctantly, uneasy about their friend's behavior. To Bakugo, there was only one solution for understanding the green-haired boy: a proper fight in which to talk. It was not a gentle method, but it was the only one Bakugo cared for and the only one he had used for a long time. Now that their daily training had ended, he was free to go and challenge the freckled boy. Mina complained that her hands hurt and rubbed them carefully. Shiro muttered that he might need a doctor, arms aching. Kirishima insisted it had not been that bad and looked to Kaminari for agreement, but Kaminari answered only weakly. Kirishima turned to Bakugo, who responded with a sharp sound of irritation. Shiro questioned whether all this was necessary to improve, feeling worn out. Mina began to cite Aizawa's instructions, but before they could continue, all of them noticed something surprising behind the dormitories. Black cords stretched oddly from one side to the other, crisscrossing behind the dorms in an inconsistent pattern. Kaminari remained completely drained. Mina asked if anyone else had a bad feeling about it. Kirishima urged them to move, sensing the danger and prompting everyone into action. Their friends began to run, believing something bad had happened. With his body utterly exhausted and nerves frayed, the team moved toward the courtyard to prepare for a fight, except for Kaminari, who seemed to be walking on autopilot. If a villain had attacked, an alarm would have sounded, which made the situation even tenser. When they reached the courtyard, everyone admired something astonishing, and even Bakugo tensed. Kana, the two-toned girl, encouraged her partner and told him he was doing well, though he still looked drained. Ida asked nervously whether Ms. Tsutsumi was sure about this, seeing how tired his friend appeared. Kana explained calmly that they were only testing his limits. There was no other way to do it without risking lives. She then instructed Ochako to keep throwing objects, indicating the casket of items on the other side of the patio that varied in size and weight. Mina shouted in confusion, asking what was happening. Kana acknowledged the arriving students as unexpected guests and focused on the blonde who looked more surprised than the others. She ordered Izuku to rest, and he stopped sending out those dark tendrils. Izuku murmured relief and collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Ochako moved closer and checked on Izuku, asking if he was okay. Izuku admitted that his hands hurt but kept a small smile. Ochako suggested it was muscle pain and helped him to his feet while their classmates remained bewildered. Shiro muttered his confusion, and Kaminari echoed his bewilderment with a quiet, uncertain cheer. Kana explained that they had developed a second quirk in the young boy they referred to as the little rabbit and approached with a composed smile. Mina exclaimed in surprise that Midoriya had two quirks, which only increased the blonde boy's confusion as he continued to stare toward Izuku, who was being tended by Ochako and Kana. Kana admitted that even he did not understand how it had happened, and her curiosity was piqued, but she also recognized his discomfort and decided to give him space for the moment. Kirishima said he had thought such a thing was impossible, looking at his exhausted friend. Kana replied that it was highly unlikely but not impossible, recalling a rumor about a case in America involving a person with two quirks, though she could not confirm its truth. Zero asked why they were conducting this training in the courtyard when UA had better facilities. Kana explained that she could not move freely around UA without causing alarm, and because he served as her guard, he could not leave her side, so they were effectively confined to the dormitory area. As a result, he had to train there, and they were running a survey of what he could do with his black bonds. Mina asked what the survey entailed. Kana outlined the questions they needed to answer: how much weight he could support, whether the strength varied, and how far he could extend the bonds. They needed those answers before serious training could begin. Izuku looked noticeably more relieved by that explanation. Kirishima called it incredible and tried to get Bakugo's attention. Bakugo watched from the other side of the courtyard with a more serious expression than usual. The green-haired student finally breathed easier, relieved by everything they had discovered. He felt ready for a bath and to rest until morning. Izuku thanked Ochako for her help, and Ochako offered a tense, worried sigh as she told him he should take better care of himself. Izuku, smiling awkwardly under his friend's judging look, apologized for worrying them. Ochako insisted that he should be resting after just returning from prison. Izuku promised he would, but then he paused, feeling a sharp twinge at the base of his neck. He glanced to the side and saw Bakugo watching him with an angry expression. Bakugo only turned away and left. Ida called to Midoriya, asking if he was all right. Izuku returned to himself and told Ida that he was only a little tired and that it would be best to rest. He gave a strained smile, stood up in a hurry, and left, not noticing that the two-toned student lingered, watching him with concern. The sensation in his neck did not fade. It was a nagging, sharp ache, uncomfortable enough to feel like a warning of something wrong, though he could not tell what it signaled, especially now that he was alone. Izuku told himself that he was probably just very tired as he entered the dormitories and thought longingly of a bath. After a final stretch he headed to the men's area, but the twinge returned. He realized Bakugo was at the entrance. Bakugo moved toward him and mentioned the first test at midnight, a comment that Izuku understood immediately. When Izuku refused to play along, Bakugo's anger flared and the ache in Izuku's neck worsened. Izuku remained calm despite the discomfort and told Bakugo that he would not follow the game. If Bakugo had something to say, he should say it directly instead of provoking a useless fight. Bakugo snapped that prison had made him stupid, but Izuku replied that prison had taught him a lot. Izuku explained that he had been forced to infiltrate a prison gang to learn about an escape. He had gained some hard-learned lessons and had heard about jobs that had sent people to very dark places, and he had discovered that speaking frankly often prevented many problems. His steady gaze challenged Bakugo, who looked pressed by the exchange. Bakugo turned away, calling him a coward as he stalked off down the corridor, and then disappeared into the halls in anger. Left alone, Izuku felt calmer. She murmured as the sting faded. Kana stood in the doorway and noted that he had confronted his harasser. She had seen everything. Izuku approached, smiling with quiet pride. Kana warned that he should not leave his charge alone in the yard and mentioned that she had managed to get away. They shared a brief, awkward moment before moving on to their separate tasks. Izuku excused himself to the men's bathroom, and Kana, still puzzled, murmured that maybe he was finally showing more of himself while also missing his more timid side. The director found himself surprised by how close his student was to genius. Midoriya Izuku demonstrated an understanding of topics he had not studied, and his control over newly awakened abilities exceeded expectations. The manifestation of quirks had prompted further investigation into One for All, and after grasping the basics of what was happening, the director felt more certain about how to use both Midoriya and Lady Nagant in the coming assault against active villains' assets too valuable to keep only in reserve or relegated to evacuation duties. All Might expressed nervous concern about whether this approach was prudent. Nizu acknowledged the fear of letting Midoriya face the world but argued that, given how events had turned out in Tartarus, Midoriya could be trusted. They only needed to give him enough clues to manage what was coming. All Might hesitated, uneasy about letting the young man learn on his own. Nizu explained that adding more pressure by revealing quirk details would be unwise, since Midoriya already struggled with basic control while working as Lady Nagant's guard. It was better to leave his development in his own hands. All Might wondered aloud if there might be a way to train him more directly. Nizu pointed out that Lady Nagant was not only an excellent sniper but also possessed a sharp mind. She would notice unusual things and might help untangle the mystery of Midoriya's quirk. All Might questioned whether they were giving her too much credit, and Nizu revealed that he had persuaded the commission to release Lady Nagant's case files for analysis. One unsolved case connected to All for One suggested that someone had been dangerously close to uncovering crucial truths. The revelation made All Might fearful that they had allowed someone too knowledgeable to remain free. Nizu urged calm and reminded All Might that the woman's actions suggested she had not yet reached such a conclusion. He proposed that Midoriya himself might manage the situation or that some crucial piece had been missed in the past. All Might resolved that he needed to act to protect his successor, but Nizu cautioned that intervention could backfire and inadvertently reveal the truth in an attempt to hide it. Nizu advised trust in Midoriya, and All Might remained troubled, silently praying that the woman did not already know state secrets. In the dark, empty void, Izuku floated in serene stillness. There were no voices of past bearers at a distance and no faces to see. He could sense only a hand and part of an arm in that deep darkness. He did not yet understand how he arrived there while sleeping and wished he could access the place at will. A soft voice from a former bearer told him that the secret would not be handed over easily and that it was not fun if one ended up there only by accident. Izuku began to say that it would be easier if he could control it, then stopped mid-sentence when he realized he had spoken aloud. A black-haired former bearer appeared with a calm smile and explained that the first bearer had predicted this outcome if certain plans advanced. For now, he was progressing well with 2 additional quirks. Izuku asked about having 2 quirks. The woman chuckled. The freckled former bearer noted that the sensation at his neck was unusual. It was the quirk of the 4th bearer, and it would warn him whenever danger was nearby. Izuku murmured that this explained the incident with Bakugo. The black-haired former bearer added that more quirks would follow. Being close to All for One had triggered internal alarms and accelerated the process, though it was not their original intention. Izuku then asked whether there was any way to know which quirk would awaken next. The green-haired man warned that he did not want excessive surprises that would lead to pathetic excuses. He explained that because they were linked to Izuku, Izuku would not display their quirks unless they wanted him to. He sighed and added with a teasing tone that Izuku's girlfriend would not discover one for All so easily, leaving the boy frozen and embarrassed. Izuku reacted with shocked embarrassment and demanded to know if they already knew. The green-haired man admitted that they had been watching Izuku's life and knew what had happened. He added that the first prevented them from seeing at night and sighed more calmly. Then he suggested, with a bitter edge, that Izuku should perhaps tell his girlfriend the truth about his quirk to avoid future problems. Izuku began to protest that All Might had said otherwise, but the dark-haired woman interrupted him. She explained that Tashinori understood the danger of revealing the secret, and nothing could guarantee that someone would not betray Izuku to All for One. She described the lonely life that secrecy could create, her voice carrying sadness. Still, she softened and said she did not entirely agree with that hard conclusion. The woman went on to confess that when it had been her turn to bear one for All, she had pushed her entire family away out of fear. She admitted that she had even placed her son in an orphanage to protect him and had regretted that decision for the rest of her life. She reached out and placed her hand on Izuku's hair, telling him that she did not want the same to happen to him. She urged him not to distance himself from people and to be careful about trusting anyone blindly. Izuku asked nervously whether it was safe to tell his girlfriend. The woman cautioned him not to announce it to everyone but assured him that, with care, it could be safe especially for someone like him. She noted that his 4th quirk could help if he trained it properly, describing it as a kind of detector he could enhance to sense who might lie. Izuku murmured to himself, already overflowing with ideas. The woman told him he would have to figure out the details on his own. For now, she warned with a playful smile that he should be ready. At any moment he might start to emit smoke and float like a balloon. She nudged him lightly, which sent him tumbling away. Morning light began to filter through the window as Izuku woke with many questions and ideas. For a moment he almost forgot what the bearer had said and where he currently was. He resolved that he had to tell Kana before anyone else found out. Looking down, he saw Kana sleeping peacefully on his chest and smiled. Kana shifted and hugged him more tightly, murmuring his name with affection. Izuku whispered to wake her and urged her to get up, gently stroking her back. Kana, still drowsy, asked for 5 more minutes. When Izuku reminded her about breakfast, she complained in mock anger that he had left the bed because she relied on him as a pillow. He apologized and offered to make breakfast to compensate. Kana noticed that Izuku seemed strange and murmured that something was different about him, which made him flush slightly. Izuku admitted that he had had a strange dream and then, putting a hand over hers, told her there was something he needed to say. Kana recoiled at his tone and looked worried. Izuku decided they should eat first and talk afterward. Kana nodded, uncertain. After a good breakfast, the couple sat in the living room, both a little awkward. When Izuku mentioned that Kana had made several conjectures about his quirk while they were in prison and had suspected he might have made a deal with someone dangerous, he admitted that she had been partly right. Kana asked if his parents had made such a deal, and Izuku shook his head tensely. Izuku explained that All for One was not the only person capable of giving quirks. He told Kana that he was destined to fight All for One and that All for One had a counterpart, a man who could grant his quirk to another person. Kana asked, surprised, whether Izuku himself was connected to that power. Izuku confirmed that he had been born quirkless and, while at school, had met the holder of the quirk opposite All for One. That man had considered Izuku worthy and given him the power. Since then, Izuku carried a power full of mysteries that had passed through many holders who had fallen to All for One. Kana realized what that meant and exclaimed with relief and excitement that she had solved the mystery of his late awakening. Izuku confirmed that this was indeed the case. The woman stopped her excitement when she looked at the freckled boy and realized the black whip and the prickling at her neck were quirks of past bearers that she was just beginning to manifest. Kana asked if he manifested the powers of his predecessors. The green-haired student nodded, and Kana concluded that he must be the opposite of that demon. She then asked, with an eager smile, to be told whether he had many quirks to fight with. Izuku blinked in disbelief and admitted that he had 7. Kana, a bit disappointed, noted that 7 was not many and then asked what other powers he had, clearly ready to spend hours talking about the subject. Having so many students training constantly made Aizawa's head ache. Most of Class A had a clear path for their technique and power, but a small handful made things more complicated than their abilities warranted. He did not blame them, but it wore on him, and each day felt harder than the last. Aizawa realized he had never considered how much extra help his so-called criminal student would need, or the story he had told. If another student had brought that tale, he would have dismissed it as a joke, but Midoriya would not invent something like that out of boredom. For better or worse, it was real. Aizawa muttered that Midoriya could have told him about his quirk from the beginning, glaring at the couple isolated in the fake city for training. Izuku explained that it had been a secret too important to share and that he did not know whom to trust, and Aizawa sighed with irritation. Izuku clarified that his quirk also preserved the consciousness of past bearers. He did not yet understand how it worked, but periodically he entered a space of awareness where he could talk with those predecessors. One of the past bearers had told him to trust people, which made things more complicated for the teacher. Kana joked that Midoriya had just doubled Aizawa's work, and the teacher watched her with weariness. Izuku insisted that the green-haired student was the only one he trusted and apologized to Aizawa-sensei, though he looked exhausted and in need of a break. Aizawa asked for time to think about how to handle the situation. Kana announced that they were already working on it, and Aizawa eyed the bicolored student, who seemed quietly proud of herself. Izuku explained that he and Kana had been planning the best path for training. For now he would continue developing the black whip technique, but he still had to find a way to train his danger sensing, and he expected that soon he would start producing a smoke screen and even learning to float. Kana added that they did not know what could come next, so their idea was to force him into situations that would push his quirk to grow. The teacher asked if Izuku intended to put himself in constant danger to accelerate his quirk. Izuku nodded with a bright smile, and Aizawa scolded him for being reckless. Kana reminded Aizawa that Izuku had even gone to prison by his own choice, and Aizawa exhaled. Aizawa asked if Izuku was sure he could handle such training. He suggested reprogramming the training robots to be more dangerous to provide the peril Izuku sought. Before Izuku could answer, Aizawa warned that a single mistake could leave him hurt or worse, and asked if he was truly certain. Izuku affirmed his resolve. Aizawa found him almost unrecognizable, muttering that he no longer recognized his student. Izuku reassured Aizawa that he would take care of it, though the teacher stayed uneasy about his pupil's plan. The sense of danger had never been foreign to Izuku's body. Since the day he was born he had felt two things, a need to obtain and a constant fear, though he had never known toward what or why. Over time, that fear had been buried beneath his desire to take everything the world had to offer. The world belonged to him, and he would have it, no matter how long he had to wait. He could have blamed the feeling on being in a different body, as if the fear belonged to Shirakumo Tenko, but deep down he knew it came from himself. He also knew the true source of that fear, though he did not want to admit it because it meant something he considered his was not wholly his. He harbored a deep fear of what his brother might do. Yoichi had always carried a strong sense of justice and had been the perfect counter to him. They were yin and yang. If he embodied a dangerous ambition, his brother stood for the absolute good. Even dead, Yoichi continued to illuminate the path of the next generations. Those who received power from their brother reflected that sense of justice. Izuku had never felt fear toward any of them. The only one who had stirred a profound hatred had been All Might, the man with the greatest opportunities to stop him and the one who most obstructed his path. Lately, however, his successor had become especially frightening. That young man combined the presence of All Might, the sharp mind of Hikage Shinomori, the adaptability of Entayutai, and the same sense of justice Yoichi had once shown. That combination was dangerous, and of late the fear Izuku felt toward him had grown stronger. Shigaraki felt confusion and agitation. He perceived a sinister voice promising that soon he would have his chance to make Midoriya pay, spoken with a twisted excitement that tried to banish the unease. Shigaraki heard another voice call him sensei, and a different tone urged that it was nearly time, a little more patience, with anxious enthusiasm that unsettled him. He looked toward a point in the surrounding darkness and murmured his brother's name, while the twisted shadows reassured him that their brother was waiting and that they would have him soon. Shigaraki turned, searching the void for answers, whispering that he would destroy those in his way. The anger inside him surged, and he felt a wave of intent sweep through him. The voices echoed that they would level everything, promising sweeping, overwhelming change with an ominous energy reminiscent of an intense, dramatic scene in an action series. A satisfied voice observed the young man's extreme change as he seemed to dissolve into the darkness. Shigaraki insisted that nothing deserved mercy and that everything must die, his limbs seeming to be swallowed by a creeping darkness that flowed beneath his skin until he was almost entirely absorbed by that mental world. An omnipresent voice affirmed that everyone would fall by his hand. The brutality of Class 1, as training had become routine for their instructor, pushing them to physical where that the UA nurse insisted was within acceptable limits even if it looked unhealthy. For the students, the exhaustion was heavy, but so was their physical improvement. Ochako lay on the ground, exhausted from training, and murmured that her stomach hurt. Tsu croaked in response from beside her, equally dazed. Shoto, dizzy and staring at nothing in particular, appeared to see a snowman with a pumpkin head on top of a building. Ochako urged Todoroki to hold on and tried to help, though she could do little in her own condition. Kirishima, pressed into a wall after practice, wondered aloud where Ida was when he was needed. Shiro mentioned something about removing the exhausts while his arms dangled, bloodied. Shoto murmured that someone was calling him and reached toward his hallucination with the helpless motion of a small child seeking a parent. Tsuyu tried to get up but felt too heavy. Shiro warned that they needed to stop him and took 2 steps before collapsing, bewildered by how Bakugo could keep pace with such intense training. Bakugo used the brutal sessions to release stress and anger, upset that the freckled student had refused to fight him. Since the freckled student's return to Ua, Bakugo had felt unsettled by how different he seemed, as if he had come back as someone from a different world. The discovery of the whips had only intensified that feeling. A robot announced a proximity alert before an alarm sounded, and many training robots appeared around Bakugo, who was atop an apartment building. Bakugo yelled for the junk piles to come and launched himself into a frantic, anime-style barrage of blades and bullets that zipped dangerously close. Tension hung in the air like a tangible thing. One wrong step could mean being caught. A trainer nicknamed Snipe pursued a target through pipes and metal scaffolding, firing shots that made the area echo with dull impacts. The target twisted and ducked as parts of the environment rained down like a metallic storm. Snipe advanced until a chunk of piping dropped at his feet, forcing him to dodge more falling debris. Kana, the bicolored instructor, halted the exercise with a decisive shout. From the rooftop of an industrial building, Izuku Midoriya told his teachers and his partner that he had almost caught the target. Snipe questioned how Izuku had appeared on the rooftop when he seemed to be sliding behind a pipe just moments before. Izuku explained that after the first half hour, when he had been cornered in a smoke extraction area, he had leapt and controlled his fall to stop mere millimeters above the ground. Snipe admitted with surprise that Izuku had performed well. It was the first time a first year had shown that level of cold thinking under pressure. Izuku thanked him and then noticed Kana looking pleased but teasing. Kana said that Izuku's ability to evade the simulated gunfire so easily was on another level, which left Izuku slightly embarrassed but proud. She suggested that his skill made her doubt whether her own shots could stop him. Snipe grew uneasy at that suggestion, and Kana reassured him that she was only making an observation that benefited the students. She took Izuku's hand and said that he moved too close to her shots to be escaped from easily. Izuku asked if he had done well, and Kana affirmed that he had exceeded expectations. Snipe, thoughtful, analyzed the situation. He agreed with Kana that many first and even second-year students would have panicked, but Izuku had kept his head and followed the given instructions, using the gas and water ducts in the complex to his advantage. He had blended with the shadows and, aided by his new ability, had diverted attention away from himself. Still, Snipe suggested Izuku could have done better by leading him in a different direction, leaving false clues, or creating more obstacles to slow Snipe's advance. Izuku listened closely and accepted the critique, relieved and eager to improve. Kana then invited Izuku to get something to eat, practically dragging him away as the teacher watched in surprise. Izuku waved goodbye and walked beside Kana. Snipe reflected that he was still not fully used to these changes. The happy couple walked forward in comfortable silence, enjoying each other's company while each of them thought very different things that, oddly, related to one another. Kana, keeping some distance from the hero, asked if he had used the sensor. Izuku confirmed that it had reacted to Sensei and his bullets and admitted he had not expected them to be real. Kana explained that the bullets had not been real but were meant to trigger a reaction. Izuku, surprised, recalled that Kana had said he would be in constant danger. Kana pointed out that she doubted anyone would listen to her, and then noted that the trick had worked. It had produced a nocebo effect in his neck that had led him to develop ideas. Izuku was still astonished by the two-toned woman's ingenuity. Kana praised his girlfriend's intelligence and offered a smile that made the freckled boy uneasy. Izuku felt a small twinge at the base of his neck and, with tension, promised to give whatever he could. Kana returned the smile in a way that unsettled him. A short neutral pause followed as they moved on. 68% of the assimilation of All for One into Shimura Tenko's body had been completed. From a broader perspective, the speed with which All for One secured a new host was impressive. In a few months they had managed to bind a fragment of a soul to a different body. Dr. Garaki felt pride, but a small problem he could not solve nagged at him. This process should have been much faster. In about 3 months his master should have been fully assimilated. Instead, an unknown component was slowing the Demon King's progress. Perhaps it was Shimura Tenko's will resisting, or some environmental factor affecting the experiment. Garaki had no way to analyze what was happening inside the GSTTN capsule. He could only monitor vital signs and All for One's brainwaves, watching for the smallest change. Dabi entered the dim laboratory and greeted the doctor with irritation. Garaki asked whether Toga Himiko had been hurt again, and Dabi replied that he had only come to see the patient. Garaki noted that it would not be long until All for One awoke. They walked through the cold lab where multiple Nomu were being grown. In the center, inside a well-lit chamber, the planet's most dangerous villain lay beside a computer displaying a loading bar that was almost at the end. Dabi noticed the bar had dropped and asked why it was lower than before. Garaki glanced at the computer with concern. Indeed, the progress had fallen by 2%. Panic flitted across his face as he reviewed the villain's vital signs. There had been no obvious change. He muttered that during the last week things had been fluctuating absurdly and tried desperately to reverse whatever was happening. Dabi demanded an explanation for the fluctuations. Garaki admitted he did not know and said he had tried everything to make the host react properly, but something continued to interfere. He continued typing rapidly, afraid that the situation could become very dangerous. Garaki reflected that making this kind of error was not how he usually operated. He had considered many obstacles, but had failed to foresee something as subtle as this. Parasitically controlling Shimura Tenko had altered Tenko's destructive will and hatred in unexpected ways. What had been useful for their plans had become contagious, growing stronger the more they were together, and it threatened to consume the intended successor. Garaki realized he had to act quickly before the successor overwhelmed them all. All for One's voice urged restraint and told Shigaraki not to let his anger go. Shigaraki, overwhelmed, muttered for the voice to be quiet, insisting that it did not understand what was happening. The darkness attempted to soothe him, telling him to ignore the other voices. Shigaraki snapped that it was easy to say and caused a tremor within his mental space, lamenting how horrible the voices were, voices different from those that had tormented All for One. All for One suggested there might be a way to fix the problem and pushed to enter Shigaraki's mind. Shigaraki repelled the intrusion with a scream. His limbs showed signs of being corrupted and overborne by the surrounding darkness. The darkness observed with a mixture of interest and excitement that Shigaraki's hatred exceeded its expectations. It noted that he had held so much anger for so long and advanced slowly toward his extremities, embracing and merging with him. The darkness promised that awakening was near and began to fuse with a limb, transforming it into a new, more capable appendage. Back in the laboratory, Garaki and the second-in-command watched tensely as the progress bar slid back toward its beginning, then dropped suddenly and climbed again slowly. The brainwave readings had shown a drastic change that alarmed Garaki. Dabi remarked that it was strange to see the bar return to its initial point. Garaki observed the now calm brainwaves and found no chemical change in the tank. The vital signs were slightly elevated but not outside expected limits, and synaptic activity was a bit high though still within range. Dabi asked whether he was okay. He spoke with his gaze fixed on his leader. Garaki said tensely that for the moment things were under control, but he would keep monitoring. If Dabi had nothing to do here, he should leave. Dabi told him to relax and that he only wanted to check on how things were going. Dabi looked one last time at his leader before turning away and leaving, murmuring to himself that he hoped it would be over soon, with the uneasy feeling that things would spiral out of control faster than expected. The day approached faster than everyone had anticipated. Time felt compressed, and there was just over a week left until the big attack. Although the students had made progress in training, many teachers considered it insufficient for what was to come. Principal might question the director, asking if it was really prudent to send them. Vlad King agreed, warning that even with training, the time was too short. The teachers murmured among themselves as the director grew more serious than usual. Aizawa argued that they must do whatever was necessary to save people, even while he did not want to let his students go. Ectoplasm expressed concern that sending the students could end badly. The discussion became heated until Nizu intervened to calm everyone. Nizu acknowledged that young students could not reach professional levels in a few weeks, and that was not the plan. Nizu explained that they simply wanted the students to have enough strength to resist the villains who would come. The students were not intended to be on the front lines. Instead, they would occupy strategic positions that would bring out their strengths, whether in planning, searching, or whatever was needed. Midnight asked about Midoriya, and the room fell silent. Nizu reassured them that Midoriya would only be involved in case of emergency, and it would not be exactly him who fought. Aizawa warned that he could not control her. If she saw an opportunity to escape, he doubted Midoriya could do anything at that moment. Nizu, taking a serious tone and standing on the table, told Aizawa that his mistrust was unwarranted. Nizu had personally reviewed the footage of her time with their student and insisted the two were closer than people realized. Nizu trusted that she would return the heroine Lady Nagant to Midoriya's side. Fatigue weighed on him to the point of exhaustion, as if he had fought his greatest battle just to arrive where he was. Everything spun. His body begged for rest, but he could not sleep. He still had something to do, but he did not know what. From a distance, a voice boomed, demanding where someone was hidden. All for One, towering among the rubble, tore the surroundings apart with a single motion and seized a man. The man, exhausted, insisted he did not know what the villain spoke of. All for One gripped the man by the throat and demanded, loudly, where they were hiding his brother. The man, with a trembling, defiant smile, accused the villain and insisted that the brother was dead and that he would never be seen again. The villain answered by striking decisively. The man fell and silence filled the ruined street. Izuku woke with a start, leaping from his bed and waking his girlfriend, who looked bewildered by the sudden movement. Kana asked if he was all right as she saw him hyperventilating. Izuku scanned the room, still shaking, and admitted he was not sure what had happened. Kana took his hand to calm him and asked him to tell her what he had seen. Izuku explained that it had felt like watching someone else's memory. In one moment he had been fleeing All for One, and in the next he had been talking about finding a brother. Kana found the detail about the brother intriguing. She reminded him that he had told her he had seen the moment when that villain had given his brother a useless quirk and asked what happened next. If Izuku now had that quirk, it could mean the original had escaped and left something behind. Izuku frowned, uncertain, and said it did not feel like that part of the story. Something inside him said the dream did not refer to that moment. Kana considered theories quietly while Izuku complimented her, thinking she looked adorable and beautiful. He smiled and, in a gentle, reassuring gesture, brushed his lips to the top of her head. Kana reacted with mild surprise and warmth. She laughed and called him brilliant, not fully understanding how he managed to appear so radiant to her. Bakugo's training was brutal, and he had decided overnight to take it to the next level. He had become more focused and angrier in practice, blasting through training robots and giving everything in combat against his classmates. Bakugo moved with an almost possessed, combative energy, picking fights with everyone and confusing his friends. In his own mind the anger had a single target, Izuku. Bakugo felt that Izuku was acting overconfident after being confined for a few months. The first strike had irritated him, but when Midoriya refused to engage in the fight Bakugo thought was inevitable, something hollowed out in his chest. That emptiness drove him to channel his fury into relentless training, determined to catch up to Izuku. Mineta shouted at the sight of purple smoke billowing from a rooftop and dark tendrils that guided the haze before everything vanished. Tsuyu noted that Midoriya had said he needed more space for training. Mineta reacted in shock at the idea that Midoriya could cause that. Kaminari murmured nervously, while Bakugo looked more irritated than ever. Mineta asked why everyone was turning red as the tendrils glowed with power and began to move slowly. Bakugo made a sharp clicking sound and, without hesitation, flew toward the source despite the obvious danger. Kirishima called for him to wait, but Bakugo was focused, aiming to reach the green-haired student. Midoriya's heavy attack into the air dissipated without causing damage. The smoke cleared to reveal him completely exhausted, his arms hanging from the effort. Midoriya complained that he could not feel his arms. Kana observed that they now knew the limit of his new ability, and Midoriya met her gaze with fatigue. Midoriya felt a sudden twinge in his neck, spun quickly, and sent a whip of energy toward Bakugo as Bakugo arrived with an arm positioned to cause an explosion. Before Bakugo could react, the blast tossed him aside across the rooftop, raising a cloud of dust. Kana reacted with surprise, saying the attack had seemed like it could do serious harm. Izuku let out a quiet exclamation, feeling the strain. Kana moved closer with concern, and Izuku replied with a wry remark that made her smile. Bakugo stormed out of the wreckage, fury written across his face as he demanded an explanation for what had happened. Midoriya replied calmly that his arms hurt, which only heightened Bakugo's anger. Bakugo snapped at the change in Midoriya's tone and accused him of acting differently since his return. Midoriya asked in return what Bakugo expected him to be, and Bakugo erupted, flames beginning to form in his palms as he declared they would fight then and there. Midoriya refused, explaining that his arms were on the verge of collapsing and that there was no reason to indulge Bakugo's temper. He moved closer to Kana and asked her to tell their teacher they were done here. Kana nodded gracefully, leaving Bakugo stunned. Bakugo muttered that this had to be a joke and demanded not to be ignored. Midoriya countered that he did not want anyone to have to deal with injuries, which only fed Bakugo's frustration. Bakugo lunged, but the rooftop filled with a soft pink smoke that knocked him down. Midnight appeared, surprised and bemused, remarking that she had expected she might have to step in. Kana teased that she had no problems with anger control, gesturing to the fallen Bakugo. Midnight admitted surprise that Bakugo had confronted Midoriya so directly and was relieved she had been there to prevent a larger conflict. Kana confessed she would have liked to see Izuku in full action, and Izuku smiled with a touch of embarrassment. Midnight watched them with a warm expression, finding them endearing. As the days dwindled before the planned operation against the villains, the pressure on Izuku's shoulders grew. No matter how much he trained, every quirk felt drained and worn out. He kept pushing himself, trying to seem strong so he would not worry others. Ochako confronted him with concern, saying that his friends believed he was being too hard on himself and that he needed a rest. She explained that they wanted Tsutsumi to stay with them that night so Izuku could have a break. Izuku reacted with disbelief. He objected by saying that Tsutsumi was still considered a criminal and that she could not leave his side. Ochako pressed him to take a moment for himself and rest properly. Izuku insisted he slept fine and that Kana was his perfect pillow. Ochako pointed out his dark circles, saying he looked exhausted. Izuku remained resolute that it was his duty to stay close. To reassure him, Ochako explained that Hatsum had provided a device capable of containing Midnight's quirk if necessary, and that Aizawa would remain outside with other teachers to ensure no one escaped. She listed these measures to calm his worries. Izuku rejected the idea, but Kana stepped out into the hallway in agreement with Ochako, surprising him. Kana argued that it would only be one night and that the others were confident they could hold Tsutsumi if needed, teasing him about not trusting his companions. Izuku hesitated, unsure, as his friends urged him to relax and accept the brief respite he deserved. Something told her it was not a good idea for her friends to get involved with her girlfriend. Ochako urged Izuku to trust them, speaking with some indignation. Izuku agreed hesitantly, saying he would go along if Kana wanted it. The bicolored-haired woman and the brown-haired girl smiled with excitement. Ochako promised he would not regret it, then took the bicolored woman and disappeared up the girl's stairs. Izuku murmured nervously that he did not know why he would regret this. Suddenly, Mineta shouted from somewhere, and two ribbons shot from the shadows, snaring Izuku. Izuku looked toward the stairs and saw a sidelong smile. Mineta called for them to pull, and the others dragged Izuku up the stairs successfully. The plan to separate the couple unfolded in two phases. Under Momo's guidance, influenced by Mina, they split into two groups with many questions to answer. The girls would take the woman aside while the boys would have a talk with Izuku. Everyone would benefit, or so it seemed at first. Kana remarked that the room reminded her of her apartment, except for the stuffed animals. Ochako blushed and hurried to hide the plushies in embarrassment. Mina suggested leaving that for later because there was a lot to discuss, and the girls from Class A gathered on the floor with snacks while the bicolored woman took a seat on the bed. Ochako apologized if anything made Kana uncomfortable, but the bicolored woman shook her head and smiled. Kana said that prison conditions had been worse, expressing disbelief that she was sitting in a teenage girl's room as if she belonged there. Siu asked what it had been like, and the bicolored woman looked at the ceiling, choosing her words carefully so as not to frighten them. Kana described the days as growing colder and colder, and she did not want to bore them with all the details. The girls exchanged looks of fear and curiosity. Toru suggested they skip those details and asked instead how Izuku had been in prison, a question that had intrigued her since the boy had arrived with the woman. Kana said Izuku had been like a gentle rabbit among wolves, which made the other students pay attention. She found it amusing to see him surrounded by fools. It made him stand out more. Ochako murmured that the image of a little rabbit sounded funny. Kana added that it had been true, until he struck down one of the attackers with a decisive move, and she smiled with a strange pride. The girls reacted with disbelief. Momo, astonished, asked if Izuku had really taken someone down. Kana acknowledged that he often seemed calm and soft and only acted that way when truly pushed, but prison strips everything away. She also admitted, with a little arrogance, that he had done it for her, which pleased her all the more. Mina squealed, calling it a love story behind bars and begging for more details, and Kana laughed softly. When Kyoka asked if Izuku had said anything about them, Kana smiled, indicating there was much to tell. In Kirishima's room, the tension of the night hung heavy. They had bound Izuku with Siro's tape to his punching bag, and several classmates stood before him with a seriousness he rarely saw from them. Izuku protested in confusion, asking what was going on. Kirishima explained that Yamamo had asked them to keep him away from the girls' meeting. The others were his wall to prevent him from worrying and interrupting. Izuku insisted he would never have gone, protesting that the idea had not even crossed his mind, but his friends regarded him solemnly. Ida said it was better to prevent it than to let it happen, noting that Uraraka was right and that Izuku needed rest because he looked exhausted. Izuku replied calmly that he would not rest that way. Shoto, eating soba, said it was for Izuku's safety. Mineta suddenly blurted a rumor about Izuku and the woman, which made the room tense and prompted a heated exchange among the others. Ida reprimanded Mineta for being inappropriate, insisting that such talk was out of line in the dormitory. Mineta protested, but his friends dismissed his comment. Izuku deflected, saying such matters were private and should not be spoken about openly. Kirishima pressed him for an answer, and Izuku refused to reveal details of his personal life. The conversation grew more confusing for everyone, and before it could escalate further, a black whip lashed out and sent Mineta skidding into a wall. The others watched as Izuku quietly freed himself from the tape, showing his hands with a small, proud smile. He announced that they should never leave hands uncovered, and with that, a curtain of smoke rose from his body, allowing him to slip away. Ida shouted for him to wait, but Izuku had already vanished. The blue-haired student left, planning a reprimand for his friend about dormitory rules. At last the day had come for a major strike against the villains, an attempt to cut the problem off at the root. Principal Nizu had prepared for worst-case scenarios. Everything was in place for an attack on the mountains near Daika City and the Jaku General Hospital. The city would be evacuated and specialized police forces would be positioned within a kilometer of the hospital in case anything happened. Lady Nagant and Izuku would be in the city as an extra precaution. On the mountainside, many hero agencies and special forces were ready. The plan had been designed to minimize failure, and Nizu had contingency plans for even the most dire complications. Kana murmured, irritated, atop a building in camouflage clothing, wondering how she had been convinced to join. Izuku watched the imposing Jaku General Hospital in the distance and answered that she had wanted a better life. Kana smiled wryly and teased that it did not have anything to do with Izuku doing whatever she said for a month, then asked how the principal had convinced the commission to let her help. Izuku admitted he was not sure if Nizu had told them. Kana asked if he thought the director had skipped protocol, and Izuku nodded without hesitation. Izuku noted that Kana's experience made her presence helpful, so it might not have been necessary to inform the commission. Kana laughed dryly at the loopholes. Izuku said he understood that she might feel used and expressed regret, which touched Kana. She said at least she had the fiercest rabbit to protect her. Izuku assured Kana that he would not let her go, speaking seriously and with a confident smile. Kana sat beside him and admired the view, admitting she liked how persistent he could be. Izuku smiled, pleased. A little over half a kilometer from the hospital, heroes waited for the signal to launch their attack, with Endeavor at the head. Everyone was eager to confront the villains hiding there, but they wanted to be sure they had the right moment. They expected to see more movement before acting. Endeavor asked for a report while watching the hospital doors. An officer replied that infrared scans were being conducted and something unusual had been detected in part of the mountain. Endeavor asked if it connected to the hospital, and the officers said the lower zone, the morgue, showed multiple heat signatures in an inner chamber. Endeavor acknowledged this and exchanged a look with Burnin. It was time to act. By midday the hospital felt unnaturally quiet, a tense hush beneath the usual emergency bustle. The moment was broken when the main doors burst open and a wave of earth surged in, halting everything and allowing a group of heroes to enter, leaving staff and civilians stunned. Mirko took the initiative, running through the hospital toward the lower levels. She entered the morgue and looked around, momentarily confused. Mirko called over the comms, urgently asking where the entrance was. A camera operator directed her to the left. Endeavor ordered Mirko to wait for reinforcements, saying they did not know what lay behind that door. Mirko replied that there was no time and kicked the door down, stepping into the cold, unsettling depths of the villain hideout. Her ears trembled with fear, a clear sign the action was risky, but she pressed on. From their vantage point, Izuku and Kana watched the events unfold and listened to updates from the hospital. People below were fleeing in panic, guided by heroes. Izuku encouraged Ida as he watched a friend move through the chaos. Kana observed through binoculars and said things seemed under control for the moment. Izuku confessed he hoped they would not have to enter combat. It was the last thing he wanted. Kana agreed that she would prefer not to be involved, but both of them sensed trouble brewing. Izuku said he wished he did not have that feeling. The atmosphere suggested things might escalate quickly and become the worst they had faced so far. Kana suggested establishing a perimeter. She noted Izuku's skill in close combat and reminded him that her strength lay at long range. Izuku proposed using his black whips to move her quickly and keep her safe, explaining that occupying the enemy would help protect her. Kana smiled at the plan. Kana questioned whether Izuku could manage such a complicated task, reminding him it would be different from training because he would be carrying a person and would need to stay focused on the objective. Izuku, tense but determined, said he trusted his abilities and his danger sense. Kana cautioned him not to be overconfident. Before they could do more planning, the ground shook and the city of Jakku was thrown into chaos. The Jakku General Hospital collapsed in an instant, leaving only a trail of smoke that sent citizens fleeing. Shadows moved at terrifying speed toward the city center. Many heroes rushed to protect civilians while others called for reinforcements and engaged the monstrous threats that had been unleashed. Kana raised her binoculars and asked what those beings were. Through her lenses she saw tall, slender figures with dark blue skin and strange, unsettling head structures that made her stomach churn. Izuku identified them as Nomu and felt his danger sense spike, confirming the severity of the situation. He looked at two others, considering what to do. He asked how they wanted to proceed as his right arm began to transform into a weapon while his companion put on a metal mask with serious intent. Izuku warned that the Nomu bodies were extremely resilient and advised aiming for the joints and especially the brain, since the enemies would try to protect those at all costs. Without further hesitation, Izuku leapt, sending a black whip to encircle his partner as they prepared to bring down as many enemies as possible. The darkness that surrounded Shigaraki Tamura threatened to consume him completely. Only his head remained visible. Everything else had been absorbed and reshaped to serve a grim master. He could not form words easily, feeling his whole body paralyzed and heavy, as if sleep were tugging at him inside that void. All for One spoke softly from the darkness that enveloped his successor, promising that soon everything would be right. Shigaraki murmured a single word, sensing the presence of heroes not far away. The darkness reacted aggressively when he started to lose control, and All for One remarked that it might be time to switch to Plan B. He released his hold on his pupil and signaled that the moment had come. Shigaraki's anger flared without knowing exactly what was happening outside. The city center had become utter chaos. People scrambled to get away, heroes moved to rescue as many as they could, and a stream of Nomus ran free, trying to cause as much destruction as possible. In the middle of it all, Izuku fought, moving from place to draw attention away from civilians and limit the damage. Izuku observed aloud that something felt wrong and dropped a large piece of rubble onto a Nomu. Kana remarked wryly about the possibilities, wondering whether the main threat was the released monsters or the city's devastation. Izuku shook his head and analyzed the Nomu he had just stopped. These Nomu seemed smarter than the ones from USJ or the Hosu incident. Kana noted that villains would not stand still while their forces grew stronger. Izuku felt unusual tension in his neck from using his quirk and complained of pain. Kana asked what was wrong, and Izuku paused, leaning against a nearby building as an old voice echoed that something big was coming. Izuku warned Kana to prepare for a major threat. Kana said she would be ready and urged him to call for help if he needed it. Izuku glanced toward the smoke that had been the general hospital and held his ground. The air tightened as a smear of destruction advanced from the hospital ruins toward the city. Orders went out to prevent it from carving a swath of ruin and to contain it long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Endeavor rose to confront a Nomu in the sky while directing other heroes, trying to keep the situation under control despite how far it had spiraled from plan. Shigaraki stepped out slowly from his hidden chamber, moving with a hunched, eerie gait. His arms hung limply, like the deactivated appendages of a toy, and he seemed only partially aware. His quirk leaked from him in a monstrous way. He spoke Shigaraki's name to himself as if reaching for coherence, then forced himself toward the surface of the battle. He focused on Midoriya Izuku through the smoke, activating the quirk he had stolen months before. With a twisted smile, he leapt toward his chosen target. With the approaching beast, Izuku changed tactics. He dropped to the broken ground and waited, sending several black whips across the shattered remains of buildings and vehicles. He did not expect an easy victory. The pressure in his neck warned him of how dangerous this enemy had become. He planned to use every trick he could to gain an advantage. Izuku braced himself as a body hurtled from the smoky sky toward his position. Shigaraki called out Midoriya's name with a strange, fervent excitement. His eyes were unfocused and devoid of light. Izuku recognized Shigaraki Tamura and thought the name all for one with concern. Shigaraki urged Midoriya to come closer, stretching his arms to reach him and leaving his hands exposed. A deep noise cut through the air as a bullet flew toward the villain's hand. The bullet struck the hand and shattered the structure of the limb, forcing Shigaraki to recoil and break his forward momentum. He let out a pained growl and fell to the ground clutching his injured hand. Izuku moved quickly, sending black whips to bind Shigaraki as tightly as he could. Izuku declared that he would not allow the villain to keep destroying everything. Using his support HRSS for stability, Izuku pulled, lifting the villain and holding him suspended in midair. Kana asked with obvious panic whether Izuku was sure about the plan. Izuku affirmed that it was the best way he could think of to stop Shigaraki and noted that there was little time left. He charged his quirk into his legs and surged upward, dragging the restrained villain through the sky. Kana wished him luck and prepared to follow. Someone murmured into the intercom, too afraid to admit it. Developing a strategy against Shigaraki had been difficult. At first, Izuku had not planned to use his quirks. He intended to attack with everything he had, trying to damage the villain's joints to prevent movement or contact. Kana warned him how dangerous it was to get close to someone who, with a single mistake, could end a life, so they considered other ways to defeat him. The plan that made the most sense was to take the villain to the edge of the planet. What had started as a joke from his girlfriend began to feel like the only viable option. With nothing to touch, Shigaraki would be easier to contain. Izuku refined the idea and modified his mask to breathe more easily at the absurd altitude he planned to reach. Shigaraki felt something unfamiliar stirring inside him. He wondered whether it was hatred, respect, or something else. He was being pulled by his nemesis and watched the green-haired hero emit a tense glow and a current of anger. Shadows moved behind the boy, pushing something the villain could not fully understand. Izuku thought he had to go faster. His danger sensor flared, slowing his ascent for a moment as he checked that the villain remained bound. A warning sounded in his head just in time for him to evade a strike from Shigaraki, who had moved with terrifying speed to try to touch him with his remaining hand. Shigaraki's crazed grin made Izuku tighten his black tendrils around the villain, preparing for a difficult fight. The city was chaos. Buildings lay in ruins and Nomus rampaged. Bakugo and Todoroki focused on saving as many people as possible under Endeavor's orders, But both agreed they needed to join the battle. The top hero was in too much danger and the heroes attacking were at their limits. Katsuki complained as he flew over a collapsed block searching for survivors. Shoto told him to focus on the rescue. A tremor under their feet shook the area and worsened the destruction. Before they could argue further, a blinding light appeared in the sky, forcing them to pause. Shoto pointed upward and realized where it had come from. Both looked up in stunned disbelief and tension built as they recognized Midoriya's presence above. In a single motion, Shigaraki had cleared the clouds, revealing a relentless blue sky. The sudden surge of power pushed Izuku back. If not for his black tendrils and quick reactions, he might have lost an arm. Shigaraki hovered calmly, calling Midoriya by name and speaking with a twisted smile about something that belonged to him, his excitement chilling. Izuku felt his neck ache and knew the situation was wrong. He weighed his options. If he let Shigaraki descend, the villain could destroy everything, but calling for reinforcements would be dangerous for those who came. He extended his quirk and avoided the strange bonds Shigaraki lashed out with, determined to carry the fight ever higher and make the lack of oxygen work against the villain. With nerves taut, Izuku moved rapidly through the sky, calculating his next moves. He released a massive smoke curtain to hide his presence briefly. Shigaraki taunted him, claiming the altitude only condemned Midoriya and unleashing more black tendrils from his arm. Believing he had the advantage, the villain smiled, but Izuku vanished from sight. When Izuku struck, it was a precise, powerful blow that staggered Shigaraki and left the villain reeling and struggling to regain his footing. Izuku observed that even Ragdoll's quirk had limitations. Stealing and superficially knowing others' abilities did not mean one could use them all perfectly. Shigaraki managed only pained words as his body worked to recover, and Izuku realized the villain's regeneration was imperfect and that he could exploit that weakness. He disappeared again, preparing a risky maneuver. Shigaraki activated his detection ability, certain he could find the boy at his back. He reached out to seize the neck he felt, but instead his hand closed on a tangle of black tendrils. Another whip struck Shigaraki in the abdomen, and the force of the hit sent the villain upward, creating space between them. On the ground, Endeavor faced a difficult situation with the Nomus that had emerged from the hospital. They had managed to put civilians somewhere safe and could now launch a counterattack with everything they had. Given the shortage of reinforcements, Endeavor allowed his son and his friend to join the fight despite the students' responsibilities to care for the wounded. Endeavor demanded to know where Deku was as he unleashed flames at two resilient Nomus. Kana reported over the intercom that Deku had taken the target upward. Endeavor then asked where Nagant was. Endeavor asked tensely, not wanting to leave her alone. Kana replied coldly that she was watching his son and the Pomeranian. Endeavor wondered where they were, his voice tight with fear. Kana reassured him that they knew what they were doing and added a warning to be careful with his back. Endeavor turned and saw a Nomu approaching. Irritated, he launched another burst of flame and scolded the two-colored woman for not taking precaution. Kana explained that she was forbidden from firing without her assigned guardian, and that, unfortunately, her guardian was currently battling among the few remaining clouds. On the other end of the intercom, the red-haired man sighed in irritation, realizing this would take a long time. Although he felt certain of victory, Shigaraki kept taking blows from the green-haired hero, who fought with relentless intensity and absurd speed, repeatedly confusing Shigaraki's quirk with whip-like strikes. Shigaraki muttered that something felt strange. He did not feel only anger toward his opponent, but an excitement that made him tremble. Izuku noted that this was not a good sign and stepped back a little, preparing to flee if necessary. Shigaraki told himself to continue a little longer, breathing hard as his body began to change in unsettling ways. Izuku watched as unnatural tendrils and additional limbs sprouted and shifted around Shigaraki's form, an uncontrolled and disproportionate transformation that seemed to reach for him from every direction. Shigaraki called out for Midoriya Izuku from all sides, startling the green-haired hero. Izuku wondered how to get out of the situation and scanned his surroundings with growing unease. An inner voice urged Izuku to stay calm, breathe, and assess the situation. He followed that advice and noted that the enemy did not seem to be seeing with any particular eye, but could detect him with the search quirk. Izuku examined the things that had been unleashed and asked himself whether it was uncontrollable. He realized he was not fast enough and that FA gene would not grant him the necessary speed. The inner presence suggested that a gear-like shift could provide what he needed, though control might be difficult. With no better options, Izuku asked internally how it worked. The internal presence sighed, making the situation feel increasingly tense and intriguing. Dabi moved quickly through the mansion under siege, prioritizing a reunion with Shigaraki and the care of Toga, who was not fully recovered. Many of their people were trying to stall the heroes, but Dabi knew they would not hold for long. They had to leave and take everything important. He muttered that he needed the giant now and blamed Hawks for the current state as he ran through silent, ghostly corridors, irritated by the absence of the others. Skeptic emerged from a heavily damaged area, frightened, and Dabi demanded to know where everyone else was. Skeptic reported that most were fighting heroes elsewhere and that, fortunately, the heroes had not reached this place yet. Escaping would be the best move. Dabi agreed but said he needed Skeptic skills. Skeptic answered that he could do nothing. Someone had triggered an electromagnetic pulse and disabled everything, making access to internal generators impossible. He cursed the intelligent saboteur behind it and warned that restoring power would be difficult. Dabi grimly concluded that there was no choice but to leave. Skeptic followed, admitting that Dabi had finally spoken sense. Dabi asked about Twice, Compress, and Spinner, but Skeptic did not know their whereabouts. Dabi, irritated and feeling the situation sink, said they needed to regroup at the doctor's location, and they headed deeper into the tunnels to survive. Izuku's body was tense and his organs felt aflame, but he had managed to evade Shigaraki in a blink at great cost. He thought about the last quirk he had learned and wondered how its recoil worked. He watched Shigaraki retract the mutative protrusions with unnatural speed and realized he did not have much time to figure it out. He launched himself at the villain again with a few ideas to minimize damage to his own body. Shigaraki shouted for him to stop resisting as he lunged at the green-haired hero, who disappeared in another blink. Shigaraki began to tremble again, forming black whip-like tendrils to trap him. Izuku clenched his grip without speaking while Shigaraki used his hand to try to tear off the restraints. Izuku thought hard about what to do as he rose higher. Shigaraki demanded that he release the hold, slamming the ascent to a halt and stretching out his hand to provoke another convulsion. Recognizing the danger, Izuku extended his hand and summoned black tendrils that intertwined and were surrounded by red energy, executing a maneuver he had practiced. In an explosive burst of power, he launched a dark spear at the villain, striking with enough force to render Shigaraki's left arm incapacitated and stop its regeneration in its tracks. Shigaraki laughed with exhilaration at the intensity of the fight. Izuku noted how terrifying the villain's mindset was before he continued to deploy more tendrils, keeping the recovery from progressing. Shigaraki accused the hero of trying to kill him and, smiling in a macabre way, made a swift move to escape the grip and challenged Midoriya to keep fighting. He launched himself again at the green-haired figure, who rose higher into the sky. Izuku told the green-haired hero that if he wanted his quirk, he should come for it. The white-haired, freckled boy smiled as he followed the hero, unconcerned by the increasing height that began to affect his body. As they climbed, it became clear that the freckled boy could not keep up. His body was not yet accustomed to such strain and he began to stagger the higher they went. Izuku knew this was the moment to act and to finish things. Izuku activated his shift lever quirk with a strange flick of his wrist in the air and indicated he wanted to see if it worked. A sudden gust of wind swallowed the freckled boy and he vanished into thin air. Shigaraki noticed the lack of oxygen and murmured in surprise that this was happening again. In a terrifying instant, the freckled boy reappeared and landed a devastating blow to Shigaraki's chest, a strike powerful enough to leave the villain reeling and struggling to recover for a moment. The attack showcased a force few quirks could match. Izuku explained that keeping the black whips engaged helped prevent recoil, though it was not yet perfect. He watched the villain, who still seemed ready to continue, and prepared to test the limits, disappearing and reappearing with instantaneous movements. Shigaraki's mind flickered as he recognized the quirk of the one who pursued him. He wondered why he was unable to hate the attacker as he felt his body knitting itself back into shape and blood prickling his mouth, confused about his own thoughts. Izuku sensed something different in the flow of the battle when a sensor tapped the back of his neck. Shigaraki, suddenly smiling toward nothing, said he thought he understood how it worked. Izuku felt alarmed and continued to circle the villain. Shigaraki tried to change the situation by heading downward, but a black whip caught him and flung him upward again. Shigaraki declared that he would not faint and extended his right arm, which had just finished regenerating. Izuku replied that he was not trying to make him faint, he only needed time, then vanished once more, leaving the villain confused. Shigaraki thought that the voice had not sounded like the attacker he had faced before and scanned the sky desperately, activating his search. Above, Izuku taunted that Shigaraki was moving too slowly, then closed the distance and planted his fist against Shigaraki's chest. In a blink, the freckled boy began the descent with both of them. He fired black whips that captured Shigaraki's limbs mid-fall. The speed and force of the descent slammed Shigaraki against the air, sending him tumbling as Izuku controlled the momentum. In less than 2 minutes they were approaching the ground. Shigaraki feared he could not regenerate in time and struggled for the chance to use his quirks. Izuku asked rhetorically if Shigaraki thought he would be allowed to die. His tone grew cold as he said that death would be too easy for someone like him. At the last instant before impact, Izuku performed a sudden, controlled break that stopped the fall and left Shigaraki broken and stunned by the display. Izuku declared that Shigaraki deserved eternal punishment, his voice carrying a chilling seriousness that turned the air cold. His head was spinning. Voices crowded the depths of his mind, tugging at him as if trying to pull him somewhere unknown. He could not even remember what he had been doing before he blacked out. All for One's presence insisted that this must not happen. Shigaraki murmured that the darkness was dragging his dying body. A deep voice, familiar to the white-haired youth, called him a monster. Shigaraki wondered if it was his father. A brighter, cheerful voice calling him little brother chilled the villain. Shigaraki asked if it was his sister, panic rising as he searched the darkness, calling out and pushing forward despite his confusion. All for One's voice named him Shimura Tenko, trying to draw the resistant young man deeper into that tangled mental space. Outside, things were calming after the hospital blast. The bioengineered enemies were an uncomfortable problem, but the hero's strategies were gradually overcoming them. Many of the creatures had tried to flee, but all had been defeated. Their leader lay half dead, restrained by tight black bands and pressure cuffs that held a body that seemed unnaturally still. Endeavor warned Izuku about a threat to his left. Izuku turned quickly and hurled a bioengineered creature into the rubble of a collapsed building. He sighed, telling himself the battle seemed unending and that his body longed for rest. Kana spoke through the intercom, promising that it would be almost over and making Izuku smile despite everything. Izuku asked what Kana would like to eat, and she asked with playful interest if he was going to cook. Izuku admitted, with a small pout, that he did not know how to cook. Kana hesitated in a teasing tone, then suddenly grew serious and ordered him to go to Shigaraki now. Izuku felt a spike of concern. In an instant he appeared near officers who watched the struggling villain with fear. They did not know what to do as Shigaraki writhed and seemed to mutate, his restraints popping free while appendages and weapon-like protrusions erupted uncontrollably from his failing body. A nearby officer stumbled backward in fear. Izuku called for everyone to fall back and pushed forward to try to do something. Inside Shigaraki, control was slipping from All for One. Shigaraki's overwhelming drive to destroy had become difficult to handle as the absorption process had not gone as intended. That destructive urge began to break down the mental walls All for One had acted to keep himself sane and organized under the weight of many quirks. Tragically for him, he had accessed a memory that Shigaraki could not easily accept. Shigaraki murmured the name of his father as he saw a memory of his father talking comfortably with a younger All for One. He called out to his mentor in confusion, asking what all of this was. The memory shifted into a grotesque image of his mentor's head emerging from the ground, with All for One insisting that it was time to rest and that everything would soon be fine, even as Shigaraki stared with growing resentment. Shigaraki took a step forward, furious, and demanded to know why everything was so confusing. He did not immediately notice that his feet were being drawn into the living mass that his mentor had become. All for One asked if Shigaraki really believed what had happened was just bad luck, and suggested that the idea that he had accidentally awakened a devastating quirk and killed his family was not so simple. The giant presence told Shigaraki that finding the child of Shimura Nana had been a challenge, but once discovered it had been the perfect opportunity. All for One claimed that Shigaraki's father had been naive to think he could fix a quirk that resembled his mother's, and watched with a twisted smile as the mass tried to pull Shigaraki in deeper. Shigaraki, feeling betrayal, whispered that it had been All for One's doing. All for One called him a mere pawn in a larger game, a sentiment that only fueled Shigaraki's rage. With a thunderous cry, Shigaraki unleashed a tremor nobody expected. The living mass that had been consuming him began to crack and break apart, destabilizing under the force of his will. All for One voiced disbelief that this should be happening and stumbled back as Shigaraki sent out a wave of destructive energy that split the giant head apart. Shigaraki accused his mentor of being his supposed savior who had failed him, and a fierce, vengeful hunger filled the place as he declared that the corruption he saw in his mentor was the same as that in society. He launched himself at All for One with the intent to destroy him. From the deformed mass, figures and shapes emerged in an attempt to restrain Shigaraki, and All for One urged him to stop, warning that he was destroying himself. Shigaraki, shouting that he did not care, tore through the bodies and pushed toward his mentor, declaring that if he fell, All for One would fall with him. Shigaraki's body swelled and expanded as the combined quirks surged. The union of powers began to consume and interfere with itself, using every ability at once. The officers did not know how to respond, and the heroes stood ready to intervene if necessary. At the last moment, before any attack could be launched, the amorphous mass of Shigaraki Tamura stabilized and then collapsed inward. It did not contract neatly, it simply unraveled, leaving a jumbled, collapsing tangle of limbs and distorted shapes that no longer resembled a coherent form. Endeavor asked what had just happened. The heroes exchanged confused murmurs as they stared at the unmoving mass. Ryukyu asked incredulously whether it was dead. Pixie Bob responded tensely that it appeared so. Izuku declared that he would check and stepped forward toward the body without fear. Endeavor called out for Deku to wait, but Izuku ignored him. Izuku thought the situation was strange and wondered what had happened. He positioned himself beside the mass, tense, and observed that of the many eyes some were closed and others lifeless. He announced that there was no activity loud enough for most of the heroes to sigh. They had won. It felt too good to be true, an ideal dream he did not want to leave. Izuku wondered if he had died in the attack and been transported to some perfect afterlife, though his body felt tense and exhausted. Looking around, he saw that the other heroes shared that same weariness. From the nearby building he saw Kana looking as surprised as the rest. Endeavor ordered everyone to begin clearing the area and instructed Deku to do his duty. Izuku immediately moved toward the building where Kana stood while the others searched for survivors and shifted debris left by the Nomu as news helicopters hovered and filmed the scene. He called for Kana. She smiled when he arrived, and they shared a brief, quiet moment in public that the cameras recorded. When the moment ended, Kana spoke with a mixture of tenderness and sorrow, explaining that now that the crisis had passed she no longer had reason to remain outside of Tartarus and that it had been nice while it lasted. Izuku responded with sadness. Kana admitted that he had been the best thing in her life but warned that if she returned to the prison she would not be able to leave again. Her voice broke before she could finish. Izuku whispered that he did not want that to happen. He then spoke seriously, insisting he would not abandon her and vowing to find a way to make things work, even if it required difficult choices, though he hoped such measures would not be necessary. Kana answered with a tearful, tender smile and thanked him. They had a brief, public embrace that the cameras captured. Aizawa reflected that he always ran into problems with his students, usually family issues or adolescent follies, but this situation was becoming overwhelming. It was not the first time one of his students had a romantic relationship, and he normally did not mind as long as they did their jobs, but Izuku's case had become a serious complication. Perhaps Aizawa thought he should have taught the boy how to handle a relationship in the hero world, warned him against romantic gestures while on duty, or declined the director's reckless plan and kept his student out of it. Then he would not be enduring the reporters swarming UA looking for the scoop on the young hero and the infamous assassin. Izuku apologized awkwardly to the director for what had happened and admitted that he had not noticed the helicopters. Nizu replied that Midoriya's life had become a fascinating thing to observe in more than one sense and that, since the relationship with Ms. Tsutsumi had been exposed, it had softened the impact of a much larger scandal. Izuku listened, incredulous. Nizu explained that not all members of the League of Villains had been captured and that some had been spreading sensitive information about Endeavor and other matters. While they had expected a severe hit to public confidence, the public had shown more interest in the revealed relationship. Izuku absorbed this, surprised and confused. Nizu continued that the revelation had exposed a side the Hero Commission did not want publicized, so he had been asked to help smooth the situation. He intended to use the narrative that Lady Nagant had become involved with a student hero and to expand it, showing how a hero's kindness could influence even the most ruthless. Nizu planned to present the truth about changes and improvements, insisting the commission would have to accept that if it wanted to maintain its authority. Izuku began to realize that he was being positioned as a symbol of recovery. Nizu explained that if they wanted to see it that way, Lady Nagant would need to remain visible to show the change she had demonstrated in battle. Izuku smiled and asked what Nizu meant. Nizu clarified that Lady Nagant would still have to answer for her crimes and would remain under his and Izuku's supervision. Nizu then rose, animated, and asked mockingly whether Izuku thought she would accept being a sort of substitute teacher. Izuku replied with a sheepish smile that he did not think she would like it much. Kana lay on her cold, uncomfortable cot and compared it, with a sinking heart, to the warm arms that had sheltered her. She murmured to herself that this would be difficult, feeling tense and unsettled just hours after her return. A guard called out Tsutsumi Kana and ordered her to come up. She obeyed, confused and afraid. She walked in silence with the guards, imagining every possibility from execution to being moved to a harsher cell as punishment. She feared for her future and thought of Izuku and how sad he would feel if he learned what had happened. When the guard told her to step outside, Kana opened the door expecting the worst and closed her eyes. Instead, Izuku called her name and rushed forward, embracing her with obvious relief. Izuku explained that he had used his quirk to make the hug warmer and steadier. Kana opened her eyes slowly, feeling comforted by the unexpected warmth. Izuku smiled and said he had promised he would fix things. Kana teased him that he was crazy, and he answered that his mission now was to make her the happiest woman in the world. He leaned forward and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead before holding her close. Kana laughed at how impossible his promise sounded, but the gesture left her feeling stronger. Izuku's determination was clear. He would defend both himself and her against whatever came next. Later, from the apartment window, Kana and Izuku looked out over the city. The place was modest, just enough to begin their new life together. Izuku reflected that it felt like a dream that only a little over a year after leaving the academy, he was starting his adult life with a promising future. Kana mentioned that she had hung the frames Izuku's mother had sent and joked that the cookies might be gone. She asked if he was all right. Izuku admitted that everything felt surreal and smiled as he recalled starting at UA and how quickly things had changed. He said he felt fortunate to be about to work at a hero agency beside the most wonderful woman he knew. Kana teased him about his silver tongue and moved closer until he gathered her into a warm embrace. Kana admitted she was tired, and Izuku offered to take responsibility for the incident in which he had intervened during a villain attack. She scolded him gently, suggesting he had been reckless, and he replied playfully that he simply enjoyed having her safe in his arms. The mood lightened. Izuku suggested they continue their quiet time together in private later, and Kana reminded him that tomorrow he had to wake early to make his hero debut and spend the day looking after Eri as he had promised Aizawa. Izuku protested that it was unfair but accepted the responsibility with a resigned smile. They decided to make something to eat and go about their evening. Hero debuts happened often and usually passed without much fuss. This new hero, however, drew a lot of attention. Many people knew him. Since his first year he had been at the center of several controversies, the most notable being his association with the killer-turned-hero teacher Lady Nagant. For 4 years many had tried to discredit his remarkable achievement of helping a former villain become a teacher at UA. In his first year he had faced accusations ranging from being seduced to alleged mental manipulation. Those rumors damaged him at first, but in his second year the principal, Nizu, revealed details about the green-haired young man's abilities that changed public opinion. People were surprised by what the freckled student had accomplished in his first year, and his reputation improved considerably. From that moment he became one of the most anticipated heroes to appear. Several agencies had already begun to watch him closely, ready to recruit such a promising young talent. In his final year his visibility rose even more thanks to high-profile internships, putting out a dangerous fire, resolving a home kidnapping, and the dramatic intervention against Endeavor when the pro-hero had been controlled by a puppet-like quirk. Those feats brought even more agencies to his door. After graduation he spent several months weighing offers before choosing an agency in Tokyo that suited him. He sorted through mountains of paperwork and accepted the position that would let him travel across the country. He endured some teasing from his girlfriend about his indecision, but he ultimately accepted the Tokyo offer. One of his companions, excited to see the newcomer's abilities, asked if Midoriya was ready. Midoriya adjusted his metallic mask and replied that he was. The companion reminded him that the work would not be easy, aware that strange things tended to happen in the city. News outlets erupted at the debut of the hero known as Deku in Tokyo. Cameras followed his every move and praised the speed with which he resolved crises. That attention made Kana proud. She had been responsible for bringing Eri to her new home from the bullet train station, where Aizawa would meet them. Aizawa quietly thanked Kana for taking care of Eri and handed her a backpack. Kana assured him that he could trust her and Midoriya, smiling at Eri as the little girl stepped forward to hug her. Kana greeted the child with a playful nickname that made Eri return the gesture with a tender smile. Aizawa reminded Eri that she was starting work that day. Eri blinked in surprise and admitted she had completely forgotten, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Kana laughed it off and told them not to expect Eri to remember everything. She was entering adolescence and it was normal for her mind to be a little scattered. Then Kana teased Eri about not letting boys make her lose her head, warning that a certain popular hero could be intimidating. Eri protested that she did not think about boys, her tone childish and petulant. Midoriya echoed that it was good if she did not think about them yet. Eri ran to him and gave him a warm hug. Aizawa asked Midoriya whether Eri had been allowed out earlier on her first day, worried she might have slipped away. Midoriya explained that some had been sent home because there was not much to do. He took Eri's hand as his girlfriend approached. Kana slipped her arm through Midoriya's and teased him with a mock threat of punishment if he had been irresponsible. Midoriya leaned close and, with a soft whisper, reminded her that he was no longer a child. Eri scolded them for being overly affectionate, displeased at the display. Kana forgave him on the condition that he buy Eri an ice cream, then laughed and led the child by the hand. The two women left so that teacher and former student could speak in peace. Aizawa advised his former pupil not to overload himself with work and spoke with the subdued pride of a mentor. Midoriya thanked him for allowing him to take risks and for all the lessons he had learned. Aizawa said that Midoriya had done very well and turned away with evident pride, reminding him to go with the others before the media swarmed. This is the story of one of the country's most promising heroes, who against all odds and through bold, sometimes reckless actions, did what was necessary to make the world a little better each day. The hero's journey continued, one day at a time.